I think that, and there's not a lot to capture if we do get a deal when it comes to Walgreens. Like, you might think, oh, but they're going to announce a Walgreens deal. I believe the latest speculation is it was going to be just above $11 anyways. So Walgreens might have a little bit more juice if that happens to it. There's like 3, 4, 5% potentially, but there's nothing official as to what that price is going to end up being. So yeah, I mean, they're good to trade if you have direct market access. If you're here at Real Trading, you make money, good money doing it. But when you see a gapper like that, for most day traders, you're likely to stay away. Yeah, for our retail guys.
All right. Yeah, good look there on, the way the market moves and some of the mechanics there and how you can take advantage of that depending on what your software is all about. I was just looking at bbai for a minute, not doing too much here. Palantir is starting to go to the upside. I mean, the market's going to be sort of dictating what's happening right now. Up 1.5%, so we'll see. We're long. This time I looked at my average price, $4.96 right now on Big Bear AI. In the, I mean, it's in the TFSA, but I want to hold this one for a minute. I think we can get back up to that, $8, $9 mark, somewhere like that. Okay, upgrades and downgrades. Let's go see which names are going to be tickling our fancy.
Palantir at the top of the list here. William Blair. This note is really interesting here. They upgrade it to market perform, saying that because Palantir dropped 33% over the last few weeks, it's finally come to an appropriate valuation. So fascinating note. You can check out more about that on at the Trader TV Live watch list, but it's not maybe as bullish as it might appear. Then we have TKO with an upgrade from Seaport Research Partners, Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines here getting upgraded by Loop Capital, and JP Morgan Chase upgrading into it. The downgrade side of things, AutoZone here with a downgrade from Argus. HSBC Securities downgrading T-Mobile, which is actually one of the strongest NASDAQ names of the year so far. Then we have Sonova with a downgrade from Mizuho. They reported earnings this week. Last but not least, CubeSmart Self-Storage with a Scotiabank downgrade. So some pretty interesting names here, but Palantir probably the largest here, guys.
What, we don't love AutoZone?
Yeah, we love
Sharif, Sharif, you like AutoZone? Yeah, well, I feel like it was... Yeah, no, it doesn't really matter. Somebody the other day was saying something about AutoZone. I'm trying to remember who, but maybe it wasn't Sharif. It might have been Randy.
There were some earnings with AutoZone.
It could have been. Too long ago. Yeah, it might have been Randy. Palantir, I'm going to go out on a strong limb and suggest that Palantir is the one that everyone's going to be interested on that list today. Call it some kind of a weird hunch, but it's going to be true because that's how the market rolls. Double bottom on Palantir. That's what I care about. Upgrade, downgrade. It doesn't really matter. Double bottom into what is a pretty obvious resistance spot, at least for the last couple of days, a lower high, like around 88, and then yesterday the turnaround at 88. Oh, that was a market turnaround. I think if it can get out and break 88.5, there's some room to go. I think you have room to 94. Obviously, first stop 90's got some resistance on it. We know Palantir in big round numbers. Bunch of people on the offer, and then it's like its own breakout trade at that price. So yeah, yesterday's high looks pretty good. I think the 84 level, as long as we don't lose 84, if you lose 84, probably not going to be fighting around looking for some longs unless it gets down to 78. But yeah, Palantir, the good thing about the breakout is if we just start dropping at the open like a falling rock like the other day, then you don't have to worry about taking a breakout trade. And if we do break out, I don't want to hold it past back through 88 because when Palantir fails a breakout high, here's looking at you on the 27th. That is not something you want to get wrapped up in.
So the sticky note's going to be on in a second, and Palantir is going to be on it. It's one of the last notes that I have on it right now. But look, at the end of the day, being up 1.73%, it's nice. Normally, I'd be all excited about it because we're greater than the market and all that. But the way this thing can trade and does trade, especially off the open, it's never really... It gets going and you think that you're going to miss the train. At least I do, right? And it's like, okay, I try to buy it as it's going up. And then all of a sudden, it's like you try to hold it and it crashes in, and then we'll even break some of the levels again. But you could see right here, the pre-market high, came into play yesterday. We broke it and we really did rip in. Then the pre-market low kind of became some kind of support, not the ultimate low, but came back in again there. And then we took off into the end of the day before, the whole market kind of gave back. So battle back in the after hours there. we did have Trump talk yesterday. Hopefully there is some sort of deals with, Ukraine gets done and all this kind of stuff. And then we can get back to some more government contracts and just go back to the way things are. But at the end of the day, I don't think Palantir is trading on valuation too much. There's just a lot of momentum happening in this name, and it needs to be bought. And, looking for dip buys, I have 83.50 written down as a level that I really like. So we'll wait to see if that can come into play on a 5-minute chart. This is 83.50 right into here. So just thought that this little gap area, we break through 84, then you come in and maybe you don't worry about exiting until about 83. So I don't know. I mean, it's like I'll lose a couple, then I'll make a couple on Palantir, and at the end of the day, I look down, it's like, I didn't really make that much on it. So let's try to be a little more patient with this name. It's definitely going to be moving around. We don't have any of the imbalances yet. So once that comes out at 925 for the NASDAQ, then we'll be able to see maybe where the market's, taking some of these names, because this is what the NASDAQ looks like now. All right. And it's hard to say, like, I like longs. It's not in me right now to say that. So I do like Intel short, but Intel's already going down.
Right on the line. So
Palantir is it's very vulnerable up here. That's all. If the market wants to get hit, and it's not for what the bell tolls over there or anything like that, but it's just, this is a little too dark.
We need to get some of those on our stream deck.
We don't have any of those, but
I love that.
It's little Fabian's House of Cards over there, his little magic box.
Yeah.
But no, at the end of the day, hard to get too excited about some of these names where we are right now. So let's just wait, see what we can get closer to 930. But Palantir to me looks like a long, but we're going to have to wait for better prices.
Boom.
Back to negative here for the overall markets. We're kind of chopping around, not really doing a heck of a lot. Speaking of chopping around, here's Disney right now. Dead flat, 0.0000 currently, right where it closed yesterday. Pretty ugly day for Disney. Some job cuts announced this morning. ABC being restructured, declining audience, yada, yada, yada. Nothing we haven't heard before.
No, it's them trying to shore up costs to take on Netflix. 200 people, sadly, are going to lose their job. It's going to be across ABC News and Disney Entertainment Network's unit. Yet another sign that the entertainment company is prioritizing streaming over what was once its core business, obviously linear television. So a bit of a tougher look there, Brendo, but we'll see how the stock reacts.
Overall, the market kind of leaning in that direction as well. But yesterday's low coming in here pretty quick as far as Disney is concerned, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Let's get a look at the overall market here.
57.89, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. We're awfully close to it right now. We're almost at 57.89 on the dot. So we're giving back all these overnight highs, and the technical analysis here is coming into play because 58.75 was an obvious area where we kind of tried to defend yesterday, and then all of a sudden, we moved that overnight, so we're rejecting that area. So we're already below 5,800 as we speak. We're looking at 57.50 as support. If we can get above 5,800, it'll be that same look, 58.25 as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, free resource for you coming your way. Go down to the description of this video right now. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. All you need is your email address, and then you can just have the watch list for free. Just have it. Take it. 3% right now. Crypto at the top this morning. 3% right now on a bounce. Nice bounce here for IBIT. There was a lot of buyers waiting down here on that gap down yesterday. This thing just marched higher from about mid-morning, I guess it was, right into the close yesterday. Here we are up another 3% today.
So in addition to teasing about other things, Howard Lutnick came out yesterday, Brendo, and talked about a major shift in the Trump's crypto policy. So let's look at it over here. They are set to announce a major shift in U.S. cryptocurrency policy, including plans for a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick confirmed that details will be unveiled at the White House Crypto Summit on Friday. Trump emphasized Bitcoin's importance. So this was a bit of an issue with some people here because they were not very unhappy with the fact that he was throwing more cryptocurrencies, XRP, Cardano, Solana as well. He says here he's going to give special treatment to Bitcoin under the new policy. He's going to include these other cryptocurrencies, Brendo, but they're going to be handled a little bit differently.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on, that reaction, you have to say in general, coming off that announcement on Sunday has been really disappointing across the board. as you say, catching a lot of people by surprise as far as what's going to be included. But holding on to 51 here or near 51, guys, for IBIT. What do we do today?
Yeah, like it's like 89. It looks more interesting than 90 the more I look at it, and that's where I'm looking today. And it's about, so on IBIT that's going to be 50 and a half. So like the 89 level, that's where you got to kind of topped out in the afternoon. It was a breakdown day before. It's had some resistance. I'm just talking about the levels intraday. Obviously, it's a 24-hour market, but that's a significant one. We're already trending down into it. So I think you have a chance, but you need to be patient off the open, because I think we all understand the last little bit, catching dip buys through prior pre-market lows in this environment in the first few minutes has not been the greatest strategy in the world. So if a level is going to hold, I'd almost prefer that it hold cleanly and put in some higher lows off of that. Then you can start trading out and about above it instead of trying to catch that falling knife. So, that's the level I'm watching. It's about 89,000. We're pretty much right there. And with it 27 minutes to go, it wouldn't surprise me if you're trading at or below it, but that doesn't mean I want to blindly buy anything. It's not, I don't think it's that kind of day. Like I'm going to join things. If we start going and breaking out over key levels, I'm going to be joining longs if we show that kind of strength. But if we go dip buy hunting, I got to be very, very patient off of the open, especially when you have a downtrend and then a rally like yesterday. I think that can set up a lot of traps. Long term, feel absolutely fine here with Bitcoin. I think it makes perfect sense for them to say that Bitcoin's going to be the focus of a strategic reserve. That's what everybody assumed in the first place. It was the other side of it that caught everybody off guard. So I think Lutnick's just kind of saying, calming everybody down, which I guess that's what his role would be in this situation. So he didn't say anything that was a big deal. Even if you put the other ones in there, Bitcoin was always going to be the biggest of the holdings, but we still have no hard facts, and hopefully we'll find out on Friday.
The thing is, too, is that once the United States does something, other countries will follow suit as well.
Not us.
I don't know, maybe
You
us.
think so?
Who knows? Well, we're going to have a new government in a couple months, so we'll have to see what they do. But, just looking at Mara down here, I think it's kind of shown the trade that we had mentioned before was you getting long into this area, watching $12 hold there, and a lot of upside. If things can work out, for BTC and for mining and even for some of the other coins that we're talking about there, right? It's a high tide lifts all ships. So I think there's a great chance this can get back to 17 in here, 17 to 19, where you have the 200 period moving average. This is a daily chart. So yeah, I kind of like buying dips here on Mara, and I think you had an advantage, an opportunity to do that the last couple of days, right down in here into $13. I mean, those were great longs, right? So if crypto can crash. So if it can get to 83 again, which would be 10% down or so, right? I mean, so that's a 10% move. Remember, store of value, right? So if we can move 10%, I can't believe we were even saying that, and we just did it yesterday, down again, then I think Mara might be a good buy down here at 13.25 or so. See if we can hold that $13 level, and then we'll see from there. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't like the fact that we're bouncing off 90 right now, but that might just give us an opportunity to get long. So why don't we put some bids down here, 13.50 maybe? Start the bidding around there. See if you can get picked up on some Mara, especially if crypto makes a move down, and you might be overweighted on IBIT or on the coin itself. Maybe take a shot with Mara. So you have your stop at $12. Honestly, like to go long at 13.25 and have your stop at 12. I think it's a lot of
10% risk.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad at all
on Mara. That's
for
fantastic.
The upside on Mara. So, anyways, could be a way to play options in that as well. So, all right, look, it's our watch list right now. You can go get it. Scan that QR code. Description is in the. It's in the description.
Link in
our description.
It's all good.
Better just to scan the QR code at this point. So do that. It's completely free, man. It's what I built. The sticky notes out. I build it off of that. We have some great ideas on there. Small cap runners at the bottom as well. Major news, economic releases, upgrades, downgrades, the whole work. So go make sure you scan that and the e-signal QR code as well while you're at it. You might as well do both.
It's just some
might as well do both. Yeah.
First month free.
Yeah. Something like that.
A bunch of product announcements just coming through here for Apple. I mean, the stock's really not reacting to this. It's going down, if anything, but they've unveiled the M4 MacBook Air featuring up to 18 hours of battery life, 12 megapixel camera, center stage camera, and other details. They also unveiled a new Mac Studio computer and the M3 Ultra chip. So there's a bunch of product launches, or announcements anyways, just happening right now for Apple. Keep an eye on that. There's also something on NVIDIA. GTC 2025 coming up. March 17th, I just checked, is their AI conference. So
Oh boy.
NVIDIA's CEO Jensen saying they'll unveil, quote unquote, what's next at GTC this year, coming up March 17th for NVIDIA.
Oh, that's going to be a big day for us. We'll have to definitely cover that. So we'll keep tabs on that. Let's talk a little crowd, though, Brendo, because stock's down almost 9% here in the pre-market. So it was a weak guidance, guys. They beat on revenue, $1.06 billion, beating the street's estimate of $1.03. They did miss, though, or you can't really tell, on earnings per share, $1.03 they printed. Apparently, it's not directly comparable to estimates. Let's talk about the guide, because that's what we move on right now. Net loss. They lost about $92.3 million compared to the $53.7 that they had printed previously. Annual recurring revenue, about $4.24 billion, surpassing the street's expectations of $4.21. Now we're talking about the guidance. Full year 2025 guidance. Adara brought this to my attention in the morning. They're guiding $3.33 to $3.45 earnings per share. That's well below the estimates of $4.42. That's almost $1 miss there, if not more, at the lower end of the range. With respect to Q1 2025 earnings, Brendo, they're guiding 64 to 66 cents per share, which also handily missed the street's estimates of 95.
Yeah, that all said, nice bounce underway here, guys. I mean, this is a higher time frame anyways. 3 candles in a row back to the upside here to start things off.
Yeah, I think we've seen this story before with CrowdStrike. Where there's some sort of a miss or a hiccup on earnings, and then by the time you get to the open, you feel like you've already made the low. Ideally, look, perfect world, like I said, 330 to 330. I guess it's more like 340. I think I said 338, and that's being way too technical. 330 to 340 is, I think, an obvious buy zone on a quality stock. So it doesn't seem as likely that we're going to get there because the stock just bounced like $10 off of the low. So the chances that you break that low and then rush another $20 down, not necessarily as high for CrowdStrike. So I don't see necessarily myself trading this. One other option could be, and another reason why we're talking about why you should always stick around, make sure you catch the aftermarket show, is some of the levels and where the buyers come in on a stock like this. You saw a level off at like $360, because that could be your go zone. If it's not going to get down to that big level in the 30 to 40 range, then you've got the 360 underneath that you can use, because that's where it held in the aftermarket. And now trading at 66. But yeah, I don't see myself trading it. Had it gone really far down, then it would have gotten really exciting for me for a bounce trade. But we'll stick to the name that's next, because it's Palantir is next as I see it on the list. And then we're looking at some chip names as well, like Intel today. We'll talk. We already talked about iBit, but yeah, I'll probably pass on CrowdStrike unless disaster strikes.
Yeah, look, when we opened the show, we started with CrowdStrike. That was about a half hour ago. I said it's going to go up from here. Now it's up $8 from there. And I think that that's what you just want to do. You want to play, obviously, on earnings. We talk about pre-market breaks. And so you want to wait now to see about a retest down here near 357. That's about the best advice I can give here. I think it's going to be a long. The problem is the PE right now is 90. It's pretty, pretty up there, right? The forward PE is something like 700, according to Benzinga right now with those guides. So 357, I would say you want to wait to see what happens down there. I'm not too worried about that wick at 8 o'clock with sort of the dark pool dumps, but that was down to 352, 353. So yeah, I think you just want it to pull back. Get long, retest these bottoms, make sure that there are actually buyers there, because you're only at 300,000 shares. But again, CrowdStrike's off $100 from its top, so that's a pretty good burn there, down about 20% or so. And now if you do fall into where all this consolidation happened, I think that's a buy if you wanted to, again, get into something that shouldn't be tariff specific, right? Let's just give them a sandbag quarter. If they're going to guide that low, they'll probably beat. So, and then when they do beat, they'll be like, there we go. We beat again, and then we look forward to the next quarter. So sometimes you just have to put up with it a little bit. And I think CrowdStrike right now is having some medicine, and we'll just see if it bounces off that 357 today.
You're trying to hold a little bit higher at this point. Still a ton of relative strength versus what happened to the rest of the market yesterday specifically. And then here we are up better part of 2% almost, or was 1.8% anyway, a couple of minutes ago. Lots of positive analyst moves. William Blair with a full-on upgrade for PLTR this morning. They're also teaming up with TWG Global on a joint venture to deploy an AI program across financial services and insurance. So all kinds of strength yesterday. Here we are again.
Yeah, not bad here. They've kind of removed their bearish stance, Brendo, off Palantir, upgrading it from underperform to market perform. No specific price target that is given for the sell-off. But here's the deal. So Palantir's share have already fell 33% in the past 3 weeks, dipping down from 125 to 84. Partly due to this Doge-driven sell-off and likely the cuts that are coming in to the Defense Department. But despite the decline, the firm still considers Palantir's valuation frothy, with a potential 40% downside risk if the government contracts, which they rely heavily upon, are delayed.
From the current point, which has already come in a lot, back to 80 here, guys, and holding nicely for Palantir.
It doesn't work out to exactly that super support zone at the 60 whatever level. So that 40% down would take you actually a little bit underneath where I think everybody wants it, in that 60 range. There it is on the daily. Remember, this chart's just going to show it from when it went to the NASDAQ. But actually works out because it shows you the double bottom at 64. So, worry about that when it gets there. I think that's going to be an interest. Whatever, that's kind of an obvious buy zone. Today, I love the double bottom on Palantir. Any stock that's had that kind of a pullback, you get double barrel support. If we see that price, great, for sure, like it's alongside. But I really do think, if we can resist this move back in, hold that lower high, the higher low from yesterday, and bust it out at 88.5, I'm gonna like that breakout. And if it traps some shorts by breaking down, maybe all the better. It's got a bit of a wide range, and I didn't really want to be trading it in the middle. I either want this going or waiting for that big level that we got down there on PLTR. That said, if it flushes the prior low at 84, that 84, 85, and is able to hold on to that, you can always start working. And if it forms a double bottom there, I don't mind intraday double bottoms either. I just feel like I like the breakout, and I like to dip by at 78, 79, and one of those two things is a heck of a lot closer than the other. You'd have to drop like a rock to see that double bottom.
Yeah, look, I don't want to get down to $80 today, that's for sure. But we wrote it down there. There's a nice little upgrade. If we can get a dip buy into $83.50, $84, I like that. It's pretty simple here. Couple ideas. Go look for it. Thank you for everybody that is checking out the sticky note. But right there's 84 right at the end of the day yesterday. I just think Palantir's vulnerable again. It's just one of those names where, we talked about it being cult kind of driven to the upside right there. Would love to get out more if we can ever get back into the $100 mark. I still think we can do that. We were up to $94 just a couple days ago. I think these are great dip buy opportunities. So $83, $84. I don't know about dip buying opportunity. I'm not saying for the long term. I just think for intraday right here, this level, that's 84. So we could almost bounced off there yesterday, held here, broke through, closed there. So 83.50 into, and we talked about this again a half hour ago. I think 83 would be your kill zone for me. So we break too much below this 83 and change, then we can get out. So right now I have bids at 84 and 83.50. So I'm not trying to buy this blowout top right now. Well, not that it's a blowout top, just that it's up 2%. So it's already up quite a lot considering where we are in the market, I feel. A lot of buys, though, today. This is no NASDAQ stocks. These are going to be all New York names. So the big one that I just saw there was Baba. This could be something that's interesting today again as well, as some of the Chinese names continue to break out a little bit off some of those lows that we just made a couple days ago. 3% up on Alibaba there. UBS is nice. Cliffs, eh? This is not a big amount for them.
No, it's
but that's up 2% as well. So, a couple things. Oh, there's HIMS. What's HIMS doing? $40 still. Okay, not bad. HIMS down 5% today, though. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
Let's talk about some of these. Nice start right across the board. You guys mentioned Alibaba. All of them pretty much to the upside this morning. There's not a heck of a lot as far as a reason why. That's JD.com, 3.4% to the upside. Beijing reaffirming some support overnight as far as the economic side. Nothing we haven't heard in the past, but nice bounce once again.
Yeah, they came out, they reaffirmed their guidance for the full year, Brendo, fiscal stimulus as well. Let's talk about that. GDP growth target for 2025, now around 5%, guys, amidst escalating trade tensions with the U.S. They're targeting it, but they're saying it's going to require very arduous work. Now let's talk about the budget deficit that they're raising in order to meet this situation. So they're raising their budget deficit to 4% of GDP, the highest it's been since 2010. The previous high was 3.6% back in 2020, and they plan to issue about 1.3 trillion yuan in ultra long-term special treasury bonds. I don't know what ultra long-term, Brendo, but it sounds
ultra long.
Sounds long.
Yeah. Back to, I mean, a lot of these are back to the top end of the range or getting there anyways. Could be some resistance coming into play here, guys, for China.
Possibly. I mean, BABA's got, as you said, there's a nice range to be played off of with BABA. Some of the tops that you see, like there's just so many gaps, like out and about and above and below. So it isn't often that you get something like this in BABA where you have it sort of lining up there, and 135 looks like it's a big spot for a play. I do like this is just a dark pool wick. It hasn't traded down to 129 this morning. Sometimes you get those for like overnight. So if you see like an overnight low or just like a prior close, a lot of times you'll see dark pool prints down there. I don't think we see 129.5, but that's the other level to play off of. But the other, like the names that I think will trade off the open are going to be iBit, Palantir, Intel, Nvidia. Those are names on the list and on the watch. BABA for me is more of a, hey, if we're breaking out above 135 and I don't have anything that looks good, let's go over to BABA and try to join the trend. Or if we're playing down into 129 and nothing is looking any better, then go over to Alibaba. That'll be the play for China. Diddling in the middle for now, so not really looking to heavily trade this today.
Yeah, I mean, I like China. I think we can also look at FXI as a possibility there as well. But I do want everybody to make sure you do scan that QR code below there and unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet. That's right, it's nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabascan Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. Boom. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear, and Foremost is your entry on the NASDAQ under FMST. Yeah, with Amazon, Google, we just saw in there, of course, as many, and by the way, on the CSE, FAT, go to foremostcleanenergy.com. But I actually have on my list today as well, SMR. We talked about uranium was really hot yesterday, so definitely a spot to look at there, FMST. But look, for FXI, just for China names, again, something's going to have to power, DeepSeek as well, and some of this AI that's been happening right there. FXI right now pretty leveled off here off the open. But again, I don't know. We heard, Brendan started the show saying that, will these tariffs last a day, 2 days, 3 days? I don't know how long these things are going to last, but China doesn't seem to be too much worry here about this as the China 100 index continues to be near the top, right? We're talking about the NASDAQ at the 200 period right now. We're talking about the S&P 500, I think, broke the 50 period, right? So China's up. So I think you ride the wave. I think you buy the dips. I like buying 200 period moving averages on the 1 minute chart, especially off open. So if we do get something maybe to 35.60, 35.70 down there, to me, that would be a buy. So yeah, you could look at Alibaba to get some juice in you. And then also NIO. We always look at this name because like $4 just seems to be like, I don't know, just here. And it's like if you can get moves down. So keep your eye on it. If it does move into the $4 mark, we really haven't broke that since back summertime. So that looks like a decent spot there. And you never know with some of those numbers coming out of China. They could surprise you and NIO's up 10% or something one day. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk with 10 minutes before the bell.
In person. We were just reading about this NVIDIA conference coming up again, March 17th to the 20th. The 20th specifically, they're going to have a quote-unquote quantum day, and they just released a whole list of companies. I didn't see any of them that were public, but They just released a whole list of quantum-focused companies that are going to participate in this Quantum Day, which will be the last day. March 20th, there'll be a live stream, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. or 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific time, Eastern time, but in Pacific time because they're out in San Francisco. But yeah, GTC 2025 coming up here at the end of March.
Can't wait to hear what he has to say about quantum because, you know, he kind of was single-handedly responsible for
poured some cold water on it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
10 to 30 years is what he said there, more like 30 years. But Donald Trump also chimed in about the CHIPS, Brendo, so let's talk about what he had to say yesterday in his address to Congress. He called the CHIPS Act a horrible law. He advocating for repealing the CHIPS Act and saving the money there to reduce the national debt. He argues that the tax credits for semiconductor production are a waste of money, and he believes his tariff strategy would achieve the same goal. Just to refresh everybody's memory, the CHIPS Act has cost about $53 billion so far. It incentivizes companies like TSMC, Intel to build their foundries or semiconductor chips in the United States. He does support onshoring of chip productions, but he disagrees with the methodology used in the CHIPS Act.
Might be more important for some other companies that we've mentioned numerous times around here, but NVIDIA, guys, trying to hold on to some key levels here right now.
Well, yeah, the CHIPS Act story that's not an NVIDIA thing. We were just sort of talking about it. Like when that conference happens, I think you guys know the drill. Like if any public company gets mentioned at the quantum conference, you're almost going to need like some kind of a bracket stop to try to execute because the algos will be all over that because something's going to go parabolic or something's going to flush, and you know there's going to be a lot of movement because when Jensen talks, when NVIDIA talks, everyone listens. NVIDIA, I think we need to clear 120 today to really, really get going, and unless that happens, I always look back to, hey, where did this thing turn around yesterday? And that was at $112. So you have afternoon 114. Like if we get this, we're still trending. I know we bounced a couple of candles in the NASDAQ. We're still kind of trending down. So you got 114, 112 that are the levels to look for to the downside there. And then maybe if we're breaking out that 120 on NVIDIA. I suspect if that happens, Palantir is probably going ham in that. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious where the levels are going to be on NVIDIA. And I mentioned if we do get a strong up day, AMD at the next resistance level is going to be a short for me. I don't think it's... Are we strong enough to get there today? Probably not. But that's the one. I'm going to be locked and loaded, ready for it. It's that trend line over and over and over again on AMD on the daily chart. So when it gets up to that top, I'm always looking to revert it. And then Intel 22 is the other one we're watching. Intel was like an 8% drop off the open yesterday. Like it was nasty. And like a great shorting opportunity, and it dropped off 22 in the afternoon again.
Yeah, we hit Intel great. We had that great long in the afternoon at 21.50 on Intel. So I have Intel right here as a big trade idea, $22 short there. I don't like the Trump talk about the CHIPS Act, but I'm still long Intel. It's just for today. I want to wait until more information on that. I don't think that, when he says that kind of stuff, sometimes you got to rethink, and like he talks about America first and all this stuff. So I think Intel will still be a play. So let's not necessarily go short the stock or anything like that on options. But I do think if you're looking for the weeklies or something, I could be under some pressure here. So I'm just going to play it back up into 22. I'm waiting at 21.80 to see about a short right there. Could be 21.65. Again, when we wrote the sticky note, down here at 8 o'clock earlier, it was 21.50, so there was a good chance that we did get up to the upside. We've fallen down 50 or 30 cents from there, so maybe we could bump back up that 30 cents. Just here again, 22, good tops. I think it's a real easy trade up there. Like, easy to understand why I like it, easy to understand why it could work. So that's that. And then here for NVIDIA, it's on the sticky note as well today. Can't ignore that. This 115, this is it right here. We can draw a line. We still have 5 minutes to go. We'll look at the imbalances in a minute. But right there, stop, bounce, so we'll try that. Now, of course, we get down to 116. Instead of going down $1 and getting us long, it now pops up $1 here, up 1%. But we've played with NVIDIA many times, every day. And every day. It's the greatest stock ever. It's the greatest stock ever. But no, NVIDIA right there just catches a bid. So that's why it's going to the upside right now. We can't, you can't predict what's going to happen in these imbalances. There goes Palantir. I just thought I saw it, but we'll, there it is.
Yeah.
They're AT&T. So Palantir now starting to head up as well. 86, 86.50 we just stopped out at. Baba's there. I saw Apple, Broadcom's on. Oh, Apple's a sell. Yes. All right, let's just do this right now because we didn't get to some of the fan funding and missed it. So thank you, Richard Tang, for becoming a new member with us here today. Vinu wants to know about Box. Yes, it's at a great level there of $30. We'll look at that in a minute. And Arsis FX, thank you so much again. Well, thank you to everybody for all becoming a member and everything. But thank you, Arsis, for 28 months of membership. So thank you so much for that one. We do really appreciate everything. But again, for Box, just looking at the chart again, we know they just had earnings, I think. Remember, or maybe it was D-Box. But anyways, just a huge move down here off the daily chart, but still not horrible. Falling right into the 200 period is what I was going to identify. That's been a level that I've really liked for a long time on many names. So if you still like the story behind Box, then I feel like it would be a buy because right into here you have $30 again. So holding on to your long now, I think it's in danger if we do break below 30 and lose this last support. But you do have that wick verified bottom at 29.30. So that's a level for you right there. But look, this gap, it could fall into $25. So I'd say be prepared for that. This market is right now trying to figure itself out. So I'm not sure. I do have Google, the other name that we didn't really talk about, right there, down to 170. That could be a bid. We picked this bid up yesterday. That's where the low was, right there off the close, and we were able to pick that up as well off that low. So that was a good trade for us at the end of the day. I wrote down 169 because we were at 170. So maybe 170 is a holding spot. But again, look at this, man. The market's kind of like, this is a 40-cent spread. So you never know where you're going to get long, but I'm bidding down near 169. And then SMR, and then I'll give it back to Neil just for some of his early ideas. And then SMR right now, I wrote down $17. So that would be good if we can get that level, and then we'll give it to 1650, and we'll just wait to see what happens with SMR back into here. 200 period moving average is right here. Here's 16, where's 1650 right there. So not a bad little level that we should be able to support. So again, nice move yesterday on SMR. Let's see if it can hold it today up 2%.
So a lot of people have asked about Tesla. Actually, Tesla wasn't on my list of stocks I'm looking at the open, but it's a little bit relatively ho-hum today, like right in the afternoon range. So that's why I backed away from it. I think if you get the double bottom, that can work out. But I'd be much more interested in Tesla when it's squeezing, and that would be breaking out at 285. But it's not on the list today. There was a question in the chat about how long can imbalances stay imbalanced. Opening imbalances until the open. For the NASDAQ, that's precisely at 9:30. For the New York, sometimes they don't open the stock right away. So the New York, I've seen it held for minutes, but usually it's within a few seconds after the open. They pair everything off wherever they can best do it, and that's where you get the opening print from. So we're looking at Palantir. Intel will be on the watch right away this morning. We'll see what happens about IBIT as well in that 89,000 level, which is about 50.5. I want to see it hold on to that. And it is Hump Day, Wednesday. Yeah. It's going to be a fun one today, that's for sure. So let's get the bell going here because brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy. It's almost time to ring it here, Adara. Let's do it in 4, 3, 2, and
1. All right, Google. All right, so yeah, I'm just making sure my notes are fine here. Your out for NVIDIA. I just put a bid at 160.
Already Intel?
Just because where it went right there. So yeah, I mean, I have my Intel offer. By your assumption there, I guess it's going down already.
Of course.
So there goes Intel, yeah, flushing. So we can play back to VWAP, 2140, 2150 now for this name as, yeah, it's starting to go down. The NASDAQ's fading out here. The NASDAQ's turning red. So look out now as this NASDAQ turns red. We may get some exciting moments here. In names like NVIDIA or in some of these other names. Got an eyelash right there. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and let's just continue to go. So a nice little pushback down there for the NASDAQ. And there it is, nice little regain. So it looks like NVIDIA there, we were waiting for 116 for that local bottom. Doesn't hit, looks like 117 right there holding for that. And then the other big runner that can, every morning, look at that, see? Can you take a look at that? Palantir right back into 84.50. Where am I even bidding on this name? 84.05. So we just missed that. Maybe let's try a little bit of a dip buy there on Palantir then.
Yeah, I just typed NY for Palantir, so my chart's not going to load up. But I was going to.
That's too bad.
I was going to go to the exact same stock to say more or less the same thing. That 84 level came in. Maybe it can come back. It's already at 85. It's Nvidia that looks right now like it's the strong one. Maybe just cancel. I'm canceling my bid at 114.5 on Nvidia. There's no dip at the open that's strong enough just yet. So maybe we can see this one trade and bounce off that 20 and give us some kind of pullback trade to work off there.
We got
in
Palantir.
NVDA. So nothing yet for me. Intel dropped right off the open, so there was. Why am I still offering 21.90? That's useless at this point. Bounce off 21. I want to short the pop. Next available pop on Intel is a short.
Okay, so we do have a position right now. A starter position. So we have like a 1 unit spot. Okay, well, we'll get something out then for a quarter. We got something out. We got about 10% out there for a quarter. Here we go. We talked about trying to buy some Palantir on that dip. We wrote down 83.50 on our sticky note. So there's no way, even though this could be a good price and we just took some profit. I'm not layering into this yet. Let's trust what we looked at before here with Palantir, and that was in and around here. We said 83 would sort of be the spot where we could say we're wrong, and we've seen this happen to us many times before on Palantir on big moves, especially off the open, and then it just gets bought back up. So let's be patient with it. My next bid is at 84.05s, so down there, and then we'll wait for that 83.50 area where we start to get a little bit longer on PLTR. Looks like Nvidia is also coming back in there.
Yeah, it's starting to really drop now. So Nvidia is going to come into the game here. I do think it's hitting that 116 level, so a little bit lower, and you're going to start playing into that close. Yeah, it's not the close price, but it's the close bottom at the 115, where if it's under 114, I'm not fighting it. As long as it's above 114, I'm willing to do the dip buy. Intel is just... Yeah, there's no big love on Intel to be able to get a pop so that we can short it. And then AMD, again, the other short idea, it's right at 100, so I'm not hitting a 100 short. That doesn't make any sense. PLTR is right at that 84 here. Now it's holding the 84 level. This is starting to look a little bit better. I'm going to get him for the first time here. I think at some point we'll go to Adara, but I don't think we're going to her just yet. NVIDIA just hit 115.5, so it looks like that's also about to come in here. Position board might not be...
Position board.
Position board's not working. Let's reset that.
Okay,
let's go to Adara.
I have 3 positions.
Keep an eye here on Selection Therapeutics, SLXN. If you're looking for a small cap name, this one is on the move, announcing groundbreaking initial data apparently from their orthopic pancreatic cancer model studies. So SLXN with some study results. Also worth noting here, this name has run in the past and it has just under 1 million share float. So small float for a small cap mover, SLXN. Back to you.
All right. I guess Andre's going to get... is that position board fixed now or not yet? Okay, that should be let's make that priority 1 if we can do that, because that's what we need to be showing. We're long Palantir right now, 84.25, so that's going to be a price that we're long. We're also long Nvidia right now at 115.95, so we did pick up something there at the bottom for Nvidia. If that's the bottom, I don't know. SMR as well we're in. So we're in these 3 names right now. So that's something to look for here once that board gets fixed in just a couple of seconds. All right, so Palantir here. Here we go. We're going to try to get some out 85.50 and change on PLTR, but a nice upside push right now. Green so far here today on these 3 longs, but definitely a slippery slope.
Yeah, no question about that. I'm only in 2 of them. Let me just cancel some orders there on Intel because it's not going to get to that price. The new plan in Intel is to work off of this low here, 21.25, back into this local high. So it's trying to bounce right now. So we're going to try and grab that. We want to be short Intel today if there's any market weakness. Almost said AMD. Nvidia, that's bouncing off. I tried to add there as it came back through 115.5. I have 77s long, and we're looking to grab a little bit more. Palantir doing the same thing. And then there was, Amazon. Amazon, I like a 207 break on Amazon. Amazon just held the pre-market low, and I just realized I canceled my order. I'm just going to put that back in. I like a 207 break on Amazon. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it, but my order wasn't in. Now the order's in on Amazon. It's a couple of dollars away, so it's not like it's imminently coming in there. But if you see this breakout, I like an Amazon long trade. So the next time we take a fill, we should have the position board work.
No, I'm taking fills.
I just took one too.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get the position board up, but right now go over to Adara.
Keep an eye on Amgen here. You get a little bit of a move on this 3-minute chart off the open, announcing that they've started their late-stage study of their monthly obesity drug. So an obesity drug play here for AMGN. Also, just to remind you, 9:45, so in less than 10 minutes, we're going to be getting S&P services and composite PMI data. Then at 10 a.m., we're going to be getting some ISM data, factory orders data, and some revised core durable prints. So some economic data on watch, guys. Back to you.
All right.
I
so
just
thanks,
came in
Tara.
for me too.
Yeah, everything's coming in like hot right now for everything. So Palantir, we got to start looking at some stops. I mean, we're back in here into this 83 level. So we just took a bid down here and honestly looking to see about a drop down. We said if it breaks through $83, then we got to get out. So 82.75 or so. We'll buy a little bit down here. We're long. It's too bad. We are working on the board. It will get up in just a couple of seconds. So bear with us. For everybody watching for the first time, Neil and I's positions will load up here and you'll be able to see them momentarily. SMR comes in into 1650. So we're just long everything that we thought we would want to be long. And Palantir down here at 83, it's the level that we liked. And then NVIDIA down here at 115. We were able to get something out there at 1620s. So it's trying to battle back now as well. So I'm not all doom and gloom about anything right now. That is just a little bit of a move down. I mean, NVIDIA, we were just at 116 again. So we're going to need to go. Like, I don't like the fact that we keep on bouncing off some of these tops. I'd like to see a continuation on some names because here comes the NASDAQ right back in again near lows. So definitely not something to hang our hat on some of these longs for now. But yeah, Palantir. So I'm still taking fills. So still not working out for the position board.
No, it's
but yeah, bear with us and we'll be on that. There goes Palantir. Yep.
I just stopped out of PLT. Well, okay, it wasn't just now, but I stopped out when we broke 84 there on on Palantir. I have Intel on the brain because that's what I wanted short, so apologies there. And NVIDIA just lost first support at 115 and a half. So I'm out of that one as well. We did get a bounce. We were able to cover some at the 116 level. Pretty much, I think probably exactly what Sean had said, but as the market's falling, I just tried to grab Intel here at 21s and then start working off of VWAP. So if I can get a consolidation short on Intel, that should be the jam. I guess we'll nibble in the high 90s and see if we can't get a little piece of the party here. So now we'll see if we're going to hold up there. PLTR, I'm not saying it's going to get down there, but on the off chance, if you see Palantir get underneath $80, double bottom. If it falls like a rock, I'm going long down there on Palantir. Double bottom, yes, please. But it's not there yet, but we're halfway, and we didn't think it was that big of a possibility. I didn't think it was that big of a possibility. Got to be prepared for it if it does happen. So I just got 96s short on Intel. That'll be the first short of the day for me as the market heading to the downside.
Big time.
Although trying to make a little bit of a bounce here. At least NVIDIA is trying to make a little bit of a bounce, I should say.
See, so we did it. We're going to go to Darren in a second, but we basically did it again there on Palantir where we got hit when it broke through 83, and then it just rips right back up, and we're long again. Okay, yes, the position board is working. Not completely right, but hopefully once I get out of SMR. So there goes Palantir. So the prices look right here. No, they don't. So I'm long at 83. All right, we'll figure this all out. Maybe one more reset there because the prices are a little bit off, but we're long Palantir and NVIDIA right now. Nice battle back right now. So we've got about $1 on Palantir. It's too bad we got stopped out when we did, but that's trading. We talk about that all the time. NVIDIA long, SMR long, Palantir long. 3 big longs right now trying to battle back for this market. Thank you, Mr. Randy there for that. And there goes Palantir again. More outs. Let's go. There goes NVIDIA. Oh boy, we are hella green right now. Nice bounce right here on Palantir. Over $1 in the money on this one. What's up, eh? Wow, Palantir. Damn,
we have another small cap that's certainly to the upside here today, guys. It's Chromadex, CDXC. This one is about a $600 million market cap, 5% short float, 50 million share float. And here are the deets with this name. So basically, they had earnings last night, beating on GAAP earnings per share and sales. So small cap earnings play, CDXC, actually near day's highs, guys. And again, in about less than 5 minutes, we're going to be getting S&P data here for some of these PMIs. So stay tuned. I will give you that in about 5 minutes. Back to you.
What? Oh no, it's gone again.
Okay, they're trying to.
Okay, so I'm only in. I'm going to take
the
next
way
bill
off.
I get.
Oh, I'm not short Palantir. Please do not send any hate mail at me. I am very hella long.
I am long
right now.
I am long
Palantir.
IBIT though. That's correct.
Yeah. I'm hella long. All right. Okay, good. Yeah, get rid of it now. No, we're figuring it. Thank you. Ramin's trying let's switch the board and do everything
they're all on.
over there. So
this is oddly enough my fault.
Shout out to
I did
Ramin
something this morning.
again for trying the best on this, and we'll get it fixed in just a couple seconds. But look at Nvidia right now. $1.50 in the money on Nvidia. $2 in the money on Palantir. Day's goal hit. It's 9:40 right now. What a big day over here, Neil, as this continues to go, man. This is going to be obviously my best day of the month. It's only the 5th, but there it goes. Nice move up there for Nvidia. And guess what, man? It's all about Sticky Note Nation today, because all of these levels, man, I mean, I should have looked at Google. I don't know. We didn't look at that yet, but we have to wait. We're SMR down there at 1650. That's where we're long. That's 60 cents in the money. Nvidia 115 long. That's $1.50 in the money. Palantir long, 83.50, $84. Right now, that is $2.50 in the money. So we're starting to go, oh boy, Neil, now Palantir's at 85 and change. So we got stopped out at the bottom. And we just bought right back in, man. And there it goes. This happens to us all the time on Palantir, but now we go hella green on the name, thankfully, as we're holding a decent spot of this one. So $2.50 in the money on Palantir, and $2 in the money, or $1.75 in the money now on Nvidia. So there we go, man. We strike again on what a big day this has been here. So let's go. There's the board. Neil's got IBIT.
It is now correct. I'm into IBIT. It just broke that VWAP in there. For me, PNTR.
Wow, man.
Palantir broke, once it broke 84, I wanted to see that down at the 80 level, so we weren't able to grab that. We like Amazon, and it's trying to break out the top, but I don't think I'm going to wait for 207 on Amazon. I'm going to look for this one to hold above 205 and see if we don't join that party right then and there. So Amazon could be the next possible trade for me. I don't mind getting back into NVIDIA. Actually, I did try to get it back on the way through. I had it on the way down. It broke. I punched the same level we liked before at 115.5, but didn't get the fill. So if it comes back, I'm just going to leave the order in. If we pick it up, if we hold VWAP, then I want to join it to the upside. So really just in IBIT right now, and Amazon is going to break out any second now through the local high. That'll be 205.40 on Amazon. This was just a bounce off the 200 period moving average on the daily and trend continuation.
Oh boy. All right, so this is what SMR looks like off of the sticky note, 1650, we wrote down 17 to 1650 is what we wrote down on the sticky note. So we sit there and take our trade, and now we're starting to get out on a nice little upside move right there. Palantir, man, right back up to the 50-period moving average. Of course, we're going to dump that out as we do get a nice rebound here in the NASDAQ. So we're going to get out of, again, we still have 40% of this trade as it continues to march higher and higher and higher. And then NVIDIA, very, very similar. Wow, NVIDIA's even, okay, this is starting to get exciting now. Over 117, we're long at 115. So there it is, man. It's a $2. Joe, man. 1-2 there for NVIDIA, 1-2 there for Palantir, and then SMR just hanging out with, we don't have a $50 club, but that's happening right now. But hey, man, we're not resting. Like, we just got out of some NVIDIA there. Remember, like we said this yesterday, the right trading idea might be to scalp out. And, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to hold for the home runs, which I think that, we're I don't know if what the right who's going to lead the league in the home runs this year, but Anthony Santander, yeah, most recent Blue Jay, of course.
Aaron Judge, obviously.
Aaron Judge, yeah. Oh, is it going to be okay?
It's always Aaron Judge.
Okay,
it's just
that's
the answer to the question.
Yeah, so I was going to say, you can hit home runs, but then you can also strike out. So that's, you get the big swings. Sometimes in a market like this, worth holding on for those big swings, but also, man, hitting doubles back and forth, things like that will definitely work out. So pay attention to that one. All right, we are going over to Adara for a number.
945.
With these numbers here, higher than expected S&P Services PMI and composite here for the month of February. 51 for S&P Services PMI versus 49.7 expected. 51.6 here for the composite PMI, above estimates of 50.4. And if you look at this market here, let's see what kind of reaction we have. Not too much, still kind of rejecting this area after this pop to the upside, but that 497 certainly serving as some resistance for the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the S&P 500 before we send it back off here. S&P 500 looking pretty similar. Again, worth noting, this is not the only economic data of the day, because we do have some prints coming through at 10 a.m. ISM Services PMI is the biggest print here. We'll also get U.S. factory orders at the same time, guys. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara.
Why no grr, Arthur Grasso says. I promise you this much. I can't promise for Sharif. Sharif will be on grr today. That was his stock. I love Invader Zim, but I'm not trading that one. We're back into Intel.
He will try his best.
So that came right. He said Sharif just said he'll try his best to look at Girl. I'll get there in a second. I just want to maybe get through the names that we're trading this morning. So a bit of a pop. It did not break the pre-market low. I wicked out. It's a bad entry on a stop. The stop should be at 21.20. It's there now, but I'm back with VWAP on the short. Want to be building into this one under 21.20. The actual short was supposed to be at $22, but look, Intel's not getting to $22 unless it moves 5% up. So you got to be able to move the posts at least a little bit. AMD was the other one I was looking for a pop and fade. That's nowhere near resistance either. Going to be a little bit more patient when it comes to AMD and Amazon. All right, so Amazon, no break. Okay, Amazon's headed right back, it looks like, toward the low. So if I like the long on Amazon, I might be waiting for it to retest the dip buy. No breakout there. It was very close to the breakout for Amazon. No breakout. Looks like it's pulling right back in. IBIT, it's 80. It's not 89 even. It's like 88.7 or something along those lines. It's always hard to tell on Bitcoin with regards to IBIT when that bottom gets put in. It's actually lower than that. It's probably like 88, 87.9 or something like that is the low. But it's 50.25 on IBIT. Going to look for a reload out in front of that to continue the long. Kind of hoping it's not going to be a complete short day.
Market losing some steam here. All right, we'll see what's up there.
I missed the rest of Intel here.
Maybe there's something going on.
Let's go to Adara again.
It's worth keeping an eye on Google here, Alphabet, YouTube, which is, of course, a Google or Alphabet subsidiary here, launching a $7.99 per month premium light subscription tier in the US. So now this new paid tier is $6 less than the premium tier. It does remove ads from everything except for music. So YouTube here with a new subscriber tier. Sometimes these type of things can be on watch, so keep an eye on GOOGL. Back to you.
Actually, I've considered paying for.
Yeah, I mean, my kids watch enough YouTube. It might be worth paying for that. I'm not going to panic on any of those moves. I don't think that's a major deal, but it's good news for Google shareholders. I mean, you're lowering the price. You want to get more people into your subscription base, and maybe that's a way of doing that. So, yeah. Look, the more analytics they have, the more they can use AI to figure out, where their best path is to revenue. Are people watching these ads? How much can they get off of them? Are they directed ads properly? I mean, I think we're going in the right spot. So I'll take that for what it's worth, and say that's probably a good thing for Google. But we'll wait. I mean, it's a shift in subscription pricing. So, all right, underneath VWAP, we just took some more out there of Palantir. Like I said, these are names right now, and that's why I use that home run analogy. Like, go there, hit the home runs, get them out, try to hit your spots, but don't be married to anything right now. And if you can, round second base, then you maybe start to do a little bit of that, because, wait for that next little area to start to either dip by or reload into some shorts. If you were short, if you were feeling short today, you had a great opportunity, 200 period right there on NVIDIA. So of course, we're going to unload. You could go short at VWAP. We're unloading our longs there. Look at all of these outs that we had up here on NVIDIA. Right? So now when it comes back in, we're able to sit here and wait and be a little more patient and figure out what exact prices we're looking at, and do we still like the long. So a little bit of a regroup. For me here on, if we break 114.50 or so, then we're going to be out of this. We will buy some more dips into 115, but let's be patient and not get caught in the middle. You start buying stuff in the middle here, it just becomes a little bit,
dicey.
Yeah, because you are going to test the bottom most likely, and you could get back up to the top. So I think it's worth it if you're bullish here or bearish, take a small piece. But we're right stuck in the middle here. So here comes a little bit of a flush down again. There's the NASDAQ looking to touch day's low.
Yeah, so just very quickly, Intel bounced off yesterday's low pretty decently there. 2075 is the low, 2076 doesn't really matter. That's the current bounce. Look, VWAP doesn't. I don't care about VWAP so much too early. I'm still going to work off the prior low here at 21.20 is going to be where I want to get short. So it has to be above 21 for a reload. Otherwise, I'm going to back off. I said I was going to wait for NVIDIA to retest the low of the day to try to get back in. We're trending down toward it. I think there's a decent chance that's going to happen. Amazon, not looking as strong as it did before. At this point, if we're going to retest the lows, it's going to be reloading either IBIT and NVIDIA, the ones that we're already trading. So Amazon will have to wait. If we show a little more strength, maybe I do eventually get into an Amazon long, but I'm not feeling it right now. You can't be I don't want to be bottom picking too many stocks. just try to focus on one or two is the best way to go there. So NVIDIA looking like the 115 half is going to hold here. So that's looking pretty good. iBit reload at 50-50, like 88 something. It's now back above 89. Resistance at 90,000 on iBit. So I'm taking profit every time it tries to test that level. So if we can bust through 90,000, that'll look great.
So SMR is fine. I'm looking at my net. We're down a little bit, obviously, from the highs because we still do have a position. We do have parts of our positions. We have about 25 to 30% of all of those that are still on board right now. NVIDIA, I have 3 longs. NVIDIA, does it show 4 there? NVIDIA, SMR, Palantir. No, that's right. So, all right, this came back in. Now, we were lucky enough to get some out at VWAP up here at 1720. If we can get that again, great. We just offered where it stopped, 1705. So if SMR can get, sorry, we're at 1708. So right there, if we can get a little bit of a bump up on that, we'll start to exit more of this position. As, again, down on the day, if the market turns even to the downside more, we could get a nice flush there on SMR. So let's take some profit out. Okay, here we go. Palantir, there it is, man. It's a VWAP trade right there. Okay, now we're right back to basically where we were at our high spot today. There goes Palantir back up to the upside. We did not dip by. Maybe bad advice, man. I said let's not take anything in the middle, but let's be patient for a move up. So there goes Palantir upside. That's $2 in the money. There goes NVIDIA again, 116.50. So we're going to go 3 for 3 here today on what I consider good size, good shares, good opportunities. Took advantage of that dip down, got stopped out on Palantir, bought it back, believed in that level. I mean, we believed in 83.50, so we were going to go long there anyways, lucky enough to get much better price. All right, Palantir 2 and change. SMR, ring the Reggie on that one as that's starting to go back up to the upside. So it's a big day over here again. We finished yesterday with a big day. We're starting one off again right now, but it's only 9.53. So like, what about if this market actually gets green, right? I mean, you're flat to right now. If you test VWAP, then oh boy, I'm not even sure what these positions are going to look like in 10 minutes. So let's still hold on. We're about 25% of all of them, and we're near the highs of the day in many of them. So let's wait to see, or sorry, at least at VWAP right there. More outs on NVIDIA. Stay patient, stay diligent right there. I see you got that Intel short.
Intel's it's trying to bounce off the lows, but it's not doing a very good job. Bitcoin, it's above 89,000. We keep resisting VWAP in here, so we're scalping out in front of VWAP. But CrowdStrike just broke 350. Sorry, check that. CrowdStrike just tagged 345. So it is now very, very close. It's SSR. It's down 11%. This is that support level we said it was unlikely to get there on Crowd, down at 340. Once it gets down to 340, I'm looking for any mean reversion trade, and I'm willing to take 3 swings at a mean reversion on CrowdStrike today as an SSR play in front of the 200-period moving average. So that's getting very close. If you see me pop into CrowdStrike, it's because it broke the prior low, well, whatever the low is right now, goes down at least to close enough to the 340, breaks the trend, and then I look for a long and give it to the bottom. So CrowdStrike down 11%. We're used to seeing this stock bounce when it does this on earnings. So I'm going to patiently wait for the opportunity there. It's not often you get a stock like that down. So like I said, Intel got out the first time, back in. It's at the lows. I want to be able to short the next pop. There just hasn't been a pop to be shorted yet. I feel like the next trade is lining up to be CrowdStrike instead of a reload of one of these two, the way that this is starting to come back in here. So, alert to Crowd. I'm not buying it here. Has to be a trend break. I don't want to say falling like a knife, but it's down 11%.
Okay. I'm not super, like I said, man, we'll run the gauntlet today pretty good so far. But, managing it, we just took a bunch more out on Palantir. This market is not giving me long vibes. So I'm starting to exit stage left pretty much on everything right now. So Palantir, more outs if we can get them. So we have 20% now. So we only exited out about 5 to 10% of all these positions just recently. So I still like it. We have durables number coming out here at 10 o'clock. Factory orders coming out at 10 o'clock. But anyways, just to tell you, we're starting to get out. We don't have the best prices on NVIDIA. Unfortunately, we do have a lot out on VWAP, and we do have 20% left of NVIDIA and of Palantir and of SMR, but we exited for sure. So far, so good on this play. 1520, 1525 coming into play there for NVIDIA again. Not in love with many of these names anymore. I'm going to get into now There we go. Let's get out. Okay, so there it is. We take another out there on Palantir, up at 84. Where did we just get that fill? 84 actually. There. So right where we are, starting to get a lot lighter. I'll test NVIDIA down here at 115, and that's about it. 115 flat, give it 50 cents. If it holds, great. If not, we're gonzo on that one. So yeah, man, so far so good here today. Like I said, it's been a good day. Just needed to get better. That's all.
Yeah, we just took a fresh low. Well, local bottom on IBIT just came out, so we broke that 50-40. We've been long at 48 and 51. That's now broken. All right, fresh low on CrowdStrike as well. That continues to go lower, so no break. That was real close to breaking out of the trend, but it's going to continue to hold on the trend, at least for now. It's going to take some kind of a real bounce to get it going a little bit more. Just lost the local bottom on IBIT. Now you're looking at 50-20. If we can bounce off there, we'll continue to look for that support. It's still in the pocket of the top end of yesterday's range. Remember that 50 level that we're trading off of into the high. So we're still in that pocket. Just have to let it get to the absolute bottom. Is NVIDIA going to hold 115?
No, so NVIDIA just did the over-under, but then it came back under.
If it gets, if it holds 15, I want to be back into it. It's that or CrowdStrike, and CrowdStrike. It's going to be probably a quick entry point, because if CrowdStrike starts to bounce, I feel like it could be a little bit, like it'll be a pretty hefty spike usually on a name like this. So I want to make sure that I'm ready if it does break this trend, because it's just riding it to the downside. Market just went 0.6 down on the NASDAQ. The ES just broke the low 0.3. So we are headed lower. No reload, just cancel my offer on Intel. I mean, Intel's not going to go up 2% that fast, so I might have to get something a little bit of a lower high on Intel.
Go.
That's what's happening here on INTC.
All right, so we did our play again, and it's starting to work out just a little bit right now, but let's wait to see if it does kick into action. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Nice move here for NVIDIA. So there's our 114.50 hold, man. I mean, this is what we said, man. We told you what we're here to do, man. And so let's go. There's NVIDIA. Let's see if that works out. Here's Google as well. But oh boy, now we've got some trades happening live for you again one more time, as we're in 4 positions and they're all bangers right now to the upside. Palantir, nice little take there as well. But it's NVIDIA, it's Google. Neil, there's another 70 cents. We're going to go 4 for 4 right now today, and hopefully it can hold out for us. There goes NVIDIA. Wow, we are now at the high spot that we've been at all day right now. Great trade there off the bottom. I hope you're able to pick something up. Good. You got NVIDIA as well. So nice move down there. We're long at 114.80 now on NVIDIA as we just continue to run this gauntlet northbound now as Palantir trying to kick it up. And Google, what a great find that was, guys, down there. We talked about where we were offering or bidding that name. As there it goes, Neil. We are now 1.5 times the day rate there as we were able to be patient, pick up our levels. And I mean, we started this sticky note today, not just with words of encouragement, but we also mentioned down here on our note, which is right here, that we would try to be very, very patient. So we talked about that way, waiting for our levels, and we did that. We did that in spades right now. So big time trading. I hope everything's going good for you guys. But Palantir now $2, right back there to the upside. Let's go, Adara.
Coming through here. We are just waiting on some ISM and factory orders data here in about 20 seconds. So ISM for the PMI, we're looking for 52.5 as the forecast. Previous print here was 52.8. Factory orders month over month, 1.7% was the forecast versus the previous of negative 0.9%. Other numbers include some revised core durable goods and durable goods numbers. But again, ISM PMI, probably the chief number here, higher than expected. 53.5 versus 52.5 expected. Factory orders month over month, exactly in line with expectations here. 1.7% versus 1.7% expected. ISM services, employment, prices paid, new orders, all above expectations. Core durable goods exactly flat here, and durable goods revised 3.2% versus 3.1 expected. So most of these numbers slightly higher than expectations. Those that weren't were flat. Look at the NASDAQ. You're breaking above that previous level of resistance at, what is this, those 497 level for the Q.
All right, guys, wow, we are cooking it up. Thank you, Adara. We hadn't seen a number like that in a minute. Look at Google. There it is, man. Google right now, $2 in the money. NVIDIA, $2 in the money. Palantir, $3 in the money. Neil, what's good?
We just grabbed $1.50 on NVIDIA, but I'm out. I was on the offer. I was on the offer when this number came out. It filled that instantly. Like you were just sitting there and it just picked us up at 116.5. The other thing that happened, I was sitting on the offer of Intel and I got that fill right back. This is how big the spike was right away. So I'm covering this one at VWAP because that was a hefty spike. Obviously, CrowdStrike, I said break before the number came out. It broke when the number came out. So I missed that trade because it went straight up to 349 when I was trying to get 346. The only thing we did is get out of NVIDIA 116.5 of the long and then back into a short on Intel there at 21.05, which is exactly where we had it before, as that one's trending right back into that low. So yeah, crazy. We haven't had a number like that, as Sean said. I haven't seen quote levitation on an economic number in a hot minute. I want to respect the strength of that, see if we can't get another leg out, because if the market's turned here, I don't want to get trapped just because a short's been working. If the market takes out the top, you don't want to get trapped on a day like today. Oh, and Amazon broke, but right back under the high. I was never going to take a breakout on an economic number, so I backed away from the Amazon break, but I still like the long here AMZN.
All right. In 10 minutes there, we made 3 daily goals. So that's the trading. That's what you're waiting for. You're waiting for those big explosive moves to happen. And again, that's why we preach everything that we do. We preach risk management because you don't want to get caught the other way. You want to be able to be in a name, take advantage of it when it works out for you, and then get out of dodge when it doesn't, right? So, I mean, that was quite the move there. And we, like I said right there, just did really well in a very short period of time. You know, that was before the number. Like we are just playing off the levels that we had predetermined already. You know, we were nervous coming in, obviously, as this was falling back in, and we can't ever control economic numbers or anything like that. So you have no idea, but you play off your levels, you have your stop. Like this order here at 14, like where am I long in NVIDIA? 1470. The stop is 1450. So 20 cents worth of a stop for $2+. We actually got $2.50 on it, right? So it's like when it works out for you, it works out for you. And that's, yeah, I know you guys want more excitement, right? I know. But that's, you know, we're just getting excited because, again, we're going to go 4 for 4. It's you know, my biggest day in a while. So, of course, it's going to be worth celebrating on my end here. And we're just going to do that and, you know, hopefully be able to ride this a little bit higher. And we even said it before, like, forget about the numbers coming out. I was like, if this market can ever get to VWAP, then oh boy. You know, and we were already long waiting for that sort of to fill out, right? And that's exactly what does wind up happening. So, yeah, really happy with some of those moves. And we're just starting to get out more. Like, if we can get out some Google here, there it is. So we just get out more at VWAP. And then now let's just try to hold. The biggest position that I have on board right now is NVIDIA. So let's let this continue to go higher, man. I mean, who knows where we can get today? I mean, we're not even at the 200 period yet. That's 117, but we're getting pretty close to that one right here, Neil. So, yeah, I don't, again, big day, and I just hope that everyone's enjoying it. Take a look at the sticky note. We put these out every single day completely for free. It's our most clicked on, it's our most viewed social media post. So make sure you go check it out, have some fun with it, and let me know what you think. Put the comments below.
That's what it's all about for sure. And let me just cancel CrowdStrike. That's not coming back in again. Yeah, I might have missed the one. I feel like that was the one for me on Crowd that we just missed that break. If it gets to VWAP, I'm not going to chase it up there. I'm also not going to reload Intel. We were able to get that other fill down at like 2088. This one's still working to the downside, but I feel like the market just gave you a shift on the number. So that local high is now the out. I'm no longer giving it to 2120 like we were before. It's just going to be to 2110. If it can hold under that, then we stick with the short. Amazon, we still want to grab that long off of VWAP. I don't want to wait for it to get to 207. But with that shift, going back over to the Amazon longs, was never catching a falling knife on the stock. Going to look for the higher lows. IBIT, still in a downward trend, and I want to long something that's in an upward trend here on IBIT. Once it resumes an upward trend, then I'll jump back into it. But Amazon's already on a trend, breaking out the highs. Like, not everything's breaking top. NASDAQ hasn't broken the top. Well, it's trying to. The ES is right at the top, but Amazon's broken its morning range high. So I'm preferring that as we come in for the next available dip buy. I saw someone just say Mara, wow. I hope so.
Boom.
Because I want to get back into IBIT. If Mara's good, then Bitcoin should resume its upward trend. It's still putting in lower highs on Bitcoin. That's IBIT right here. So I don't want to go back in at the same level until it shows me some strength.
Okay. Yeah, still these 4 positions. All I can really do is talk about some of the percentages that we have on these. We still have 30% of our SMR. It didn't really go anywhere, so I'm just getting out of it. So now we have 25%. We just got filled right there. So now we have 25% at 17s. I do have another offer on SMR up here at 1711s. I think I got to change that now. The 50 period would be good enough, 1705. But we'll still wait, man. Let's see if it breaks through 17 and goes. We pass it back over here, and it's just like, Thank you for everybody in the chat, that's here today, watching some of these plays. Like, Palantir right now, Neil, is $4 in the money. It matters. Like, when you make these plays and, you have days like this, like I said, like a 3x day, then it makes up for, yesterday maybe being a slower day, which it was. Yesterday was a good day. But it's like these kind of days is where you need to be in the game. You need to be playing these games on days like today. And again, like when you're short, we've seen in the chat, like a guy like Kyle Burdett will come on when it's short and be like, we're making money, and it's like, that's the way, like, let's go. That's just what you got to do. And today we were favoring longs. We have every single idea on here is a long. We have the Intel short 22, but as Neil mentioned, he's working with 21s. It's not near my level.
If it gets to 22, the market's gone 2% today, in my opinion. Almost
3.5 times day right now as we're at the highest spot we've ever been there today. Palantir, $4, NVIDIA, $2, Google, $2, SMR, 35 cents. It's a 4 for 4 day. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on AVAV, AeroVironment. This one is at day's highs. It is worth noting, though, it's still down about 5% on the day. They had earnings last night, missing across the board. Just some background on this company. It's about a $3 billion market cap, but the float is only about 27 million shares, 11% short float. So significant short float for day one earnings play. AVAV, back to you.
Thank you, Adara. So there's a seller at 117 now on NVIDIA, which is kind of holding it from, making the next breakout, I do think. So whether or not, if it breaks out here, great. I think joining it might have to be a little bit higher. I still want to hold out, hope that we get the 115s back. I got out on that economic number when it came through. It was either going to be VWAP or 115 until the 117 goes. Amazon just looking up, that's getting real close to that 207 and a potential breakout. And IBIT. So here comes IBIT. Finally starting to look a little better. There's your higher low after the bottoming tail wick. So the 50-50 is going to be back into play for me on Bitcoin. Whatever, it's like 88.8 or some nonsense like that. But it's the 50-50 level, the prior high. That's been holding on IBIT. So I'd like to be able to get back into NVIDIA. Don't know that I want to go off 116 just yet because of the 117 seller. I did not reload Intel. I wanted the number to calm things down. If it holds underneath VWAP and can continue to go lower highs, then I can work back into the short. But that was a pretty hefty market turn. I didn't want to short into it. I got filled on that number. Like Intel was down here at 76 when that number came out, and then just spiked up like 1.5% to get you filled. So I don't want to be fighting it too much. Was that a call for Adara again? No. Okay, back to Sean.
All right, it is Real Trading Campus time. Make sure you do scan that QR code below because this is back on. It's your opportunity right now. If you have to live outside, I'm just reading the promo right now. I wanted to see what the details were. Outside the United States, it can apply. So if you're outside the United States, you can apply. We trade U.S. equities during regular market hours. This program is carefully designed to help you master market microstructure, which we talked a little bit about today, different marketplaces and venues, order types, professional execution versus retail and amateur approaches. So join us all here. It's a software that we use live on Trader TV Live. Space is limited. Make sure you do sign up right now. March 24th is your deadline to apply for this. Space is limited. You progress through the program. Go find out the program structure right now. Scan that QR code. All the details are there. It's, again, a very highly curated program giving you exactly exactly what you need, designing it for you, all through it. Go find out more information. You have to be outside the United States to enjoy this program. Minimum of 8 hours of trading per week. Go over to the website, get all the details. Make sure you do submit your interest, and let them know that you've heard that live from Trader TV. It will increase your chances, or maybe not, but it would.
The key
would help to say it,
as you said, the only cost is your time.
Right.
That's the only cost. And if you're not willing to put time in, then you're probably not into trading anyways,
Yeah,
right?
that's
So
probably the point.
at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity. You get to trade on the platform that we're on here. Access to the imbalance locator, everybody. So Amazon pulled back into the prior high. Just had to wait. The market, while screaming to the upside in a certain sense, did a pullback off of 206 half. I still like a 207 breakout on Amazon. I just hope it doesn't happen at 11 o'clock because I don't take breakouts past that time. I want it to happen before 10:30. But we got the dip into prior high. We're going to give it to the prior bar low on the 3-minute, which is the quarters. IBIT came in, so as strong as that just was, breaking out and coming back in, IBIT just came in here. Let me just get let me get an order out there. I'm trading that CMRX, and I just got filled. IBIT just came in and out, was able to get 50-50 to 60s, and then it broke the local bottom. So I jumped out of that trade right quick. I did not get the reload on Intel, and Intel started dropping. So missed opportunity there as I was getting dip buy on Amazon. It's kind of weird. When you're getting a dip buy in one stock, I'm not expecting to get short the other one because it's pulling back. But yeah, so missed the opportunity there a little bit on Intel to grab that short. But we're long Amazon, want to look to it into 207. It's an out in front of 207, and then look for a breakout long. Intel looks like it's going to be a good short, 21 to 21.10. It was this or Amazon to the short side, and AMD to the short side, and that's pretty much been it. And AMD's not doing anything, still a bit of an inside range, so kind of glad that we're not trading AMD. Intel's moving. Amazon's now moving. Hopefully the market will go, because I feel like if the market takes out the top, any Mag 7 name will look good, and we can cover this out in front of the 207 high.
Yeah, if the NASDAQ takes out the top. Oh, boy. All right, so I'm just going to start to get out a little bit more at some of these levels. Again, it's only 10:15. We're going to look for some more trades. But at the same time, we don't want some of the ones that we have in, even though now, on Google, we are under 10%, looking to fill up the rest right now on Google. Just swig of coffee there, but it was too cold. Already had like a coffee and a half, but like this one's only halfway done, and it just gets so freezing on this desk.
I have the heater from Obi, but then I don't know. Like I don't know how I have so many things plugged in.
Yeah,
and so I can't use it.
Okay, yeah, I don't even have room to have my heater in there either. But thanks, Obi, for that. 116.50 there. Out some more of NVIDIA. So just again, we can see we still have, we still have some unrealized profits here, right? So I don't want to look this one too hard, and worry too much about it, but the market is pulling back. We just said that we could get like a high, then a low, and that's what happened, right? I mean, we got to that low again, we got to the high, we dealt with VWAP, we started to go into 20,500, came right back in. Those are some of those pre-market highs again from 6 a.m. So yeah, now the market just hangs out. Other than some of those numbers that came through there, one good, one bad there, 9:45 sent the market to the downside, 10 o'clock sent it to the upside. So there's 9:45, whoosh, there's 10 o'clock, whoosh. So you kind of land in the middle, right? This is where the market opened up, flat. So not much going on from what I can see right here. So yeah, trying to be patient a little bit and let the market come to us and see if there's a trade that sort of shows its face. But for right now, just trying to hold on to some of these longs and, try to survive here as we go. But,
absolutely. So yeah, like you just said, there was just a wick on Amazon that was this candle wick was wild, but it was the same range we were already in. Like it retested the bottom, it retested the top on a 3-minute with nothing happening. So if I see it, it's a bit of a rejection candle if you look at where the wick is. But if it closes above that prior low, I'm going to load back into this one and reload the trade if we can get it. When NVIDIA broke VWAP there, I was like, okay, it's going to be a 115 trade again, but you can see that didn't do anything. It broke VWAP and held 116 and is trying to come back in higher. So I still want to see if we can grab that one to the upside. But when it's under VWAP, we'll wait for the 115. So Amazon, if it can't hold 205.25, we'll jump out of it, look for another trade. Intel, we might have missed our one shot at that reload at 21s just there. That's headed back into the lows. We're just going to hold on to this, wait for any pop back into 21 even to grab the short trade on Intel. I'm going to give another look at AMD here because I want something else short. But then being short 2 chip names isn't right. Got to find something better than another chip name to the south side. I'm going to look for some relative weakness because if we fail this top too many times, I want a stock that I want the other direction too.
If there's anything anybody wants, I'm waiting for the chat to see if there's anything anybody wants us to look at. We will definitely do that. A name that hasn't been on the radar at all today for either of us. I haven't heard this name once.
Tesla.
And yeah, it's been on every single, you can go back on every single one of my sticky notes, I feel like, for the past month, honestly. And today, not even in consideration. And I don't know, there wasn't much going on. And I think it's probably right not to look at it for right now as it's been flat. But again, good moves there. The bottom's been that 268, the top 278. So it does travel that $10. And look what comes into play again. Kind of these pre-market highs and in around 277. I remember yesterday we took that 278 and got stopped out before it tanked. So that's a very, very similar play to what we've seen yesterday. And then the pre-market bottoms didn't really hold there today. 270. It does break it down into about 250 against you. But again, looking red, right? Despite the market being, is the market still up or just turning red now? Tesla starting to go, right? Nice little downside move here, coming back into that bottom. So just a quick look at some of these trades. Here comes NVIDIA right back in again. Should we reload it? Let's try to be patient again with a better spot down low. We talked about it, man. We're under 15% of everything right now. So we were able to get SMR out. I mean, we talked about sitting at 17.11. Like, how good of an out was that right now, right? So this is what you got to do. We said about, surviving and making sure that you take profits when you see profits. And that's what we've done here today. So big time advantage of that, really responsible share management and everything today. So really happy with what we're doing. We're basically not giving anything back. If anything, we're giving back like maybe 7 or 8% of our day. And that's because we're able to have gotten out of a decent amount of this. So I'm going to take one more offer here on Palantir most likely. Let's see what happens with NVIDIA though. Trying to dip by here around 115 and change.
Yeah, it's getting close. I mean, I think
don't know, maybe 115.05.
Yeah, it's 115 half, so it's halfway there to the 115. It wasn't 115 is not the low. It's like 114.60. So I think you got to let it drift a little bit further back before jumping into it. Amazon's come right back in here. The crazy thing is, I'm going to show you the NASDAQ chart a quick little second after I discuss Amazon. So wicked out and back in. And right back to the prior low on AMZN. Want to give it a few shots in here. Amazon was just the one that I liked the best for a reversal on the daily chart. So it's the one I want to try to stick with the long, as long as there's some higher lows and it holds out the top of the range. But if we lose VWAP, we jump out of the trade. It's the NASDAQ that's riding VWAP that I feel like if we close a bar above VWAP on the NASDAQ, then I'm going to like longs in just about everything that's going to be big cap tech related. But we keep resisting it down in here. And I was looking over what am I going to short, and I couldn't come up with anything better than AMD.
Yeah.
And NVIDIA. Sorry, and Intel, which we're already in. AMD just lost 100 level. It's got big resistance at 102, so I don't know why I'm resisting it. I think it's just because it's a chip thing. But AMD, if we get any kind of a pop, the next time we get up there, if we just keep failing lower highs, I'm going to jump into an AMD short in addition to Intel. As long as we're underneath that VWAP on the NASDAQ, then I want something else that I'm looking for the short side of the trade. AMD is it's as weak as anything else. The market's flat and it's down 1%, so you can't argue and cry about the fact that I'm not going to short it because it's relatively strong. No, the stock is weak today. So if we get another pop back up, we'll look to short some advanced micro devices. Mimi Petros. Oh yeah, Rigetti. Good look. Rigetti, they report after the bell tonight. I'm expecting some fireworks with Rigetti. Well, I think everyone's expecting some fireworks with Rigetti. It'll be more exciting. Yeah, it's not breaking out. Okay.
Here goes NVIDIA.
If we break, this was one where if it was breaking out, I wanted to try and join it a little bit later in the day just in case it went squeezing. But Rigetti's not doing a heck of a lot. I thought when you were bringing it up that maybe this one was going. So it's 830 that's the key. That was yesterday's high in Rigetti. I think if it takes that out, spicy.
All right, so we're able to reload. I mean, there's NVIDIA. Well, we'll take 30 cents. We got some 20s in our blotter there. It just went up into 50s, and we took some out. I think we had our best position. Now it's coming back in. Yeah, 53 was our best out. So nothing to write home about, but just that we are reloaded down there in and around this area. We're looking for a little bit lower, though, into 115 to see if we can get some shares on this name as the market's pulling right back in. And whenever it does this, I always think that we're just going to test the bottom again. So why not wait, right? Like, if you're going to play the middle, play small, take out small, like just in and out, try to hold a core piece if you still like the trade. That way, when it does bounce back up, you have something on, but maybe scalp back and forth to withstand a potential move down. So that's what we're doing right now. We talked about being light on everything. SMR. Okay, so we have, again, 10% of SMR. This is the one position that we have the most, not the most of, but the most, like, percentage-wise of. We didn't take that many shares on this name, but 1650, if we break that, we're going to get out. So that's been the low of the day here for SMR. So 1648, we'll mark it. There it is. So we'll just market it out immediately. So that's it. So we'll fail on our last 10% of SMR, but, you know, trust me when I tell you, it's obviously a green stock there today. Like, when you're going to lose on the last piece of this, 15 cents, but make this, then you're fine. So we'll wait to see what happens on SMR, but everything else trying to come back in a little bit there. We did get some more NVIDIA here, but waiting for a better price on NVIDIA. Be patient as this market is really coming in now pretty nicely.
Yeah, here's that low. Oh, it just wicked the bottom on NVIDIA, so there's your wick. It worked last time. So let's hopefully 2 times is a charm. That's not even the right saying. The right saying would be 3 times is a charm.
Well, here comes the 3rd time right now.
Well, this is the 3rd time. Well, I missed it the first time because I was in it on the front end at 115, and then I didn't catch it there. So this is the 3rd time. I don't know if it'll be a charm. We're still in Intel to the south side, but I did not get AMD, by the way. And okay, there it is. We just wicked the bottom again. We're going to go to Adara on the small cap. If we break a fresh low, I'm out of NVIDIA. If we get to VWAP, we're trying to take profit into VWAP. Let's go to Adara and the small cap recap.
IWM bounced beautifully yesterday, but like the rest of the market, dropped right into the close. Today, we're actually a little bit lower than the area at which we closed, kind of consolidating near the lows, but nothing too crazy, kind of like what the rest of the market's doing. In terms of small caps, there weren't a ton of movers I saw today. We're going to start here, though, with SPGC here. This is a society group, I believe. And here's the thing. This one's a penny stock. I was seeing a float about under 2 million shares. A couple different floats are giving me different short float numbers, but either way, it's pretty significant. One source I was saying 25%. The other one I saw, it was over 100%. So SPGC, be careful of the short float. AeroVironment's a little bit different. It's over $100. It's not necessarily a small cap, but I think its move is worth talking about here. I mentioned this one earlier as well. Still down about 5% on the day, but nice push to the upside here. They dropped yesterday off earnings, missing across the board, and they have about a 10% short float for AVAV. Last but not least, Visionary Holdings, this GV is the ticker for this one, announced that they reached a financing consent letter worth $1 billion from this Al Fardan group in Qatar. It's worth noting, too, with GV, they have about a 2 million share float, guys. So lots of low float runners on the move. Back to the guys in NVIDIA.
All right, so about being giving some back, we're now at the highest spot we've been at all day right there, as there's NVIDIA again, falls right into our lap. We cannot write an easier book, a cleaner book than this. We talked about waiting for better prices as this was falling in, taking small into our lap, loading up near the bottom, and there it goes. It's NVIDIA, it's glorious, and it's absolutely fantastic. Let's go NVIDIA, man. Nice topside kick there. Right back into it, man. Just rinse and repeat, man. Make $3 or $4, or I guess $2 the first time that was Palantir. Make it again. Just keep this train going, man. It's NVIDIA. It's fantastic. That's about as textbook of a trade as you can make. That's a big time share size play if you're playing the game. So there it goes. Nice move for NVIDIA.
Yeah, I just got out of NVIDIA. It just held a lower high. So you're trending to the downside here on NVIDIA into a flat bottom. The more times it goes, usually the 3rd time, I feel like if you keep putting lower highs in, eventually you're going to break it to the downside. AMD, which I did not get into, that also wicked its low. So this could be the bounce. I kind of thought if NVIDIA was going to give that big of a bounce, we'd see AMD give you the short trade. It hasn't happened just yet. We're still hanging on. There's been no pop in Intel locally just yet, but this is what Intel looks like on the daily chart. the next spot, 2040 into where it is right now, is kind of the bottom of that range. Like there was some resistance. It's like 2033 was that area for a couple of days where there was resistance and was a good level. So I'm looking at that as the out there on Intel. Once again, the short on Intel, it's just been good. So let's see what happens if we get back down into that 115. Maybe a third time is going to be a charm on NVIDIA as we're going over to Adara.
Here on the market here, as we have a bit of a lift off the lows, we have officials saying from Canada that Canada will not be ending their tariffs unless every one of the U.S. tariffs is lifted. So just to kind of recap what happened yesterday, we had comments from Justin Trudeau announcing some, I guess, reciprocal retaliatory tariffs against the U.S. starting yesterday. And then in 21 days, they'll have another round of tariffs that'll be more wide-ranging. I'm also seeing comments from this Canadian official. Apparently, Trump and Trudeau are scheduled to speak this morning, so we might get more tariff talk. Again, I don't have a time on this talk, but we might get some more tariff talk from Trump and Trudeau. Back to you.
Do it, Trump and Trudeau, right now, as NVIDIA goes up to 116 right now, long at 114.75. And I just put it there in the chat, man. It's not normally this easy. You guys love that textbook talk, but honestly, today, just falling into levels, our levels held, and that was that, right? And we actually, thing is, like you could see much more relaxed, much easier trading for me, man. And we just wait out for these levels. And again, it's coming with experience and spidey senses. I think that is the number one thing, is to be able to sense, you know, where these levels are, be able to look at them and then try to sit there and take them and then get out when you're wrong, right? You never want to go 3x down on a day. 3x up on a day, though, is better. And that's not going to happen all the time. Like this NASDAQ, we just got lucky that we said we'd probably head up to VWAP and we had bought down here waiting for that play. So that was a great one off the number. Then as it was dropping down, we said, let's wait for the bottom again. It came in, then it retraced. So again, like these bottoms could fall out. And if you're still holding on to those options or whatever you're doing, it's like, just be careful, because at any moment, man, like we could hear in our ear, the tariffs are off. You know, like I really think it's that volatile of a stance that
that'd be a pop though.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So we're holding on to some longs because we don't know what's going to happen here, right? Or tariffs doubled, tripled, I don't know. But there we go, man. It's just a huge day.
I think they're probably going to, the talk will be like, some things are not going to have tariffs on them in Canada and Mexico. That's my guess. Instead of it reducing, it's like, no, we're not going to have it on these few items, maybe autos. That would be big for Canada, obviously. Okay, Amazon just lost VWAP. I keep wanting this. I want it to hold VWAP, but it doesn't want to hold VWAP here in Amazon, so forget about that, at least temporarily. Keep going back over to AMD. There's still no pop to be able to get you into VWAP or anywhere resembling like where I would expect the lower high to be on trend. So if it does that, it's right on VWAP. That's why I'm going to be locked in, loaded into it. So it's this or Amazon. Want to stick to the same names here. Come on, Amazon. There's a little double bottom, 201.50. If it closes VWAP, stop goes in at the double bottom, and I go long above VWAP on that name. You're going to see, I know you're seeing CMRX. Remember, the stock is up, it's up at like 70%. It's not going to move, everybody. But I'm just in here taking either side of the trade. Like there's a couple million shares on either side. And if it moves a cent, that's actually a big story. So you're going to see me in that stock, short 41s or long 40s pretty much until something changes.
All right, here we go, man. Not much changing over here. NVIDIA, though, having a problem with 116. So we just took another out there at 116. It's the 50-period moving average, but we did bump through it there and almost touch VWAP. So it tried to go again right there. So I'm just, again, like we keep saying, man, it's the same old thing. Crude inventory is coming up at 10:30. I don't know if Adara wants to cover that, but that's coming up in 15 seconds. Oil, energy coming up. So, all right, SMCI, just a quick little look, up 1.5% here, which is really nice against the NASDAQ being downside. So as we just mentioned here, let's go over to Adara for crypto and energy.
So crude oil inventories, 3.614 mil versus 0.8 mil previous. Gasoline inventories negative 1.433 mil versus negative 0.75 mil expected. Distillate inventories negative 1.318 mil. versus 1.5 mil expected. So we got lower here than expected for gasoline and distillate, higher than expected for crude oil. Now, in terms of the US dollar, I'm supposed to be looking at Bitcoin here. This is crypto. So here's a look at Bitcoin. Again, we're trying to make our second green candle in a row. And today we actually got a little bit more info as of yesterday with regards to what might be happening with this crypto reserve. Howard Lutnick, who is the Commerce Secretary of the US, basically commented that Trump will be prioritizing Bitcoin in the reserve. We know we had some concerns because altcoins were mentioned, that they were going to be taking precedent, with some prominent creators and people in the crypto space, including Tyler Winklevoss, saying that is not the best idea because Bitcoin is the most proven crypto asset. But we did have Howard Lutnick there to assure people Trump is still prioritizing Bitcoin and it's still going to be a primarily Bitcoin reserve. I'm also seeing apparently, though, some talk that there's even risk of it going through. We do have very pro-crypto Senator Cynthia Lummis, who's a fan of the bill, who's introduced the bill, actually saying that there's not a ton of support from Congress. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But crypto support could be a bit of an issue as we try to get these things passed here going forward in government as a whole, beyond the support that is felt by President Trump. So in terms of the market itself, Bitcoin up about 6%, Ethereum up almost to that 2,200 level, XRP 4%, BNB 4%, Solana 3%, Cardano 15%. Cardano, as of late, has been making the most extreme moves out of these crypto names. So ADA might be one to watch. Also, one of the names mentioned in that strategic reserve announcement. Back to you.
Yeah, that was the surprise. The surprise was Cardano and Solana. I think some people expected Ripple. I don't think anybody's surprised about ETH as well. So those are the ones that I think will be the most volatile off this. If they announce, if we get percentages, I think that'll be the big thing. Timeline percentages, that's what I want to hear on Friday. Amazon just bounced off VWAP, broke the downtrend, got in above 05s. It just went to the local high here at 205.5. So stock goes from bottom into 204. It's essentially like this prior bar open, which is 204.90. And I want to be able to reload every time it bounces off of the 205 level. I'm now trailing Intel off of trend, as it's got a very clean trend on that last low break. So if it breaks the prior, I'm putting it above 60. Technically, I could have punched out at 57 there. And if we get to VWAP, I want to reload a short on Intel. So Amazon making higher lows when the market's at the bottom. That's what I like about it, relatively speaking. Like NASDAQ is, you could say trend down, but I'd just say range bound stuck and at the low. So stuck in a range on the NASDAQ, but at the low. And while that's happening, Amazon is just putting in a higher low and above VWAP. So I like it in a relative sense. The fact that it's not retaking that bottom when the market gives a little juice, I think is a bit of a good sign here for AMZN. So we're going to continue to work that one into the long side. We'll favor it.
Well, it's happening right now. 3 in the money on Palantir, $1 on Google. Right now, almost $2 on NVIDIA. As there it goes, man. NVIDIA rips higher right now. We're waiting for 116.40, but I'm not sure why we're doing that. I'm going to put an offer right here in the 30s, see if we can get that. I think VWAP's come down. We were at 116.40 waiting for VWAP, but now we can see that VWAP's at 25 or so. So let's make sure that we get it, but we just missed that. So let's take it. Okay, there it is. So we'll take a piece out there at 20, basically at VWAP. Silly me, man. We could have made about 15 more cents, but we'll just start to piece again more of this out. We still have 20% of this trade back on. So now we just took out 5% there. So now we have 15% left. We'll wait for that 116.40 still, but look at that retracement off VWAP like crazy right there. So wow. Okay, maybe you should do the same thing on Palantir as it's right here at the 200 period. Let's just get some 90s, and there it is right there again. Props it up for that one, and yeah. It's been good. So what we've done here today over the last little bit, we reloaded NVIDIA at the bottom there. That obviously worked out. We got out of SMR. That was our last 20% or 15%. Still stuck positive, but that was obviously a bad out down there as well. NVIDIA and Google. I mean, we've just been tweeting some of these things out as well. Google, we just took advantage of that bump up as well. So right now, 5% left of Google, about 15% left of NVIDIA and about 5% left of Palantir. That's that. So let's look for some more names. We wanted to get Robinhood in the building a little bit there today, and we should have. Down there at $45, a really good base there for Hood. We haven't looked at the XLF or anything. I know that was getting beat up yesterday. NASDAQ still flat, same as the ES. So take advantage of that. Maybe, to look at other sectors. So we can have a quick look there. I want to see what JP Morgan was doing. Again, I really like JP Morgan. How low did it go though? 247 yesterday, or even lower than that? Yeah, no, 247. Yesterday's low, 247. Funny how we remember that. But yeah, holding out, not doing much. So not super exciting there today for that. And then we just had the energy number, right? So I didn't catch what it was. I'll look that up in a second. But okay, energy down. So $85 right now to the downside for XLE. So maybe not the greatest, but hey man, I just blink and look over. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. So hopefully you're able to find out what works for you. But right now, these big cap names have been working out for me, playing the levels, being consistent, being chill, and just having things,
thanks, Rob.
thankfully, work out as Rob. Thank you so much for the refill. Appreciate that with the hot stuff mug.
And what is also hot is 1 month free over at eSignal. So check them out, everybody. That's right, they're waiving fees, so get it while it's good. You got everything in one place. Lightning fast data, as we always say, reliable data. Markets open, heck, pre-market's open, aftermarket's open, and you've got your data locked and loaded, not only so that you can trade if you hook it up to your broker, but so that you can back and forward test with any tool that you might happen to favor. Check out some new ones or indicators that you've never tried, because they got them all over there at eSignal. All the live tick data, so you can replay just about any stock move. Number comes out, quote goes crazy, replay it at the end of the day or back in the middle of the day. You want to check out level 2? Trade off of that? Go ahead and do it. You want to make a watch list or a hot list? Go ahead and do that. Put your indicators up there, back test, forward test. Use the API to automate your trades. It's all about trading smarter and not harder. Oh, and did I mention that the first month is free? Well, everything is for you in one spot. You try it out, you don't like it, no harm, no foul. But I'm pretty sure you're going to find it's an outstanding platform. So check out the QR code, scan it right there in front of you. Link also in the description as well. Big shout out to eSignal. And I happen to have Palantir up on that daily chart there, which, by the way, Palantir is at the 50 period on the daily. If this closes above there, remember double bottom, a close above that 50. We like closes above the 50 period and the 200 period moving averages on good stocks. So good luck to Palantir. I think it's got a pretty good shot. Amazon still working toward that high. 206 quarters where the selling has been coming in, so I want to get out. We're looking for a breakout above 207 and VWAP dips there. Intel trailed out back through that 2060.
Oh boy.
So that short's going to get back into VWAP and we'll work it into, it's about 2090 or so. I have a line drawn at 95, don't really need. So Amazon looking good. That's going to get to the high. Just took it out at that high, so we grabbed our buck on Amazon, and we'll wait for the next available dip buy. Just take it station to station. I mean, so far, no complaints about it. The only misstep I had was in Palantir, and it was really quick. It was actually a very tight stop. It was more not getting into the higher low. But I liked Amazon's relative strength, so we went over to Amazon instead. And that one's just, the chart looks a little bit better for Amazon in terms of structure. Like, it's just very clear now holding that higher low.
All right, yeah, good talk there on Amazon. I mean, right now, NVIDIA is really starting to levitate up. So we're at 116.80. You asked, let's go, how much we have left. We have 15% left of NVIDIA. I'm going to take out 2% again if we can get this 80 level, and it looks like it is starting to go upside right now. So monster trade, obviously. I'm actually going to cancel. I was going to cancel the 80 because I don't want to miss this. Like, I hate sitting there. Joe, how's it going, my guy over there? You got some IBET on your mind? Yeah, me too, man. Me too, man. All right, so here we go. These are all the trades that we just believe in. And if you believe in them, you kind of got to stay here. Palantir still up as we continue to go. What do you guys want to talk about? Uber? All right, so we just got out of NVIDIA, some more of NVIDIA right there. So we're now holding like that 12.5% or so of that. oh man, Uber not doing too much. Like, we're definitely in the right spaces, man. Like, some of these names that I'm calling up just really aren't moving around. And it's like, I'm fine with not trading some of these, right? I mean, this was a missed opportunity again at the bottom, but we didn't miss anything. Like, we already have, we got NVIDIA down there, you know? So that's what I'm saying. Like, trade what you guys are looking at, because there's the same move on Tesla. It's a drip down into the day's low again, right? You don't get that very, like, NVIDIA went right back to the very low, but that's close enough, right? 269.50 or so. So grab that low right back up to the 200 period. That's $4 or $5 there, right, for you. So that's what I'm saying about take the profit where the profit lies again, and you know, hold on to something. And I gave that example of you never know what news is going to hit, and you never know where these stocks are going to go. Like when I was making those comments, and video was about $1 and change lower, didn't think it was going to get there, but when it does, we sit there and take that out. We even told you we were at 116.80, right? So it's like, try to be patient, try to hit the right trades, and again, just like, Good vibes, man. We bring out the old man sweater after a 3-year hiatus here, and you know, it's bringing some really good luck. We are going to go 4 for 4, all on good ideas. So love when it works out like that, and love when it's time to throw over to the big screen to get a change of pace with Adara. Either muted or broke. Remember, her mic dropped, so it could also be broken.
It was just doing a weird thing.
There it is. Okay, she's back on. I just heard her. So, okay, Andre, you give me the thumbs up. Adara.
Sorry about that. My mic was not aware that it was already on. So we're going to take a look here, starting with these names that are to the downside. The energy sector really weak here. XOM to the downside. We had a bit of a catalyst earlier with regards to its LNG export, but that didn't really move it. Utilities right across the board. Communications pretty red here as well. T-Mobile actually to downgrade today. And industrials weak too. Now, where is there strength in this market? Health technology has a few bright spots, including Eli Lilly. We have some strength in process manufacturing. Good look for produce manufacturing. We have also here this retail trade sector with Amazon and Walmart pushing it to the upside. Technology services, Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, all looking pretty green here. And then we have electronic technology, Broadcom green, Apple red, and NVIDIA a little bit mixed. So it's a really mixed look here for this tech sector. Finance is worth noting as well. This sector has been really performing pretty outstandingly to the upside or downside. But today, it's flat. Back to you.
Boo energy. That's all I got to say. There's some pain going on. Remember someone asked me about Eli Lilly. No, it wasn't Eli Lilly, it was Occidental the other day. And I was like, I don't know, man. I don't feel very good about Oxy. And it broke.
Whoopsies.
Okay, check that. It's at the 52-week low. So by about 1 or 2, it's about to make a 52-week low in like 2 or 3 cents. Something along those lines. So Oxy right down there with energy under a tremendous amount of pressure. But yeah, no real trade there. I'm not going long Occidental off that low. I know it looks really good on the chart. But Amazon just pulled right back into the high. The sellers are still there at 206.5. Going to look for a reload off VWAP if we can get it. If it puts in a higher low, I want to play the trend on Amazon. As long as it holds the trend, I want to be looking longs on Amazon. So up that 1%. It's strong relative to the market. Just looking for the reloads somewhere around either VWAP or maybe it'll just hold the trend line directly as well. So that's where we're trying to get back in on the long. As far as Intel goes, I'll only like to short on a lower high as long as the market's not breaking out the top. The market's looking relatively strong here. So I want to get back into the short, ideally VWAP, maybe 21s. But if the market starts breaking, it's going to be more about joining long trades than anything else. So Amazon just going to be patient with it. So far, that has worked here today. As we said, patience is a virtue for sure.
Thank you so much for all the nice comments right there. Thank you to Finch Jane, their coach Sean, talking about that. Well, hey man, I mean, I'm glad to have everybody as part of the team, and I mean, and that's what. This is what started the show, was, trying to coach and trying to help traders get better, get bigger, and have more success, right? I just used to do it for all of our traders here at Real Trading, and now we're doing it for you. And someone once told me that those who can't do, teach. I'm trying to do both. And I think that's exactly what the point is of all of us being open book here. You know, you can always ask us anything and we'll tell you anything you want to know roughly about our trading, about how we're doing, what our strategy has been working out today or not, what we're thinking, all that kind of stuff. So, that's why I keep trying to review all of the trades that I'm making, even including when we got stopped out right there and telling you what percentage we had, right? Up green on SMR, green on Palantir. We did get stopped out there and again, but this is why we're sitting here live trying to talk through some of these trades. Palantir, a big time green name. My number one name today has been what's been working out for us. We've used 14.50 as our stop for NVIDIA. So, 20-cent stop to make $2+, so we're going to have a good day there. And then we knew that we talked about Google. So we like that 169. I mean, it was written down right on our sticky note today as our number one trade idea, right? So this goes out at 8 o'clock, whoopsies, 9 o'clock. And you can see right here, Google 169 long. Our number one trade idea, Neil. And there it goes right there, 169 long up to 171.20. So that's going to hit for us. Then NVIDIA's on here at 115. We're long at 115. That's $2 in the money. So we're going to go Google check. That's 1 for 1. NVIDIA's 2 for 2. Palantir's 3 for 3. SMR is 4 for 4. So big day, and we're just kind of hovering around, not doing too much right now, though, letting the market see about a levitation, and it's kind of happening right now. So let's get some more out as we go. Again, good-looking move here happening for us on NVIDIA. Let's make sure we do take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Take advantage of it. I mean, I go over the same thing, 4 for 5, but I don't necessarily care about that. I'm not in any positions right now. The focus is on the next position.
Right, yep.
And it's got to be Amazon. There was just... Look at the wicks on this silly chart. At 06, this just wicked down to 60 and then wicked up to the high of the day. So you're still getting really choppy action up and around here on Amazon. And you know what? From following a rule, when it's whipping around like that, sitting there on a bid is not the style I like, because a lot of times if it wicks down, you get in, it'll just break the trend for the sake of getting everybody out. You get wicked in, you get wicked out on that trade. I'd rather have it on the way back up through a wick if we're going to be able to grab it. And I feel the same way about Intel, only I think the market's looking relatively strong in here today. NVIDIA, they're still not breaking out 117, and you're holding on to VWAP. There's no trend, there's no trend entry. I don't have an entry that isn't 115 or it getting above 117 at this point. So I'm just going to wait for either one of those two things to happen on NVIDIA. It's sort of chilling in the same range where we traded it the last couple of times. So let's be a little bit patient with it. I know we missed the Chinese ADR. Shout out to everyone that's mentioning Alibaba. These are going absolutely ham. Well, check that. This is going ham. I haven't looked at JD, so don't at me if one of the other Chinese ADRs isn't as strong. So there has not been a red candle yet on a 15-minute chart. I was, obviously none of these levels are going to matter at this point, 35 or 29. Wasn't really thinking about the upper band here, but $141 is $3 away. I'd look for a mean reversion at that price. So if Alibaba goes another couple of points, I'm going to be looking for a short. I like to respect the levels that Baba already showed you, and then doubly the fact that it'll probably be in the afternoon when ADR slow down anyways. So that'll be right around that spot where I expect volatility to decrease a little bit, and then look for the short trade or reversion in Alibaba. There's another topping tail on Amazon, so let's let it try to hold on to this trend line on the next candle. If it does, we jump back into the long. If it doesn't, then that should give us a trade off of VWAP here.
All right, let's look at IBIT, because you're down here to 89,000, so we can definitely have a look here on IBIT and have a quick little look again, because underneath VWAP, and it's been really holding that all day, so this would be a good look. I'm thinking about going short, honestly. I mean, I don't really ever like going short, on Bitcoin, because I do cheer it. Wow, this is very sketchy to draw that line, but yeah, we'll see if we can continue on this trajectory to the downside. So just looking to maybe get a pop into somewhere where there could be some possible resistance. I mean, 50-35, you're not that far away from that right now. So back up into the 50-period moving average, and then maybe hold that until you get a 50-50 break. That could be something for sure right there. So yeah, IBIT looking pretty decent here. All right, I mean, sometimes we have to wait to see what's going to happen in the Forex market, because especially with all this tariff talk, those of you trading US dollar, even Mexican peso. I haven't been looking at that lately, but with energy moving around as well, definitely a good time to look at Money Talks with Adara at the desk.
Let's take a look here at the DXY, which is continuing its trajectory to the downside. This is kind of a combination of a rounded top and just a downtrend from the highs, but the DXY continuing to free fall here. We got a couple economic data prints this morning. S&P Services PMI and Composite PMI coming above estimates, as did the S&P Services PMI, the ISM Services PMI. So 3 PMI prints all came in higher than expected. Factory orders month over month were flat, so exactly in line with expectations. Slightly above expectations here for the durable goods revised, but generally all these numbers came in either above or in line with estimates. So pretty strong look there for the DXY in terms of these economic numbers coming in. We know yesterday we started to have a little bit of a change in the tide when it comes to rate expectations. Now we actually have some people expecting a cut coming through in May, with a small amount of participants even expecting a 50 basis point cut in May. So we'll have to wait and see what's happening as we have some of these trends change. Even for the month of March, as we saw yesterday, we're having slightly less participants expecting that we won't have a cut than we initially did. So the no cut is still the highest probability, but this small increasing amount of people expecting a 25 basis point cut, I think is absolutely worth noting here, guys. I also just saw a note on DOMH apparently getting a short report from J Capital. So keep an eye on DOMH as we send you back to the guys for the last 10 minutes.
Last 10 minutes.
All right,
no.
so Amazon didn't hold there. So no long entry for Amazon as it just broke the trend. I'm going to kick myself. If the market heads to the low of the day, then the fact that I'm bullish on Amazon, you're going to look back at this and say, oh, Emil, you should have shorted when it broke that trend line. Well, I think I'm bullish on Amazon today, so I'm not going to make that reversion. This is why. It's this candle and the continuation that I'm looking for off the daily. So I'm just preferring the long. Yeah, I'll stick with that. Get back above the trend and see if we can get into it. Intel, I am offering Intel in front of VWAP. We're not be able to get that one again. So Intel's still continuing to look relatively weak. I haven't seen much that's as bad as them to the downside. So either we get a push into 75, looks like resistance, or VWAP isn't really a level right now. It's more like 21 or 2075 on that bad boy. And I keep coming back over to AMD, kind of weak, lower highs into a flat bottom. VWAP is being respected. So that is very cleanly respecting VWAP on AMD. So we'll short off this, maybe letting it get right into 100 and a quarter would be the play. So I want to say three same names because that's a new one there on AMD, but no reversal short on that trend break. If anything, this could be great that it rinsed some people that took that trend break short, and I can now look for the long back on Amazon. It's even better. If I was bearish, I'd be short this move right now on Amazon and getting stopped out at 06. So if we close back on trend, I can just jump in instead of being caught.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of some of these positions. There's only 10 minutes left. Let's try to look for some new names. We got to have some Palantir right here as it starts still going upside. That's $3. We got to have some NVIDIA right here as well, as just getting nervous that it was going to break. But then they're all coming back up, so we'll still hold that piece. We're not at the highest spot we've been at all day, but we're getting close to that again because we just took some out. So the unrealized gains or losses is changing just a little bit. Ford up 4% today, so that's going to be a real nice pull for them. Right back up. We did talk about this yesterday or a couple days ago when I had mentioned it wasn't moving on imbalances, and then someone was mentioning that maybe it's breaking out. So I think you still got to get above this 960 area to sort of get that going there for Ford. So another move up 4% today. Good one for Ford. GM was already up 5 in the pre-market, but that did pull back, but still holding Ford a little bit again into the 200 period, but all these lines are kind of lining up right now. So I'm not super excited about anything right here because if we start standing underneath, then break this, then I say look out below. But if you're looking to buy some GM, maybe in and around $47. Rivian, a name that, again, I know there's some people that like it. You know, we kind of tease that down there at $10 is the ultimate bottom. But, you know, if you like 10 and you're starting to think about something, Rivian isn't, I still think all these cars are so expensive, but at the end of the day, you know, someone's going to have to buy them, and they do, right? I mean, Rivian doesn't necessarily have a demand problem, but right down there, they're going to have a cash flow problem, I think, trying to produce as many cars as they can. But again, more loans coming. We'll see if anything happens with the new administration with that as far as that's concerned. But down to $10 again, that looks like a good base. Today, Rivian disappointed, right? I mean, considering that we just looked at Ford and GM, Rivian only up 0.3. And then the other car manufacturer here, we looked at Stellantis was doing well today. Obviously, when we're talking about parts and whatnot. Tesla only up 0.6. So again, good bottoms there for TSLA. Could be coming in to play one more time. I still like Shopify. I'm just seeing that's showing up on a scanner, so it's probably something around near VWAP probably. I'm going to imagine, I guess, high of day right there. So, despite the market not being at high of day, this is why these scanners aren't that bad. Breaking through this little level here, 104.25, gives you some juice there, but up 1.7%. So that's just a little bit of a look there on Shopify, Tesla, Ford, GM.
Shopify, Canada. I love Enbridge, sure. And I like to buy good stocks or dollar cost average into good stocks when they start to fall. So, I'm looking at it in whatever. I'm looking at it in Toronto. Same nonsense. I could pull it up in New York. Sorry, but the 200 period will be the same thing, just different price, obviously because of the currency. But if we start to put a 50 on it, I don't want to get too cute. If we break 59, I'm probably buying it in the next couple of days. And then if it breaks 56, I'm buying it the next quarter. So I'm going to start DCing. It's under the 50 period. I believe they report coming soon. But that's when you mentioned shop there. My first thought was, Enbridge. I was looking at that chart today and like it. So if I enter short, I'd already be stopped out because I would have stopped out right here at 206 even on Amazon, but I like the stock to the long side. So long over 06. Now if it breaks trend again, I jump out. So it's held onto the trend upward the entire way. Just a quick reminder, it's not exactly 207. It's like 206.80 is the local high. So I think 207 is a breakout on Amazon. And I want to long this into 07, then I want to take a breakout as well on Amazon. So Amazon looking pretty strong. We haven't really talked about a lot of the other Mag 7 names. I'm just going to point out that Apple kind of stinks today for whatever reason, down 1.34. Was there? I don't know. Maybe there was. I don't think there was.
No, I don't think there was.
1 1/3 down on Apple. Like at some point, if this starts to catch up, someone's selling it at 233.25 as it holds VWAP to the downside, and it's very clearly trend down. So if we fail the high, I know I like Intel as long as it's under VWAP for reload shorts. AMD kind of the same thing. But you got to start thinking about Apple too. For whatever reason, it's a little bit of a dog today. Down what Amazon is up. NASDAQ flat. Kind of weird why this one is so weak. But this is what happened yesterday. When the market started to pick up juice, remember Apple couldn't go anywhere and it fell back into the bottom. And then it just refused to bounce when the market was going. You saw everything rally in the afternoon. Bitcoin, Nvidia. Apple looking weak again. Stung.
Yeah, we had sort of looked at that Apple breaking that 236 level. Should have been a short. Wasn't really looking over there. But, okay, so now we're going to be gone in a couple minutes. Just real quick. I have an NVIDIA offer at 116.60 right here at the 200 period moving average. Let's get that going. That's only 15 cents from now. So we'll probably take another out right there on NVIDIA. We have 10% left of NVIDIA. That's it. Remember, we had 12.5. We take that fill right there. So NVIDIA right now, $2 in the money. Trying to get that going. But, again, nothing we can do about it. We'll just wait to see if we get that 116.60 fill. Great. We're long at 114.75 right now on NVIDIA. I don't even see Obi. I don't even think Obi's here. But he just messaged me and was talking all about this NVIDIA trade. So mad love for you there, Obi. Thank you so much for those kind words again. But that's what we're looking for. We just missed it. Hey man, maybe we're getting a little too greedy, but we do have 10% left of that one. We are looking at Palantir. I'm up here at 87. So if that comes through, 86.75 for Palantir for $4. That'd be nice. Google, okay. Google's right now, I was going to tell you that I was a little bit higher than this, but I didn't realize it's at view up right now. We just put an offer and it went down, but there it is. Nice little play there. Subscribe right now. That's another out right there for us on Google. Next out up here at the 200 period for your trade of the day. 169 long on Google as it was written. We talked about Nas yesterday. As it was written, that's Google. As it was written, NVIDIA down here. Sticky note says between 115 and 114.50. All right, and then Palantir, we actually wrote down 83.50, so we did lose when it broke 83. We talked about 83 being the bottom, but you get that Joe had mentioned this yesterday, sort of like a clear kind of reversal pattern there off of a low wick. So we waited for that. We waited for it to take 83 again, and we're long. We're long at 82.98, but we waited for 83 to get taken again. We pushed that long, and the rest is history. So, yeah, man, big day alert here. We talked about that. It was a triple day for us. So we're not going to give any back in the midday, but join us back here again at 2 p.m. So good day over there. Hopefully it's a good day for our midday guys as well. Thanks to Ramin for all that off the open as we had our position board issues, and she was
good work,
great fixing that. Thanks to Andre for filling in as well. Thanks to Dara for all of the news drops and the work at the board. And a big thanks to Bears versus Bulls as well. Thank you to Brendan for the open with Sharif. But now it's Joe and Sharif.
Options.
So it's
Joe.
Options Joe and Professor Sharif getting ready for Learn to Trade. Ciao. See ya.
There it is. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And let's weasel on over to the chat. Close the older chat so we can shout out all the wonderful people joining us today. Shout out to Alexander Emard, the OG Gorev. How can we not mention the OG Gorev? We got Safe. We got Hype Fix, JF Trader, Pitchbull, Charlie Taff, the world's greatest mod, baby. We got Pillsbury. We got the Piper, Cameron, Skanda, Botrix, Sean and Neil, my favorite, other than Big Asian. Big Asian still is my favorite. T-Money, Mateus Lane, Amori, nice. Stevenson, we got ADL, baby. Adam DeLuce, the OG. We got Bax, Dingleberg, Neil Yo, Sam L, Afterstar, and Ultra 3123. Stuart and Lockup, shout out to you guys. Thanks for joining us today. Rainmaker and Diggity Jacobs. Cobra as well in the house, and shout out to Juan Padilla. We got Jag, we got Dino, we got Kiel Lin. Grateful for Bitcoin. The boys are back in town, certainly are, Sir Jimmy J and Stevenson ATN. We got Walter, Mildred Cordado. You're not going to get me with that one, Big. I'm going to read that name before I read it out again. Shout out to Jay Lee. We got Jason Raybon. We got God Sent. Believe in yourself. Long this. Elizabeth, TX Trader, JC. We got Naveen, who's calling me while I'm on the show. That really displeases me. Fonz, Scalping, Nomo, Oscarito, one of the OGs as well. Escape Planet, Casey Mint, Ned Rec.
Yeah, you get it because it was my buddy.
I miss him, dude. I haven't talked to him in a minute.
Who, Ned Rec?
No. A buddy of mine, Alfred. We used to talk about him on the show. Shout out to Dad Trader and Ron John. Shout out to Oscarito. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. A bit of a bamboozling morning, Joseph. We opened up like several hundred points higher on the Dow. The NASDAQ, we give it all back. By the time the bell rings, we drop. Now we're trying to go back to green. What the hell's going on here,
I know. Those flash services that came out put a little pump into the market, which was slightly entertaining. You guys, you know how it goes around here, right? You know the narrative, you know the game plan. We got a lesson today.
Sir.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go over and see what is hot and what is not, guys. So maybe a new segment there, what is hot and what is not. But here we go. So we got materials at the top of its class here, guys, up about 1.5% here on this session. So that's XLB, I believe. Yeah, XLB is materials. Industrials is sitting in second place here. So in the show, up about 0.75% there. And then we got healthcare sector up about 1/3 as well, too there, guys. So those are the three green. Well, actually, we'll go over one more because there's the consumer discretionary is up 1/4 as well, too here, guys. So those are the four green sectors. The rest are all in red. And then we're going to go from the third last to last here. Real estate sitting in that third last spot, up about 310, down about 310. Sorry there, guys. Utilities at 1.25, and then we have energy, one of the weakest there, about 2.8% down on the session. And I know a lot of analysts were talking about energy, and it's unfortunate that it hasn't been as good of a play as some have anticipated to, especially with the narrative being drill baby drill. So maybe front running that or anything.
See where we're at today on the oil contract, bro. We're dropping below that 67 Biden level. We used to call that the Biden level because they were filling up the strategic petroleum reserve every time. Guy, we're at 65.60. We're down almost 4% on the April contract.
Tough luck.
gas prices here better be coming down, bro. Better be coming down. All right, let's get to this lesson of the day, guys. We're continuing our discussion on the measured move. Today, we'll talk about spotting higher probability breakouts with, yes, you guessed it, the measured move. Let's do this. So breakouts can be exciting opportunities in intraday trading, but pinpointing higher probability ones can be a bit trickier. So this lesson explores how the measured move can help you identify these breakouts with greater confidence. Let's get right to it, baby. We're going to always explain things de novo and from a high level before we start. So the measured move, what is it? It's a concept that relates to price movement on volume. It suggests to you that the size of the breakout, the price move that is often proportional to the preceding trading volume. Joseph loves his volume. So we're going to be emphasizing that today. So how do we identify these breakout levels using the measured move? So first and foremost, let's talk about these support and resistance levels. So firstly, identify a key area of support or resistance on the chart. So these are areas where the price historically, if you don't know what it is, has historically bounced off or rejected off, creating temporary barriers or supports. So anytime the price comes down, say bounces off that $200 level, and it does it once and twice, and you kind of get the feeling that there is a bigger buyer at 200. Likewise, to the high side, if the price keeps rejecting 300 over and over again, whether intraday or over a multi-day basis or multi-week basis, you kind of get the feeling there's a seller at that $300 level. That's what we call support and resistance. So the first order of business for you is to identify a key area of support or resistance on the chart. Then you want to do your volume analysis. So you want to observe the volume activity trading around these levels. We're talking about the support and resistance levels. You want to see what the volume is like at that 200. You want to see what the volume is like at that 300. And you most notably, you want to take note of what kind of trading volume is there. Is a lot of buying coming in there? Is there a lot of selling? Is the buying outweighing the selling? So you're trying to do your analysis at these key levels, and most notably, you're looking at volume. So observe the volume activity around these levels. Look for a surge in volume preceding the price move towards the key areas of support or resistance. So you kind of want to get the feeling, are the buyers really, on one today? Are we going to break that 300? Are the sellers really on one? Are they really bearish today? Are we going to break down below that 200? So you're trying to kind of foreshadow what the move will be into that level based upon the volume preceding that level. So let's talk about the measured move in action. So let's talk about the breakout with the high volume. So if a price decisively breaks through that support or resistance zone accompanied with high volume, this could be a breakout signal. So projecting the move, here's where the measured move comes in. So you want to take the distance between that support and resistance, or resistance level, I should say, and the breakout point. Example, let's just say $2. So we're hanging out at $198. We know that there's a $200 resistance level that we've seen on a previous occasion. So there's a $2 difference between where the price action is right now and resistance. So you want to project this distance in the breakout direction to estimate the potential price target. So for example, if the breakout is upwards, add $2 to that breakout price. So you're looking for a $202 move. Not a hard and fast science, but as we always say, trading is more of an art than a science. Why this matters? Like, what are you using this for? So it's confirmation with volume. So you want to see the volume confirm what you perceive to be the direction of the breakout, which is, above that 300 or below that 200 that we talked about. So high volume preceding the breakout suggests increased buying or selling pressure, potentially pushing the price further in the breakout direction. And then the measured target here, the projected price based on the measured move, gives you a realistic estimate of where the price might reach, helping you set profit targets, obviously. Because sometimes, I feel like I'm flying blind a lot of the times in the trade. You're in, say, at $2 because, we trade these small cap gappers, and then the price is up to, say, $2.50, and I don't see any resistance until like $4. Well, should I wait till $4 to wet my beak on some profits, or should I be basically taking profits on the way out? My methodology in the past has been to take profits on the way out. I believe Adara does have something for us at the big desk.
I have kind of the catalyst is it's odd, but I'm seeing it on social media, so I'll mention it regardless. There's an X account here. It's a yellow check mark X account for whatever that's worth. It's called Tesla Owners Silicon Valley. It's apparently the most, quote, most notorious Tesla club in the world. So it's quite a big deal, I guess, in the Tesla space. This account posted, quote, Grok has replaced Google for me. So this should not be shocking because Elon Musk runs Grok. Of course, Tesla owners would be associated with Grok potentially because Tesla CEO Elon Musk also runs XAI, which runs Grok. But regardless here, it is worth noting this headline is being circulated on X. This Tesla owners group on X saying that Grok has replaced Google for them. GOOGL kind of chilling on this, guys, but interesting note to be aware of. Back to you.
Dara, so let's continue on the lesson. We don't have much here. So the measured target, what we're talking about here is the projected price based on the measured move. It gives you realistic estimates of where the price might reach, which obviously helps you with your profit targets. And here's what we're talking about over here. Here's a graphic showing confirmation with the measured move breakout. You're looking always for volume above that specific level. This is a bull move, obviously. Some important considerations to keep in mind when you're using this. False breakouts are an ever-present danger in trading, full stop. Not all breakouts with volume are successful. Sadly, the price can sometimes fake a breakout and then reverse back down. How many of us have seen that? Throw your hand up. I'm pretty sure everybody's seen that. Neil has his hand up. Joe has his hand up. It always happens, baby. All right? Use additional confirmation signals. What do you got there, Neil? No, we can pause the lesson. There's food on the table here, babe.
What do you got there? Pull it up there.
All right, Ram.
Now we're ready.
Oh.
This is the salad today.
Hey.
It's hard to tell because I don't know. It's like seasoned chicken.
Seasoned chicken, he's saying.
It's weird because I got rice. I feel like rice.
Okay, all right. Neil's mic is not working, guys. Sorry about that. It's seasoned chicken, and it looks awfully good. Thank you, Neil, for making us feel bad that we can't eat for a few hours. No, I'm kidding, of course. So false breakouts are an ever-present danger when we're trading, guys. Not all breakouts with volume are successful. Sadly, the price can sometimes fake a breakout in reverse. Use additional confirmation signals like these moving averages, price patterns, RSI, stochastics, whatever you use to help support your theory. So you're looking for confirmation from other technicals. I hope I made that quite clear. And then you should always consider the market context, right? Consider the overall market sentiment. A strong breakout during a bullish trend is more likely to find a follow-through compared to a breakout, not a breakdown, during a consolidation phase or a downtrend. Like you heard the Katina man today say in basically umpteen amount of times that he wasn't feeling that the market was very bullish. It ended up moving up anyway, but he had a feeling because the market was selling off aggressively into the open. So keep that all in mind, put everything in context. So let's put it all together. Step one, you identify areas of support and resistance with high volume activity around those levels. That's step one. Step two, you're looking for a decisive break above or below support and resistance with volume. Underline that, with above average volume. Okay. Step number three, you're projecting the measured move distance to estimate the potential price target. So you're looking from where the price action is versus where the resistance level is, and then if you get a breakthrough resistance, you're looking to measure, or you're looking to basically project that upward from the breakout or breakdown level. And then step number four, combine this move, the measured move that is, with other technical indicators and the market context at large for a more robust trading strategy. I hope everybody, except a few people there in the chat that I don't care for, prints up a storm.
You know what I mean?
I gotta throw shade, baby.
You gotta throw some shade, man. You don't know, but it's all love, baby. Yeah, it's all love,
I'm just
man.
doing it to elicit responses. I don't feel that way.
He can never feel that way. All right,
got over there, though?
So this is what this is the game plan here, all right, guys? So let's dive into, we'll figure that out later, Ram. Let's dive into what we can potentially do here. So as you can see, guys, Apple is gonna run into a support level right now. It's been touched multiple times already on this intraday chart. So So what are we going to do? If we breach with momentum to the downside, and volume, then we're going to enter. But right now, I want to wait for a pullback as this underlying looks like it potentially can, right? So that's what we want to do. And then once you have those multiple tests and then you look for that break, then it's essentially just a trade to the next support level, okay, or the possible resistance. I don't want to chase it at the break of this support level. Why? Because we can bounce. And history from an intraday standpoint has proven that we've already bounced off of that level 3 times. So how many more times are we going to bounce until we eventually break? You can see that the overall market sentiment is weak, and then that's what we want to be able to establish and say, hey, okay, is this name ready to short? You can, if we want to take a couple steps back here and see what we got going on, you can see that the 5-minute opening drive, relatively weak. It puts in an indecision candle, but then a nice clean 5-minute orb to the downside. I talk a lot about the 5-minute opening range breakouts because a lot of traders use them. So what we can do here to mark them out is that every morning, and I do this on my own, and you can just do it from a visual standpoint as well too, right? So I go from a 1-minute and a 5-minute opening range break. So what am I going to do here? We can just mark out the range of this 5-minute candle. And then you can use that as a line in the sand and then play the break of it in either direction. I know a lot of traders that I used to work with when I was at home love this system, and they're highly successful of that. So what you do now is you have a definitive range and you have a line in the sand to play something off, just like the volume weighted average price. And that's where you can get those 5-minute orb trades really, really nice and get that continuation to whatever direction you decide or the price action decides it wants to go. So now you can see that this pullback here was slightly micro, and it looks like we're going to head down relatively sooner than what I thought. What I was looking at was here, okay, have the inability to establish a new high, come around the 232 level, and then head back south. And that's what I want to do. So I'm going to go over, all right, so I'm going to take a step back here as well. Cameron Lum says, Joe, what is a 5-minute orb? So I just went over that. A 5-minute orb is a 5-minute opening range, okay? So you use that 5-minute candle, and then you play the break of that 5-minute candle. Am I missing something in my ear?
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yep.
So yeah, that's essentially what it is, right? And we can use it we can utilize it in a 1-minute perspective as well too. That is a little bit more difficult, and I suggest that you have a little bit more experience under your belt when you're playing the 1-minute orb. Start with the 5-minute, play the opening ranges, and then you can use that specific candle for many reasons, right? You can have it as a stop loss, and you can have it as an entry parameter as well too. So just keep that in mind. And that's what we're going to do here on Apple. It looks like we're going to break this support level, and now I'm going to take it to the short side. Sharif.
All right, we're in MLGO and we're in edit. Let's talk about MLGO because we're already extracting some profits on this one. Initially entered at 77s, wet the beak all the way up there into 85s. It did dip into my already waiting resting order at 70. So I got the ad at 70. Now we've got a double bottom for the moment. Underline that, for the moment at $4.70. Let's see if this one holds. I'm waiting up here at 78. So it's showing me, there we go. Now we got the print, and then we got another print right there. Okay, good look right now on MLGO. So if I can flip to the 1, you can see this a little bit better. So there's the initial entry, scalp, 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 add into the previous area of support, scalp, scalp to the high side. Let's flip back to the 5. MLGO is a holdover from yesterday. We were trading this sucker yesterday, and it's up another 15 2/3 on the day. So let's give this one the old community college try. See how we do with this one. So we're at 75s. Let's sit here at 82s because I'm bored in 82, and I'm kind of superstitious. So we're going to wait over here, and let's see if we can scalp all these orders to the high side. All those red lines right there, those are resting profit takers. The reason I use that with these small cap gappers is because I'm old and I'm slow. So I can't enter the orders quick enough. So I got to get the computer to help me out, and it fills it for me if the price reaches that level. All right, so we're doing well here on MLGO. Now, the one we're not doing that well on, let's call a spade, is edit. Now, this one was a rounding top into exactly 2 1/4. It comes down into the volume weighted average price, and that's where I got in. It doesn't look like it wants to hold. I'm 2 pennies out of the money on this monster. We'll see if it wants to weasel back, Joe. I layered my orders here for a pop-up, but this one is a VWAP retracement trade. If VWAP gets me into the trade, If VWAP should get me out, I won't trade this below VWAP. I'm not going to break my rules today. So anything below 208, we got stopped out, and then we'll look to something else. Back to MLGO, we got another print there to the high side as it popped up into 84s. I've still got 3 unfilled trades to the high side over here. Let me tell you though, the 10 exponential on MLGO is at 2/3. It's at 66s, but you can see here the support level is 70s. So my move is I'm getting out below 70, all right? And that doesn't mean that the trade is over. I'm going to get out the current, whatever I've got left below 70, because I don't want to hold this against me and have to DCA when I don't want to DCA, when they weren't planned. So anything below 70 stops me out, but we'll keep an eye on the 10 exponential, and we'll also keep an eye on the volume weighted average price, right around 460, 458. The reason I like that level, 450, 458, 460, is because it's in addition to it being VWAP, there is price action support there. What do I mean by that? Like, look at this consolidation area. I perceive this to be a bull flag. We get that big boy move up. We have that kind of sideways movement for this one looked like about 15 minutes. And then we got another big boy move. So if there is consolidation here, there just might be support at that level. So I'll get stopped out below 470. I'm going to move up my stop. It's already at 465. And then if it breaks down below that, Joseph, we'll have to reassess whether this is a valid trade or not. What do you got, my man?
Bang, yeah, nice. We're in this Apple short here, guys. Bang. It looks like the market wants to bleed a little bit. I'll talk about this NVIDIA trade shortly after we just go over what we got cooking up here in Apple. So I mentioned that we're going to play the break of those support levels, and we waited for that pullback. Now it looks like it wants to go into that 230 60 level, so we're going to hold off. The market is extremely weak right now, so if these big names start to drag it down, then we're going to be looking half decent as we continue to bleed right here. Let's go ask me a pretty good question. It says, if I do a covered call, can it help protect me from losing money if I go red on a position? Yes. Just always keep in mind that when you are selling options, it will never equate to the amount that a stock appreciation is. It's just used to hedge and mitigate losses, all right? So that's what you want to use. You want to go as far out the money, collect some premium, and then allow yourself to just reduce that short-term downside in your underlying asset. So hopefully that helped you. Again, it's not going to cover everything, but it'll take a nice little chunk out of it, like 10, 15, 20% of what you may have unrealized in a loss. It can reduce that. So that's the whole point of covered calls, is just to relieve that short-term loss a little bit. Okay, guys, so keep that in mind. Here we go. We are bouncing, continuing to bounce here in AAPL. Are we going to break this support level? Maybe, possibly. We want to see that volume really start to kick in here with this name in order for us to continue this southeast trajectory, guys. But let's take a look at what I was cooking up here on NVDA. And it's unfortunate that it didn't work out, but that's okay, because we got out when we were supposed to. So what we have here is we're just going to draw these basic trend lines, do some basic TA here on this name. And what I was looking for is volume to step in at the break of these lower highs here, and then we can continue and maybe go and test the high day. That hasn't been the case so far. You can see that we rejected the trend line multiple times, but it was slightly adjusted before that. So we sat on top of it above the volume weighted average price. So I took it. We got a nice little move, and then I should have been out at the break of VWAP, but then I got right back in, and then sure enough, we took another leg down. And that's why you get out of trades when it's time, right? Because imagine I was holding onto this position all the way down there, that'd be a $2 loser, and then to kind of recover from that loss is slightly difficult, all right? Especially when the market is moving sideways, moving eastward, and not necessarily in a definitive path, right? We can pull up the cues and see what we got going on from that standpoint, and you can just see that all these candles are overlapping each other, and then you get a little bit of a break to the downside, but this is tough. So what you want to do, me specifically as a breakout trader, is you want to avoid all this noise and then wait for the volume to step in and then break through key support or resistance levels and start to participate in that aspect. But here, for me, as a breakout trader, as I just mentioned, is that these overlapping candles is like, okay, yeah, you're up one, up down. They're all inside of each other. It can get a little bit of messy and more difficult. So range trading, absolutely what you want to do is sell the tops and buy the lows. But as a breakout trader, I'm looking for that to break through key levels. So now let's get back into Apple before we send it back to my guy real quick. App loving it. Yeah, exactly. So here we go, guys. We're starting to head a little bit more south here on Apple. It was holding up relatively strong, and I mentioned to Sharif, it's like, okay, there might be some loopholes for the iPhone around these tariffs that can benefit and continue to hold it up steady, but then it's just put in some relatively weak sessions, which is unfortunate. But here we go. We're heading to the south side. We're going to start to take some off of this trade here. Sharif.
All right. Shout out to Tisha. CDXC. Oh, baby. Beautiful upward move, man. It's just up and to the dang right. It's not even pulling back. Let's do a little bit of charting because Tisha says this is a blue sky setup, which is just, you know, a trading euphemism for never seen this high before. CDXC is a ticker. Let's go to the daily and see what's what. That's a meaningless tautology, but that's kind of what I do. No, we are not in a blue sky setup. We're very close, Tisha, because we haven't been up in these levels since 21, so 4 years deep now, maybe a little bit less, maybe 3.5 years. But the weekly, we didn't split before that. So this thing went nuts during the pandemic. It looks like it went all the way up into 25, but we know what the pandemic plays are like, right? A lot of stuff was inflated during the pandemic. A lot of stimmy money was finding its way around everywhere. So people are throwing that into the market and inflated all these prices. We're going to analyze this bad boy a bit more when we get back from Adara at the big desk.
We do the money talks, of course. I thought right now, though, it might be a little bit interesting because I just saw a little bit of a note about the euro. Why don't we do a little bit of a foreign currency minute? I'll come up with a better name for this segment. Given everything, thank you for the support there, Sharif. Given everything that's going on with tariffs, I think it's worth noting here to check in on how some of these names are doing. So here's the Mexican peso to the USD. Obviously, I had a bit of a downtrend, but this is the daily chart. A little bit of a bottoming situation happening yesterday on Tariff Tuesday. We actually got a bit of a bottoming tail on this chart. Nice green day today as well. So that is the peso. Let's take a look at the Canadian dollar as well to the USD. So yesterday, nice strong look, a bit of a double bottom, both short term and if you even want to look at it longer term here for the Canadian dollar to the USD. But today, bit of an interesting look. We get this wick higher into this 0.7 area. Then we pull back a little bit, currently red on the day. So here's the CAD to USD. But before I send you guys back, I want to actually show you guys the relationship in the Forex land that made me interested in this segment in the first place. I got a note here about the euro hitting a 4-month high versus the US dollar. It is worth noting here, we don't have tariff talk necessarily as of right now between the US and Europe to my knowledge, but this is a nice breakout here for euros. We got increasing volume as well. This is a 3-day winning streak, and we're actually trying to push through this previous support going back to October 2024, then again in August 2024. So can we break out of this double bottom area of support turn resistance? We'll have to wait to find out, but that is my Forex Minute. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Great look there, Dara. Interesting look between the euro and the euro dollar and the US dollar. I always forget that the euro is actually a dollar.
Yeah, wow.
But nobody calls it that. You call it the euro. Look, man, I don't know if Donald Trump is displeased about this. He's made his views very well known that he wants a weaker U.S. dollar to increase exports. Obviously, with a stronger currency, harder to export as others buying with foreign currency got to pay up a little bit more. Yeah. So we'll have to see how that all works out. I don't know if this is part of his plan or anything.
I was watching some stuff last night, Sharif, and you know how this tariff game is going. It's like 25%. 25%. Everywhere, everybody gets a little bit of a tariff. What's stopping countries from going to find a free trade partner?
There's nothing.
Exactly.
But so when you're Canada and you want to diversify your free trade, great question. So what are your options, Joseph? Right. You want to go to Europe?
Right.
Know we have a lot of viewers from there, but I don't really see them as economically robust in the way that the States are. I mean, just have a look at GDP growth between Europe as a bloc and the United States from 2008, from the financial crisis onwards. They diverged, Joseph. So where else are you going to go? You're going to go to Asia? Well, then you got beef with a lot of these Asian countries. Specifically, I'm talking about Russia. I'm talking about China. What's the deal? Where are you going? Where are the buyers?
That's a very valid question. But then I guess it comes to the job of whoever's working for the country. You go, okay, yeah, we got 25% tariffs, but what if transportation costs is relatively cheaper to go farther out seas than coming in, like paying the 25% tariff, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to change up our trade partner. It may cost us a little more in transportation, but it's not 25% more.
Yeah, I get that, and that makes absolute sense, especially if transportation costs down. I'm talking about the buying power, the veracity of the consumer. I don't think it's the same. They're not. The same. You know what I mean?
The consumption isn't isn't as much. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I was listening some stuff, and it's not good, right? You want to build a good rapport with your trade partners. You know that Canada and U.S., we've been partners for a long, long time, hundreds of, whatever it may be, 100 years or whatever. So you want to continue with that. But again, for me, it's like, okay, you're going to charge me 25%. I'm going to take my business elsewhere if I can, and that's simple. So yeah, that's just how I thought.
All right, let's talk about MLGO because I got a couple of prints to the high side, but this is why small cap gappers are a dangerous bunch. We were about to break this 88s, which is where I was waiting. In fact, we got 88s on the bid, and then we wiped down literally every single level from 88 down into 72 in a half second. That's how these guys, they live their life like this, 1 second at a time. I'm talking about these small cap gappers. They can change their tune in a hot second. So I've got 3 more outs left on this bad boy, but that same buyer at 70 looks like they stepped up again, despite the fact that we wicked all the way up from 88s, or it looks 87s maybe, and then it dipped right down into 70. Now that's a quadruple bottom on MLGO on the 5-minute chart at 80 pennies. At 70 pennies, excuse me, I misspoke, at 70 pennies. So an interesting look here. I mean, I perceive this to be the formation of yet another bull flag, and not all bull flags are created equal. Some take longer to form than others. We'll see if this one wants to hold up. This area right here on MLGO seems to me like an epic tug of war between buyers and sellers right now, where we try to break that high of the day at around 90 pennies, weaseling up to the high 80s. And then we're smacked with a huge sell order that takes out all the levels all the way down into the low 70s. And then now we're kind of equidistant between the high and the low right now, hanging out in the high 70s, low 80s. So I don't know what to think. I'm just going to leave my orders the way they are. I still got the beak wetter hanging out at 88s. I still have my stop at Scotia below 70. So that's the situation on MLGO. Doing well on it, but would like definitely to do a bit better with a high day break. Now, the one I'm not doing well on, EDIT, I got stopped out. Not big loss here, but a 5-penny loss, but a loss nonetheless. Now, this one simply was a VWAP retracement, looking for the bounce off VWAP. It didn't come, so I'm not going to fight it and, take it with offense that it didn't bounce out VWAP. I'm out of the trade. I'm going to look for the next bad boy. And something tells me it may be something to do with CDXC. This bad boy is still putting in higher highs and higher lows on the 5. Let's talk about it. I was supposed to chart this, and then Adara had breaking news, so we couldn't do it. Let's do it right now. So here's what I'm seeing, guys. As you know, if you've been watching the show for a hot minute, the solid green line on my black charts will always be the 10 exponential moving average, and that's what we're getting right here. Every single dip into the 10 is getting bought up. Now, you're not having the same type of upward strength as you had earlier in the trading day, which is normal because now we're in the slower part of the day. But I like something here, high 80s, maybe even high 70s. If we get a quick wick below the 10 exponential, it looks like we are certainly having trouble with 9. I mean, we've been above 9. The high of the day is 918, but we're not getting that decisive break and that follow through or that continuation above $9. So, I will be a little bit, conservative with how I enter onto this one. Let's go ahead and get a couple of shares over here. We're going to start small off with this one, and I don't mind DCAing into the mid 80s. Let's go ahead and actually do just that. So we're long 94s. Let's go ahead and sit at 89s, and then simultaneously we'll put something for a pop-up up here. So then we'll go like that, and then we'll go like this, set some beak wetters in case this bad boy pops up. We want to extract some profitability. So I'm layering my orders on CDXC. Shout out to Tisha, who's absolutely killing it on this one today. Small cap gapper trader Tisha Dang Perkins. Get it, Tisha.
Get it, Tisha. Let's go here in Apple, guys, we're breaking through those key support levels that I mentioned before, and then now we're heading to the downside, and we're just piecing this out as the market wants to trade lower and lower here, guys. Really weak stuff. Apple super weak. I'm wondering if there's any news on that. I know Adara will bring it to it if there is, but I think it just might be regular price action. But that's all right, guys. We're going to continue to bleed in that volume. You can see here, guys, on the lower time frames is really starting to pick up. So really good look there. We're out about 60% of the positions, so we don't have too much left, and we're going to look to see if we can continue to drag lower. 229 may be in the works for today on AAPL there, Sharif. So we'll hold on to that. But guys, I want to mention something here. So you can see that we have a heightened VIX, right? So we haven't seen these levels in the VIX since December of last year, which is only, I guess, only 4 months ago or anything along those lines. But this is what you need to be aware of, all right? So when you're trading from an intraday perspective, and the volatility in the overall market is heightened, what you need to do now is, like, if you find yourself getting stopped out a lot, what you got to do is you got to widen that stop and reduce size. And in this current market environment, that's what I believe you need to do, all right? So wider stop, it's something that I personally even needed to adjust it to. It's like those 10, 15, 20 cent stops aren't working anymore. You got to widen that stop and then lower your share count to a certain extent as well too. But then you also have the ability to add in. We're going to talk more about just stop placement and volatility in the market right after we get back from Midday.
With regards to Apple, I didn't see any news on it, but it is worth noting around 9 a.m., so half an hour before the open, they did announce their new M3 Ultra. So this could be a bit of a sell the news event for Apple. Anything, though, would be speculation because we don't have any news on it. But I did want to remind anyone, in case you missed it, right at 9 a.m., Apple announces their new M3 Ultra product here with their M3 chip. Back to you.
Yeah, and I'm just reading some things in the chat here, guys. Tisha said she took a tough loss, unfortunately. That's okay. I know you'll bounce back. You're here every day, and it just happens. It happens to the best of us. That's a part of the game that you can't avoid, unfortunately. But one thing you can avoid, actually, though, Sharif, is outsized losses, all right? So there's only so many outcomes that can happen in this market. You can break even. You can lose small, you can lose big, and the inverse of that, right? You can win small, and then you can win big, essentially. So just try to keep those losses relatively small, and then you'll be way better off, because the next day it's like, oh, okay, I took an outsized loss, but then the next day you have a stellar day, and you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe if my loss yesterday wasn't so big, my day would be 2 times better than what it was. So just keep those losses small, widen that stop, but we are continuing to bleed here in AAPL here, Sharif, down about 2.4%, 2.6%, sorry, guys, and continuing to the southeast, 229, my next target.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's the way it is. If you can't handle the markets, don't invest. So MLGO continuing to dance. I'm long CDXC at 70s. I got a bit of a VWAP dip. It didn't quite make it down into VWAP, but that's where my stop placement goes. So let's see if we can pop back up. We're about a couple of pennies out of the money here, 4 pennies out of the money, showing me 66s. Looking for a bounce up, layering my orders on this bad boy, looking to catch something to the high side. The aggressive selling came through that break of 9, but it's still above VWAP, still above the 20. Let's see if it holds up at this area. Back to MLGO. We only got a few more outs on this bad boy, but it is coming back down into that 70 penny area. And as I mentioned earlier, we've been kind of really defending 70 pennies as a major level of support, at least since 11 o'clock. So the better part now of 35 minutes has been this 70 penny area. So let's see if we can continue to bounce off this area. Now, mind you, I've been watching it bounce off 70, but I haven't added. So I'm just questioning myself here, is that a lack of conviction in the trade, or am I just not accustomed to adding to these winning positions? So let's go ahead and do that. It's going to obviously throw off my cost base a little bit, but that's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to throw that in there, see if we can get something bouncing back up here on MLGO, take advantage of this 70 penny hold. Yeah, this $4.70 area, waiting at 71s. Let's see if we get the fill. Let's go back to CDXC. So this one's still zigging and zagging in the low 60s. So we're 10 pennies out of the money on this one now. It's either going to hold VWAP or I'm getting out. VWAP right now, I perceive that to be around 43s. So low 40s, low to mid 40s right now on CDXC. Let's see if this area wants to hold, and then does it bounce back up, or do we get consolidation to no end? Okay, so we got the fill on MLGO. Let's wait here for a beak wetter. Let's see if we can take out some over here. How many shares do we have? There we go. We got a nice dip trade and a nice bounce back up, quick as you like. Happy about that. Let's go ahead and wait up here as well. Let's see if we can get even more. This is now a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 5-minute candles have been defending off this 470 area. Bizarre. But yeah, profitable. So let's see exactly what else is going on. Guys, I also want to mention Astis. So this is one, we were trading this one yesterday towards the end of the show. It did well yesterday. Kind of, you can see the initial bull flag there, then some more continuation to the high side. Today, I perceive us to be bull flagging again, well above VWAP. It's a bit more of an expensive name, obviously $32 and change for a small cap gapper, but we are putting higher lows. We've defended VWAP. It looks like we're defending $32, give or take, with the lower wicks, you know, going into that 32 mid-teens, in and around that area. So ASTS certainly in focus, at least for me today. We'll be looking to build a position on this one if it does dip into VWAP, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, my guy. So we're still holding on to this. If we come back and test this zone and have the inability to crack through, then I believe that can be another potential add. And as my good buddy Obi says, our good buddy here says, what is the trade within the trade? And then you can find those positions to add. So words of wisdom there for Obi. Yeah, Derek likes that one too, guys. So good stuff there. We're holding on to this. I'm going to go over this NVDA here. I talked about it a little bit. It is just chopping around, and it's tough to sit through this stuff, right? So again, I mentioned if you're going to be a breakout trader, kind of like myself, then this isn't ideally what you want to be looking at, right? You want to find stocks with a definitive trend and et cetera, right? You get that volume stepping in and everything along those lines, all those criteria that you need, but you can see all the overlapping, like I mentioned here in the index, and then now you break through the base, but then you're just kind of back right into that range. So it can happen with these names. They start to move sideways, especially when they've been in play for an extended period of time. But whatever you guys are looking at, just put it in the chat and we'll go over it. And then we're going to talk a little bit more options as well, too, because I want to refer to some things that I was talking about yesterday on Gamma and how that can kind of reflect your options writing. And what I mean by options writing is selling. And I found that, like, okay, even though it may be a simplistic, until you build yourself a large enough data set, and you don't really, and you won't really understand until you've gone through that experience. But I found a way that I can reduce my gamma exposure, and I talked about it yesterday. And why do I want to reduce my gamma exposure? Because it's going to stop the fluctuation of those contracts. So you have a less probability of finishing in the money when you are writing, and that's exactly what we're looking for. So what I'm starting to implement is extremely further date. I'll write something that's extremely farther out. Instead of doing weeklies, you can do bi-weeklies and even monthlies. And then when you get into that weekly zone, you just close that position and roll it over again. So that's been working out. I have a thesis built on Amazon, and I'm glad that it is panning out. So, and you don't get that crazy contract fluctuation that I'm referring to. And when you write, you can be in and out of the money and like down on a position relatively quick when those gamma levels are extremely high, all right, guys? So keep that in mind. LAZR, okay, we're going to go WAG Hannah, we're going to go over LAZR for you, but I'm going to ask you one time and one time only. Please don't spam the chat like that. Unless we ask a question, and then you can spam it all you want. But here we go on Luminar Technologies here, guys. Let's see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. It's looking pretty good, but it doesn't seem like the most liquid stock here from an intraday perspective. Really nice session yesterday, to be honest with you. Broke through VWAP. You get that curl over here, guys, and then you get that continuation to the top side, breaking through some pre-market highs and et cetera on this name. But now pulling back a little bit. This is still healthy, but the liquidity is going to be an issue on this name, Sharif. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's the look of it. But we're going to zoom out here and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. And yeah, see, here we go. Luminar Technologies, not a good look from a technical standpoint, but what I'm going to do here before I send it back to my guy is we're going to pull it up here from an overview and see what it actually does. Oh, a laser. Freaking lasers. All right.
Yes, Joseph. That was really good, man. All right, I appreciate that.
So here we go. Luminar Technologies with about $167 million market cap there. It's a global automotive technology company which is engaged in a vehicle safety and autonomy. All right, very interesting. So I think the world is definitely leaning towards that there. As of right now, it's not the play. Be a little bit more patient. If you're in this long term, it might take some time to get to where you want to go.
And no news, Neil, by the way. And not that we can see anyway. MLGO looks like it's going to flat bottom break through 70. I mean, I've accounted for that already. We got a few more outs. But I'm very proud of how I traded this over here. CDXC, I took it all the way from 63s all the way up into 90s. We're still holding a little bit of a piece. I'm looking to front run 9, I said 90. Yeah, 90 pennies, excuse me. I'm 80.90. So now I'm looking to front run $9 as well as I'm waiting at 905 and then 8.99 and 905. And then we're going to wait above the high of the day. So let's see if we can get a bounce. We got a double bottom on the 5 at around 8.50 or so. So it looks like the buyers were defending the $0.50, pardon me, on CDXC. So let's see if this one wants to continue to the high side. Please just dang punch with this trade, okay? It's a strong one. Get it, Adara. I appreciate your support. So we're going to continue to watch. Whatever, bro. You know who's yelling "get it" at people who have no idea what the hell's going on? Patty, because he's always watching the show and we're always yelling "get it."
Yeah,
he's like, I've been yelling "get it" to everybody.
We need the animation.
Yeah, but the production team now, you know, they're a little backed up, Joseph,
They're a little backed
with
up.
the new filming and stuff like that. So we don't.
Maybe I'll come over there and we can make one there.
Yeah. She looks very busy eating her food. Andre, we know, is very busy.
Guess what? You know,
I see Andre working all the time.
No, hold on here. Just pause for a minute here. No more snacks in the fridge, please. I can't help myself. I've seen the Kit Kat. I took a piece of it. If they're there, I'm gonna eat it. So it's just, yeah. So it's just.
He takes Ram's Kit Kat.
Yeah. I mean, hey, man.
And I told him to take her energy drinks too, but
I don't drink that stuff, man. We'll call it the Joseph tax, man. We got to get those stuff.
I know Adara loves her energy drinks.
And the way, no, Ram, we got to break the Kit Kat a little cleaner because you know what I mean, though.
Ram, you can't make it that hard.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Don't
like it's like broken. It's like half of it's still left on there and everything. I'm like, man, you know what I mean. So we get a clean break
Good
here.
times. Killing me, guy. All right, guys. So I guess MLGO didn't break, and boom, we take out 80s again. We took out 75. We took out 80s. Now we're waiting at 84s, and then I'm waiting at the high of A. So MLGO, guys, continues to bounce off 70. There is somebody buying up a storm on MLGO at $4.70. How long does this hold for? I'll submit to you, it's been holding on for 45 minutes because this level's been defended since 11 o'clock. So now we're above 80s. Now I'm waiting at 84s. It's showing me 83s. Let's see if we can get the print. Ram's killing me, bro. Yay, there's Patty.
Where is he?
He's texting me. He's texting me, right?
Yeah,
right away. Anytime he has anything to say, he just texts. He doesn't bother with the chat. You know, he gets direct access. He's BPI, baby.
BPI.
Big Patty Ice. We miss him around here. Sorry, Pat, I wasn't able to be there on Friday, but you know. The work calls. Anyway, Joseph, we're still waiting here on CDXC. Here we go. We're knocking on the door of 90s now. 90s has been a bit of a local resistance level here on CDXC. I'm talking about $8.90. That's my best print there so far. We reject, go back down to 70s. And now we're knocking on that 90 door again. Let's see if they open up this time. I'm still waiting in front of 9 and then after 9. Joseph Wilson, what do you got?
Hey, yeah, still cooking up here, man. I'm just chefing it up here, Chef Joe, wherever he is. But I know there's already one in the chat, so and he's already been on the show. So yeah, interesting stuff. But here we go, guys. Continuing to bleed here in AAPL 229. Geez. Anyway, it said bless you. Yeah, bless you. Yeah. 229.42. We're in at 231 here, so we're knocking on that door of that $2 club. Here in AAPL, we only got one more out, guys, and then we're going to run out of shares, and then we got to find something else to trade here. But it's looking really, really weak. What I do want to stick to is in-play stocks, and that's something will have more of a definitive direction. We know that we are pretty much through earnings now. We're on the tail end of it anyways, so all the big names have reported. CrowdStrike was yesterday as well, too. They lowered the full-year guidance, but now the stock is bleeding. They're still getting a little bit banged up from that outage that they had earlier, in mid last year, I believe it was. And it cost them around $20-30 million, I think, roughly. So not a good look here. Running into some support levels. I do like this candle, but the thing is the overall market sentiment isn't too strong. So Gorev, if you're listening, it's like we're not getting those continued bounces. Well, when we get those bounces, there's not much continuation within them, and we need to keep that in mind. If we do close as this hammer, I'll still be really, really patient. A good friend of mine actually sold a boatload of puts on this name on that outage back when it happened. Let's see if we can find it here. Yeah, so this is the outage day, I believe, here, guys. And then, just sold some puts and made some good money on them after it continued to bleed and sold more. And then eventually it bounced, but it took some time. I don't think that this is a great name, right? Like, this is still cybersecurity. And there's more people on the internet, whatever it may be. A lot of these large corporations need it. So maybe the full year isn't the best look, but I think it will start to pick up some steam eventually, and that's going to be the thesis in this name, but I'm not going to try to chase it or anything along those lines. It was down 10% or so after hours, and now recovering. We do have a nice bottoming signal here, but now we're just chopping in this range, so I'm going to wait for it to break and find a specific direction. Sure.
All right, Joseph, well, we're still in the same position we have been since we spoke last. We are still rejecting $80.90 on CDXC. We're also rejecting high 70s, low 80s on MLGO. I've been waiting at 84s. I'm not asking for much here, but neither has gone printed. So 84s, still an elusive level for MLGO, at least recently. Showing me 81s right now on the ask, 80 on the bid. You got to admire that, a 1 penny spread on a name that's done about 3.1 million shares on the day. It's only $4, so that's not even that many shares having been churned. I didn't give you guys any of the details on these bad boys, and I do apologize for that. So let's talk about CDXC first and foremost. 4.53% of the 50-ish million share float is borrowed for short. So convoluted statement there, 49.3 million share float, of which 4.5%, a little bit more, is borrowed for short there. So let's keep an eye out on that one. Not the biggest short float, nor the smallest float in general on that one. When we talk about MLGO, here's the details. Boom on MLGO, we take out that level, Joseph Wilson, and there we take out the high. Hey, whoa, there we go, baby. Let's see. Oh no, what happened? We finished all the shares.
Oh no,
that's okay. It always happens to me. MLGO, 4.58 million share float, so a very nice small float, of which a sizable percentage is borrowed for short. About 21.33% of the 4.58 million is being borrowed for short. I'm talking about micro algo, MLGO. This bad boy has a higher short float, which helps us as traders, right? Because we're looking for that intraday volatility, that parabolic move to the high side. And when you have two specific things here that I like for these aggressive moves. A smaller float, so not that many shares outstanding in the market. That increases the demand and decreases liquidity. So there's a lot of demand and a lot of chop and churn. So that's one. Two, when you have a higher short float as well, you assume that shorts who are out of the money may cover, and if they do, then you get that kind of parabolic move to the high side, because then you get double buying. You get the shorts covering, which means that they're buying, and then you actually have people who are actually buying intraday or whatever that add to the effect to the upside. So those are the two pieces that I typically look at. It's not an exhaustive list or an exclusive list or anything like that, but those are generally the things I look at. So MLGO, sadly, we're done this trade over here. Should have been more alive to the top break, but I traded this one less than optimally. I'll look to do better next time. But we do have a decent trade on it so far. Now, the one that we're currently involved in, CDXC. This is concerning me now with respect to this 90 area. $8.90 seems to be this kind of flat top from which we aren't breaking. Now, there's a couple of things that I want to say here that maybe, a little good, a little bad. We are putting in higher lows on this move up. So we dipped into 860. That's where I bought up. And then we have these higher lows all the while. Higher low, higher low, higher low with this flat top. Typically, that means that we resolve in the direction of the trend. What's up?
No, nothing.
Yeah. Well, typically, that means we resolve in the direction of the trend. But that's not always the case, especially, when you're, I hate to call it like this, but I feel like when I trade these small cap gappers during the midday, I'm picking up the scraps. They have their best move, typically in the pre-market, the ones that, continue subsequent to the bell. And then we're on the midday, and then I got to pick them up off support levels, right? And then look for bounces or hope it bounces. So we'll see if this one has more in the tank. And, to be quite honest with you, MLGO just showed it's got more in the tank.
Wow.
That's not a bad look,
Yeah,
huh?
I know,
But
man.
can I show my chart? But what hurts me the most about that is that it's going without me, and there's no red triangles north of that $5 area. That's a problem.
What a nice high day break on it too.
Yeah.
That volume really stepped up to the top side and then continued. So yeah, really good look there. I got Jam Lossy asking me to take a look at ORGO. ORGO. All right. Okay, I'm not even gonna say that name. Organogenesis Holdings. All right, a little bit tougher, a little tongue twister there. Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at it. Intraday standpoint, fantastic. But then you can see that we have liquidity issues as well too. You kind of get that algo type price action here in the pre-market and through that intraday standpoint on the 5-minute. If I were to go down a little bit in time frame, and you're going to see it be a little less liquid as well too here, guys. But let's take a look on the daily perspective and see what we got. Whoa.
What?
Okay, here we go. Now I see what you're looking at, Jam. Really nice stuff here, and this is what you want to see. You can see the average true range and the volatility really start to pick up here. That expansion within the price action, a nice breakout volume here. And then one thing that is positive about this is that, yeah, you have this big breakout engulfing candle right here, but look at the volume on the pullback, and that's what you want to see and sustain, right? So when you have a strong move like this, you want to see that volume really step down, and then that can give you a little bit more confirmation that when we decide to turn back around and volume picks back up, that you're going to play and you're going to break the high there. So let's find out what this company actually does, and then we'll take it from there. ROGO. So is a regenerative medicine company focused on development, manufacture, commercialization of solutions of advanced wound care and surgical sports medicine markets. Okay, so there you go, biotech, I guess there. But here we are, nice look. From a daily standpoint, it looks really good. If I zoom out, it's probably not going to be that good because that's how it usually is with some of these names. But if you're in it from the lows and you're looking to allocate right now, that breakout volume is really good. So if it has a news catalyst and it's something that can be sustained and continued, then for sure, you're going to get the nod from me on that one. So good luck there from Jam himself. Let's see what else everybody else is. I don't know why I keep repeating that. Let's see what everybody else is up to in the chat. We're still in this Apple trade here. If we can hold this level and then look like the price is going to turn around, then I believe that's when we can get a potential add, and that's what I'm going to hold out for. A lot of people in the chat are talking about MSTR as well too, guys. So we're going to take a look at that. It is at the top of the range and now breaking out. Oh, okay. So I was going to play this breakout, but I didn't see the volume step in enough, and it is a little pricey as well too. So that's something really important. I know it's spread Adara might like that as well. So, but the next target on this name is going to be these pre-market highs here, guys. So nice breakout here. That volume did kick in as the price broke out of these key resistance zones. So now you just need that to be sustained, and it looks like it's doing so. Bitcoin is slowly climbing higher and higher as well, and Apple is going to come back to my break even, looking for these support levels to hold. Then we can get an ad here. Sharif.
Convict.
Ooh, he's back.
Music. And we up front, it's breaking out. Wow, shout out to Buvin, man. Buvin, I can always rely on you, my man, for calling out these small cap gappers that are moving midday. Sometimes I try my best to have the ones that I think are going to make the best moves, but sometimes these bad boys just move midday. But be careful with this one, guys. I got in trouble with Acon a bunch of times yesterday because it has this propensity to break out then retrace. So we have an 831 pop. Look where we're at though, bro. 750 off that 831 pop and drop. It's up 34%. I like it possibly here off 7. Breakout level I perceive to be either 660 because of this kind of top end of the bull flag, or if you want to take that 7 dip off the 10 exponential, we'll see. I mean, Acon on one right now. Let's see if it continues moving. Buvin also called out BKKT, a decent one as well. It's up 25, almost 30%. This one, though, how's it trading, Buvin? What do we got here in terms of spread? Yeah, it's about a 5 or 6 penny spread. Not too bad on a $16 name. It's got a hell of a chart pattern there with higher lows. It's above VWAP. It looks like generally it did defend VWAP, even though it did close below it. It was able to retrace quickly above it. So new ones here on the chart, BKKT and then ACON. And we're already getting a bottoming tail candle here, Buvin, on wow, bro. Seriously? Yeah, this one is a little trouble, okay? I don't think I'm going to trade Acon just because of the nature of how it trades. It trades 30 pennies at a time here. It just moves up really aggressively. So if you're good with that and you're sizing it appropriately and you've got all the proper stop placement, have at it, baby. But to me, it's just like I'd rather something a bit more predictable and a little bit less insane here on. So we're going to keep ACON, obviously, because it's breaking out and it deserves our respect. BKKT, here we go. We're about to take out the high of the day, 1650 above in. We're there right now. I think we're like 47s or 48s. So the aggressive move on BKKT continues. There's the new high of day, and there it goes above 50. It's squeezing now, baby, into that 2/3 of a dollar. Let's give them the deets on BKKT. It is backed holdings. We got a float of 6.15 million shares and a nice short float here to work with. 20.25% of that 6.15 million, according to Trade Ideas, is borrowed for short. As I always say, this data could be up to 2 weeks old, and so it may be different right now. And look at this, bro. Wow, BKKT. This is ugly, Joseph. I hate to see that. Topping tail candle into 1680, drops back down, defends 16. This thing's trading 25 pennies at a time. Who does it think is Akon?
Who is it?
Come on, bro. Adara's got breaking news, so we'll go there as soon as we get the message. We did get it.
Not necessarily breaking, but I looked into your backed name there. I saw this about half an hour ago, though. Axios Pro reporting that Apex FinTech is considering acquiring Backed. So again, this is actually an older story. This is from earlier today, but still worth noting. Apex FinTech, as of half an hour ago, considering a Backed acquisition, as reported by Axios Pro. Back to you.
Gorev, man. MSTR as well, too. Continue. Sorry, my friend.
No, it's fine. Yeah, that's the deal right now. Joseph, one more thing I want to let you guys know. So another play that we had yesterday, ASTIS, ASTS. So we were talking about how MLGO has a gnarly buyer in and around 470. Well, look at this VWAP hold here on your friend Astis, and it's already $1. So, I mean, I wanted to pick this up, and I didn't. That was a mistake. 31 mid-80s right there. There's a whole bunch of buyers there, but Adara has more breaking news at the big desk.
I'm seeing breaking tariff here, too. News reports, I'm not seeing from where, suggesting that the U.S. is considering a 1-month delay of Canada and Mexico tariffs, specifically on autos. So specifically on cars is what I'm seeing. It's unclear based on the wording of this. It doesn't seem like they're necessarily considering delaying all the tariffs, but auto tariffs apparently potentially being delayed by 1 month here for Canada and Mexico. Again, not seeing who reported this, but this popping up here from multiple sources. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara, for that. That's very important, obviously. So we're going to keep an ear out, obviously, Joseph, as yesterday was Tariff Tuesday, and today, you know, we kind of feel the effects of that, or we get that kind of curveball. Howard Lutnick, obviously, the Commerce Secretary. Is he the Commerce? Yeah, he is Commerce Secretary. Yesterday said on Fox News that the nature of the tariffs on Canada and Mexico would be a little bit different. It would either be, there would be some sort of deal, And then this morning, he came out and added more color to that statement that he put on Fox News and said that it would be 25%. However, there would be certain sections or industries that were spared, so to speak. You know what I mean? So we're going to have to find out exactly what the deal is, and that's what we got Adara at the big desk killing it. Thank you, Adara, for that. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, guys, nice trade by Gorev. MSTR really broke out here, guys. That volume is insane on this name. So I'm going to, I'm going to pull up MSTR in a second, but I'm going to look to get involved in some Bitcoin here, guys. So it seems to be a little bit of risk on. Oh, it's still positive on the session, surprisingly. So here's that breakout on MSTR. I wish I took this breakout because now we've surpassed this this pre-market high. But you can see that volume really kick in and just give more confirmation to that name. We were forming higher lows as well too there, folks, which is really important to note. See, and you can see that from a trend line, and then we have that base right here as well, and then that volume kicked in right at the break of it, and that's what you want to use to confirm that breakout. So whoever was trading and whoever mentioned MSTR in the chat, congratulations on that one, because it's working out really nice. So from that breakout point, you're sitting up about 10 points. So yeah, nice work there. And actually, I want to pull up Gorev's trade as well too here. Yeah, I want to pull up Gorev's trade because he was like, Joe, hey, I see some indecision at the lows here of NVDA. What are you seeing is that sellers push price down and then buyers have the ability to push it up. You have double top, but then there's so many of them, right? So at one point, one party's gonna to lose the battle. And it seems to be, in this case, that the sellers lost, and he was positioned really well. And we were talking about it in the chat. We're just like, hey, the risk profile is really defined, right? If you're in at this hammer candle right here, then you can just use this base as an out. And then if it just does a liquidity grab, you can just get right back in. So nice work from him. He's always looking at the right stuff. We bounce off each other sometimes as well, too, in the chat. So nice work from my guy. Let's see what we can get going here. We got all out of this Apple trade here. We were out 90% of it. So stopped out 10% of it there at the break even. Worked out really good for us. I appreciate that. Thank you. And then here we go with IBIT as well. Looking for that continuation in the momentum. The thing is, though, now we're going to talk about risk profile. It's going to be a little bit tougher because you can see we went parabolic here and there was no definitive pullback. So now I don't have a base to really put my stop at. So now I got to go to the prior resistance zone. That was right here at 50.40. So if we can hold 50.40 and continue that momentum to the top side, I think we're going to be sitting in a pretty penny. The Playmaker poll is now out. Make sure you guys get that those votes in. 5,200 of you guys watching here today on this tariff news. Make sure you vote for the Playmaker. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Adara, what you got?
I have more context here for the tariffs. I'm still reading through this report. Again, I'm not seeing who broke this story, but I'm reading through a summary of this report. Basically, so as mentioned earlier, the U.S. is considering delaying these auto tariffs on Canada and Mexico by 1 month. I want to clarify, A, this has not been announced, so the delay has not officially been announced, and B, these are just reports, they have not been confirmed. But basically, so for some more detail, apparently administration officials from the Trump administration have actually met with the heads of the big three auto companies, so executives from Ford, GM, and Stellantis. So GM, Ford, and STLA could actually be the tickers to look at here. These are the executives of the companies that were actually meeting with the administration with regard. Apparently, there's another meeting on possible tariff relief scheduled today at the White House. Again, though, none of this is confirmed as of yet. And apparently the situation is still fluid. So I think the main thing to note is the situation is still fluid. It looks like there could be some tariff relief, but specifically in the auto section. And that does not mean that tariffs are stopped. It just means they may be delayed by 1 month, but we have no clarification on any of these things right now, guys. That's very important to note. They're just reports until we find anything else. Back to you.
Fantastic reporting, Adara. Great look there. It looks as if Trump expected to speak with Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau today, CNN reporting. It looks as if Howard Lutnick also made a statement on a different network that they would be scaled back. It would be some sort of different deal. It wouldn't be the 25%. A little bit different than what he said yesterday, which was it was going to be 25%, just not on everything. So, it's obviously a very fluid situation. But I feel like this is how Donald Trump negotiates. You know what I mean? He doesn't feel like he needs to be quartered in. He throws something out there. He looks for a reaction. He assesses the feasibility of the idea as he goes. He doesn't, I don't feel like he plans everything with, great detail ahead of time. He just kind of likes the idea. He throws it out there. And if it sticks and it does well and it's well received or whatever else, he'll just kind of go with it because there's just so much fluidity in all this. You don't expect there to be such fluidity in something so important, Joseph.
I agree with you on that front. So just play it as you go, improv, and just see the reactions of how everybody reacts to the situation, and then you can build a base, and then you can counter-react, I guess. And that's what they seem to want to do in this case. So another delay of tariffs is going to be slightly interesting. At what point can you just continuously delay things? Yeah. They will come into play eventually, but maybe not as fierce and as aggressive as he's perceived it to be. All right. So so here we go, guys. Let's see if we can. Yeah, here we go now. Let's see if we can hold on to this position much longer. See, the thing is, though, in these volatile markets, and I wrote in my notes this morning, is just be a little bit more patient, right? Wait for that retest. Wait for those confirmation candles to display themselves. During this market and in this environment, you can usually get those multiple retests, and then that's when you can get those entries. So for me, I might have jumped the gun a little bit early here, especially with this 5-minute candle printing here. I don't love this print right here. here, Sharif, just because it has a lot of selling pressure on it, and buyers had the ability to push it all the way up to 57.75 roughly, and then sellers just push it right back down. Even though there is a little bit of a bottom wick, it's not that good because now I have to wait to 50.42, and if we breach that, then I have to get out of the trade, which is going to be slightly unfortunate, but okay, because I would like this momentum to be sustained. Let's see what MSTR is continuing to is it still breaking out or is it pulling back? So yeah, relatively strong. Identical 5-minute print here with IBIT. Wow, I didn't even see yesterday's session here, guys. That was really beautiful. And when I talk about retests, look at this. So you get that retest here. You held above it, but then you just come back, chop around the volume weighted average price, and then eventually you just break out, and then the stock doesn't even look back at this point. So really nice breakout. What is this, a 30-point move roughly on this name? 20-point move? Yeah, even more, 50 points on MSTR. So really good luck there. Let's see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. And we know that it's been in this trend here. So strategy, I don't know why we call it, I don't know why it's still MicroStrategy up here. It's strategy now. So yeah, that's the name. Let's see if we can break through this downward trend line. We'll draw it out for you guys real quick before I know I hear Darius talking in about some potential news. So we'll wait for the call and then we'll send it over to her. No, we don't want to own it. Okay, all right, she's good there. So we'll continue to rabble on. What's that song? You know that song, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm 100, bro.
You're not 42, man. Come on, man. It's on Q107 for all my Canadian people that like to listen to it. So yeah,
rock alternative.
Yeah, rock alternative. And I asked Sharif, Akon or T-Pain. He said Akon. I'm gonna go T-Pain because you know what I mean.
I like T-Pain
I
too.
like T-Pain.
Don't get me wrong.
Man. Yeah, T-Pain.
I like
both
T-Pain.
great. Yeah,
but
it's kind
Akon
of
to me is just like
in the same era, roughly. I guess. Yeah, maybe so. So yeah, we like that. And Sean Kingston, remember that guy?
Yeah. I don't know. Would you put him in the same category?
No. But he's a producer, so he did like pretty good from. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
After he had those couple hot hits, then he just went to producing music, I guess. But here we go, guys, in IBIT. Let's see if we can break through this pivot high. If we can, I think we're going to run into the next level, which is these pre-market lows. And then I believe that we can, if we break through and head into the middle of the range, the next level is 51. And that might be in here for a potential target because that volume is there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Cameron. Gift. Okay, let's check out Gift. I've got lots to talk about, but if you're telling me Gift is doing tanks, we're going to have a look at GIFT of the ticker, guys. That's what I mean there.
Yeah, that's it. Derek S. is Led Zeppelin. Rebel on.
Yes, no Steph.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got here. That's a weekly. That's not what we want, obviously. Okay. I thought you were going to give me something good, Cameron. What's going on with this thing, man? It's got like 10 shares traded on the day. GIFT, what is the situation here? So there's, as you can see the chart there, a little light on volume, but we've done 115,000 shares. Maybe you're telling me about this because it's bottoming out. Yeah, look, that dollar area, interesting. Okay, maybe you're talking about it from a daily perspective, but intraday, there's just not enough volume for me to get involved in. What does this company do? Giftify, formerly RDE, owns and operates Restaurant.com, a pioneer in the restaurant deal space, and the nation's restaurant-focused digital deals brand. Okay, is that like, what's it called, that table? What's it called, Joseph? Open Table.
Open Table,
Is it like that? I don't know. Okay. Thank you for the call out, though. Here's the deal. So there's a whole lot going on right now. MLGO is using that $4.95 area as support now. Well, you previously used it as resistance. That's where we got out. So it's kind of building its kind of foundation, its support level in and around 5. What I also like about this is it's putting in higher lows. So MLGO, it's not giving up the ghost. It's still very much in play with a 518 high. I think I'm going to get back into this at around $5 if it will have me. Let's talk about BKKT, a little bit light on volume, but at VWAP, it did top up into 1680, but it's right back down now with higher lows. If you're looking at these areas over here, it's higher low, higher low, higher low, and generally holding VWAP. It did close a tiny bit below VWAP, but we're kind of trying to fight back above it right now. So BKKT also in focus. CDXC, the one I'm currently involved in, I took a print there in the high 90s, but this one is kind of rounding top into $9. So I am concerned. It's still technically a higher low. If you're using these areas or these troughs as your area guides, 850 is the low there. We're still printing 880 right now. CDXC very much in focus. Astis, this one is going to have to be a range trade until we can flat top break through 330. But I like this at VWAP, ASTS. I missed this one. I had eyes on it. I didn't execute on it because I didn't feel good about it. I was wrong. I'm going to execute on it next time if it does dip into VWAP. It's good. It's putting in a good range here. Essentially 32 to the south side and about 33 to the high side. $1 range. That's acceptable on a small cap gapper. Acon. It's finding now a bottom for whatever reason at that 720 area. Now, I'm not going to be quick to jump into this. It's above VWAP, so still tradable under my system. VWAP's at 705. It's printing 735. My only concern with Acon is I've seen it give up the ghost and bamboozle you into a trade only to have everything retraced. It did it to me yesterday several times. So I'm going to be very hesitant and cautious about getting into ACON over here unless it's like an A+ setup. This one I haven't talked about. EOSE, and I haven't given you the details on it either, but it's putting in a great look. Now, you're not getting much in the way of a notional move. I mean, we closed out at 394 yesterday, and today the high of the day is 471. So you're not getting a big boy move on it. But what you are getting is higher low, and you guessed it, another higher low. All of those higher lows defended VWAP. So I can kind of make an educated guess at this point that VWAP is playing a role, is playing a factor as a support level today for EOSE. If it's done it once, twice, and OB thrice, maybe, just maybe, it'll do it a fourth time. So EOSE kind of looking top heavy at the moment with a possible double top into that 470, but I like it at the volume weighted average price at 447. I'm going to throw it an alert on this bad boy. I'll throw it at 450 to front run VWAP. And besides, VWAP is a dynamic level. So maybe by the time the price comes into that 450, VWAP is actually at that $4.50. So EOSE, an interesting one to keep an eye on at the moment. ASTS is going all the way back up into 33. Now, you're probably wondering, maybe you're not, but I'm going to mention it anyway. If I said there's a range here on ASTS between 32 and 33, why wouldn't I get short 33? And I'll just answer my own question, but nobody asked. And the reason I don't do that is because, number one, I have a rule about not shorting small cap gappers or small cap gapper like stocks above VWAP. Now, I rarely short them to begin with, but there was a period of time when I did. It would always be the same thing, the inverse of my long setup. I won't take them long if they're trading below VWAP. In the same way, I won't take them short if they're trading above VWAP. So that's number one. Number two, it's up 15%, 15.5% on the day. It was up yesterday. So I feel like shorting into strength is riskier than taking something long into strength. That's my thinking there. And that's why I don't take these small cap gappers. Another one fell?
Well, no, when I came back, I looked, I'm like, okay, I got a screw here, and then I'm like, why is this arm a little loose? And then the other one came out now, right?
But didn't one fall out the other day, like last week or two?
Yeah, well, I put it back in.
Oh, you did? Okay.
A little tricky, a little handy.
I have no idea, bro.
A little handy, you know what I mean?
I'm not saying anything.
I think I could put a little screw back in.
Fair.
IKEA guy too, you know what I mean?
Fair.
Hey, if you need any IKEA stuff, Bill, call me. I'm your guy. And I
Shameless
love
plug.
Yeah. I love building that stuff, man. But here we go, guys.
Yes, sir.
We're starting to kick up here in IBIT. We did break through some key levels that we needed, and then now let's see if that can be sustained. I should have added a little bit here on this breakout candle, but I want a little bit more volume to step in here, all right? So we're gonna monitor that. Hopefully this isn't a fake breakout like Sharif mentioned earlier in the day, because if it is, then we're going to probably head a lot lower and give back what we just went on in this run. But I like this 5-minute volume print. It is an outlier compared to the past couple hours of the session, and hopefully that can be sustained and buyers step back in eventually. Now, a lot of people are going over MSTR. I haven't been keeping my eye on it. I know we talked about it multiple times, but now that I look at it, I'm like, oh, okay, from yesterday's session and this continuing, holding a nice base here. So that's why I think it's really key to mark out some key levels. I think that's why I think it's important to mark out some key levels when you start your day, right? So you don't have to mark out everything because then your chart will just be littered with lines. But I think previous day close, a lot of people refer to as the king of all levels. And then you got the pre-market highs, pre-market lows, intraday highs, and intraday lows. And if you you mark those out, like Sean and Neil do, they just bounce off of them, right? So you can see that we have a post-market here level, and look how many touches this is, all right? So you get this pullback here in MSTR 1, 2, and then from an intraday standpoint, at the open, it holds that exact same level, and then it had the inability to break through, then forming, constructing higher lows there, guys. So that's what you want to keep an eye out on, and then now continuing to the top side, so just continuing yesterday's trend, and that's what you want to be able to identify. You want to look for strong stocks and the trend continuation, because we know that the market has been turbulent, that's for sure. Volatility's picked up within the VIX, so that means an increase in options premium, and that means that stocks are fluctuating more and more day to day, and that's why I talked about widening your stop a little bit when volatility does pick in. I remember, Sharif, when I first started trading, in 2022, it was, so that was like, I guess at the end of, near the end of COVID, roughly getting there, but the market was still really volatile and we didn't enter that bull market just yet, right? So we were still in the works of like, hey, it's not looking too pretty right now. And then you had that monetary policy really start to kick in, and with the rate hike cycle, so that it just brought more volatility into the market. And I learned very quickly that if you have tight stops, you're going to be getting stopped out quite 100%. Often, and it's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, especially if what you're trading is an awfully volatile name. I mean, and I always talk about this range per candle. If you're looking on the chart and the average range per candle is like $1, and then you're putting your stop a couple of pennies, I mean, what do you
expect? Yeah, exactly, right? What do you expect?
So that's the situation. Yeah, guys, all right. We're involved, got back in here to MLGO. Let's see if it holds that $5 area. Let's throw out a couple of orders on this monster, see if we can extract some profitability, possibly to the high side there. I've been holding my CDXC position for a hot minute. I am concerned about this one, though. So it's still holding in the 80s. We're long 63s, but I perceive CDXC to kind of be doing a rounded top with that $9 area as its rejection top area. So I am a little concerned with CDXC. We still have a higher low. We're above VWAP. You know, got all the good stuff, but, you know, the winds of change may be coming on this name, and I don't think it's to the good side. So that's just my perception of it there. Still waiting here on MLGO for a pop back up. It looks like, you know, for the moment, we've got that 5 dip trade. Let's see if we can get any prints to the high side on MLGO. Yeah, waiting there at 8s. Now, Astis. I mean, yeah, I know we're going to do that for sure, Andre, but I'm just disappointed in myself for not having taken this off 32. Double bottom there, Joseph. It's VWAP, and now we're breaking through the top at 32.80, and we're knocking the door of 33. So, you know, let's pay some bills.
Let's pay some bills. Maybe Foremost will help you get into that trade here, guys. All right, so Foremost, unlocking the nuclear energy, the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnering with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. The undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your entry, all right, guys? On the NASDAQ under FMST or on the CSE under FAT, or go to foremostcleanenergy.com for details. There is the QR code, guys. Look to get involved in that nuclear energy. You know, I've been looking for a play on that. Hey. But guys, we got to see what Adair's up to.
Yes,
we got some news.
You aware here of Google? Apparently, the company announcing via CEO Sundar Pichai on X, they have a new AI mode for search. So basically what this entails is when you do this, you'll get AI responses using Gemini 2.0, which includes, to quote Sundar, advanced reasoning, thinking, multimodal capabilities, and new ways to explore even more of the web. They already had an AI component, but now it looks like more high-end responses here from Gemini 2.0. So new AI update for Google search, guys. Currently, though, Google projecting this 170.50. Back to you.
ML-DANG-GO is the gift that keeps on giving. You keep taking, and then it puts back on the table. So you can take some more. Got back in at $5. We took it out at $5.25. They're happy with this trade. Not big size on the second entry, but happy with the execution on this bad boy. $5 acting as a level of support. You can kind of see that. It did it once, twice, and then, of course, Obi thrice, but it did it another time. I don't know how to say four or what rhymes, but there it is right there. So waiting for this one to come back down, possibly test 5 again. MLGO on one today. It's up over 25% and a second day play. It was moving yesterday. I don't know if it was moving Monday, but it was moving yesterday for certain. Right now it is on one. It's also very respectful of the 10 exponential. So it's bouncing off 5, but if you're not looking, or for whatever reason you don't want to take it off a whole dollar level, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart has been respected over and over and over on the uptrend today on MLGO. Please, as dang punch. We'll look to get back in if it's warranted. Still keeping my eye here on Astis at that $33 level. Want to see if it wants to retrace. It's still below the high of the day. Actually, that's incorrect. It just made the high of the day. 33.16 new HOD on this monster. It looks destined to really keep clearing here. I perceive this one to have 32.80 as previous area of resistance with about 32 to the downside. That's kind of cleared since we're above 33. We're not above 33 by all that much, but you know, we'll see exactly what the situation here with Astis. Very interested in trading this name. A bit more expensive, obviously, so you're going to have to account for that in your risk management, in your sizing, obviously. So keep that in mind when you are trading. ASTS is no longer, you know, that $5, $10 name we were trading back in the day. CDXC, okay, well, we got a higher low. So let's zoom out. Let's go to the 5 on CDXC and then zoom in a little bit. So I perceive this one to be putting in higher lows. If you looked at this area over here at 7 3/4 as an area trough, and then you look at this 860 area as an area trough, well, then we have an 875 area trough over here. And now we're kind of curling back up, possibly take out 9s. Now I took my I've got a few more on this one. I took the previous beak wetter into that $9 area, and the other beak wetter that has gone unfilled is above 9 because it's had a lot of trouble taking out 9 ever since making that 918 high, broke down below line 9, and we haven't been above 9 since. So I'm packing my patience. We're showing 91 on the ask right now. Let's see if we can weasel above that $9 area, and then it probably behooves me to take another beak wetter, possibly at 915s, 918s. Reason is, we got 918 HOD. So I have this habit of trying to front run the high of the day in case there is selling in and around there that I wasn't aware of initially, like a big seller at the high of the day. So I like to front run it to take some profits there in case it gets rejected. Go get it, Katina, man. Here's the situation with Astis right now. This one is still going. So this is really clearing 33 now. We're on our way to 33.5. 41 is the high of the day. It has been a rocket ship, Joseph, ever since bouncing that triple bottom off the volume weighted average price, and up we go. We have not been looking back. Astis on one right now.
Hey, good look there. You know what's on one? What's that? Who's singing it? Drake. You sing that one, right? I'm on one?
No.
Who was singing that one?
No idea.
I'm on
I said
one?
no.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
Future?
Yeah, come on, man. Come on. All right, anyways, iBid is really on one.
Sorry,
come on.
I didn't mean to be anticlimactic.
No, man,
You've done
that's
that to
all
me,
right.
bro. I
Hey,
asked
man.
you about Seinfeld. I asked you about Rocky. What did I ask you about? Asked you about White Men Can't Jump yesterday. I got blank stares. I threw up one blank stare.
But come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, I thought everybody knew that. I'm
sorry,
on one,
bro.
Drake,
I'm
man.
sorry.
Because then you had me questioning myself, and then I'm like, whoa,
Katina, man, backed you up super quick
I
there,
appreciate
though,
it. That's
no?
my guy, then, man. That's right. All right, here we go, guys. Continuing to climb higher here in iBit. This breakout is working, and the volume is supporting the move. We're going to look for that pullback and the retest of the volume-weighted average price, and then we can get a potential add in this trade. But MSTR has gone absolutely parabolic at this point, guys. Continuing that trend. Yesterday, today we talked about how it just moved 50 points in a day, which is crazy on this name, and then continuing to do so here, guys. So we have a low of day of around 272, and then now we're not knocking on the door of around 300. So we're almost around a 25-point move on this name as well, too. So you know what? This is some good stuff here on MSTR. Is it going to drag Bitcoin up with it? Maybe, possibly. I think it's more of the other way around. Bitcoin going to drag MSTR up, but who knows with this market, right? So that's what we want to stick with, is these names in these big names. All right, guys, let's see what everybody in the chat is saying. Only thing Drake is on is, oh, okay, Charlie Taff, I see that. That's a good one there. So we're not going to repeat what that one says. We see. But yeah, guys, continue to know what you're looking at in the chat, and we'll be going over some of those names for you. But IBIT is climbing higher. We're now knocking on the door at 51, so working really good. And you know that we're always going to keep an eye on the volume by time profile. I'm going to look at for some more names that are going to potentially break out. CrowdStrike is running in towards some key resistance levels, and it might start going as well too, because it looks like the market wants to climb higher and higher here. So you just want to follow that strength. But we are running into some support levels here from the pre-market price action. So keep that in mind here, guys. I think the next target, if we do break through this level, is going to be that pre-market high of around 365. All right, so we'll just mark that out here, because we want to have an eye on these key levels. So if you're in this CrowdStrike report yesterday, lowered the guidance for fiscal 26, which is lowered and didn't hit the street's estimates. So you can see that that might be a reason why it is weaker than some of these other names here. So yeah, Q's in the SPY trading half decently as well. Amazon, I know Neil was looking at this morning and trading it as well too. So yeah, a nice bounce off the bottom. I want to take a look at this name from a daily standpoint and just see how we have this indecision print with a nice candle volume print right here. So pretty high considering the past month or two or so. So yeah, this is what we're going to look for. If we get a retest, I was in at Amazon around 312 and then I got stopped out around 310 or 302, sorry. So a 10-point loss on that swing, but that's okay. Not going to get too worried about it because I think it will bounce. And I talked about how the Mag 7 and some of these mega cap tech names are down substantially year to date. Right, so we're down about 18-19% on the year in some of these big names with the likes of Amazon, Tesla down 40% plus, and then Microsoft and Google as well too. Google closer to the 20%, but yeah, we're climbing high here in Bitcoin. Should have added here, guys, when I mentioned it at the break of this pivot, but we did not. So that is something that I need to be held accountable for. So you guys can do that in the chat. If I tell you, hey, I'm going to add here at the break of this and I don't do it, call me out on it and say, hey, Joe, why didn't you add on that one? And then I'll be sure to do it next time. But we're going to slowly start to piece things out here, guys, as we climb higher. Now north of 50 here on IBIT, 51, sorry, on IBIT. Let's see what spot.
Bro, what the hell is happening?
I'm telling you. So let's see what Spot's at. Spot's just under 90. We're running into that key support level as well, too, guys. But MSTR going to the moon at this point, Sharif.
All right, Joseph, we go up to the bathroom. We come back. We got the 525 print here on MLGO. Please, just dang punch.
Bang.
Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. So we're going to look to get more in, man. I'm gonna shadow the 10 exponential. Now, I don't want to have to wait for 5 every time. So the 10 exponential showing like 508, 510, give or take, something in and around there. So MLGO still in focus for me right now. Not giving up on this one, still keeping my eye on it. Now, the deal with this one is it's getting a little precarious here for CDXC. You know, we wax poetic about, you know, this attempt at 9, but we got another topping tail into 9. There is a seller of note here. I haven't seen it really reflected on the book in the way that I would anticipate seeing such a big seller at $9, but you gotta assume that there is a larger seller at $9. We haven't been above $9 since we made that 918 high a day and then dropped below it into that $0.50 area. So $9 still an elusive target for the moment on CDXC. It's not one of those situations, though, where I want to add into the position, you know, and then look to get more on the dips and take it out in front of 9. I'd rather wait for a 9 break. And the reason I feel that way is because we're still putting in higher lows. Right? So if you're looking at each trough and its predecessor, the successive trough is higher than the one before it. Okay? So if that's the case, then usually we get a resolution to the high side. Usually the price does resolve to the high side on CDXC. So we'll have to wait. That's kind of what we're going to do right now on CDXC. We still have several outs on this bad boy left, none of which have gone printed because it hasn't been above 9, and I just don't want to take it out in front of 9. So that's my look right now on CDXC. But I'm also keeping an eye on this bad boy over here. And I mentioned this one earlier, and I was afraid that it could have been manifesting a double top. EOSE. What a beautiful look on this one. And you nary a red candle, man. I mean, you could have been punching in heavy here. You don't have a spread. It's a 1 penny spread. You have a very consistent higher high, higher low pattern. You're not even seeing a red candle to bamboozle you to say, oh, yeah, let me pull out of the trade. So EOSE is on one. The only question for me is, where do I get in? We'll give that some thought when we get back from Madeira.
Bang.
Just want to let you guys know about Meta here. Keep an eye on META. I'm seeing apparently the company's chief product officer said that Meta's AI is the most used AI assistant on a monthly basis with 700 million monthly users. Also, really good timing here. I'm just seeing a story coming out here, I think reported by Marijuana Moment, which is a cannabis-related publication. I am talking about MSOS here. Apparently, according to this publication, an activist said, according to this report, that the Trump White House has invited a proposal on federal marijuana legalization that is according to an activist and being reported by Marijuana Moment. So MSOS, what a pop. If you're looking for other cannabis-related plays, CGC, ACB, TLRY are all in that space off the top of my head. Guys, back to you.
All right, Aurora Cannabis, 1,300, next target, baby. Let's go. Yeah. What a tough look on that one, eh?
All
Wow.
good, bro.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. What is
You're
that?
like,
Let me
yeah,
see.
you say that.
Post that one meme where the house is on fire and you're just chilling there drinking a coffee.
Oh,
yeah,
I
you
love
know that one?
dude.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. 1,300, the next target. Funny stuff. All right, guys. Let's see what's cooking up here in the market as we continue to climb higher. Amazon broke through some key resistance zones here, so these mag are starting to pick up a lot of steam, and so is Apple. Apple's really, really moving, and we're all breaking through these local pivots here, guys. So let's keep that in mind. I'm gonna pull up AAPL for you guys real quick. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah.
Oh no,
this is fine. Everything is fine, man. Everything is fine. You know what I mean? It's not. The house is burning down. 1,300 is my potential target on ACB, guys. So not looking pretty. But hey, Sharif, if it ever hits, I promise the people that I'll throw a party if it ever goes back up to.
Yeah, because
you know what I mean?
Well, you'll be well in the money then.
Well, yeah.
The question is though, are you willing to DCA?
No, I'm not.
Are you willing to DCA though? That's the thing. Yeah.
I don't even know what it would take in order for me to DCA to get my $1,300 average all the way down to like $2.
I don't know, bro. You got to take like triple the position.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
No,
Did you get into a big position? Like full disclosure. Like
Yeah.
I think people can learn from this. I've talked about my losers. Everybody talks about their loser.
Yeah.
What's your thinking about this? Like, how did this all unfold for you, Joseph? Tell people what you're thinking.
I was green, right? So I did pretty good on Canopy, Growth Corp, and Afria. So I was green, and then I'm like, okay, let me take some of what I've gained here in Canopy and just throw about a 5-figure sum into it notionally. And then I was positive on the name, and I didn't know anything about stop losses. I didn't know anything about like, hey, when the market is dying and it can be a potentially dead stock and overvalued. I didn't know any of those things, so I just bag held and I was thinking,
but
hey,
this was before you started trading.
Way before.
You got
yeah,
this in 16. You started trading in 22.
Yeah, this is like 20 teens, right?
So,
yeah. I was investing, but again, I didn't know anything, and I refer to you guys all the time about my my Canopy and my Moderna investment, but I didn't really know anything about the markets other than my friend told me to invest, and then that's when I just typed in on Google, what are the top marijuana companies in Canada, and then I was like, who is going to lead the vaccine race, right? So I was essentially green and just typed in those things, and I became lucky.
I remember Moderna, bro.
Yeah.
I got a story on my gram, me trading it at 37.5.
Oh, really?
Yeah. March 2020. I'll never forget that.
I was my average was like 30 or $40 on Moderna. Rode it all the way up to 500. Cashed some out there with my cousin there, but then
hold on, you rode that to 500?
Yeah.
So then I don't even want to hear about your ACB
But I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know though. But mind you, I didn't take it all out. I thought this thing was going to go to 1,000, and we thought COVID was never going to end, right?
Yeah,
so it gave a lot of unrealized back when it came back down. But it was a face slapper for sure, man, for sure. But I'll give it to you in a second here because we are starting to really start to go parabolic here in IBID here, Sharif, climbing higher and higher. I'm waiting for that volume to slowly start to step up here, guys, and it's doing that. So it hasn't looked back from VWAP. Once we broke VWAP, guys, we're now climbing higher. 5140 is the name on IBID, now north of 90K on spot itself, Sharif.
Great call out there, Joseph. All right, guys, I punched long like a crazy person again on MLGO at 5, wet the beak there into 508. Now I'm waiting at 510. Let's see if we can get another pop-up here on MLGO. It was a bit of a riskier one because we had popped into 528, and I was waxing poetic, to use an Adair term, that this had been respecting the 10 exponential. But you know what it did, Adair? It went right through that 10 exponential, made me look, I know, how dare it, right? Make it... making me look awfully silly. Get it, Randy. The OG Randy has graced us with his presence on the couch right now. So we're going to keep an eye out on MLGO over here. Still waiting for a beak wetter in and around there. Let's hang out at 16s as well. See what we can get there. But yeah, it's coming right back down. I've got a really tight stop on this, guys. It's going to have to hold up above 494. Otherwise, we want no smoke, especially with that big move up into 5 1/4-ish and a bigger move down. And in fact, breaching the 10 exponential. So wet the beak over here, but going to keep a super tight stop on the remaining amount on MLGO. Still watching as CDXC puts me to sleep. Higher lows is what's keeping me optimistic about this trade. It is putting incrementally higher lows. So every time we sell off, we're being bought up at a little bit of a higher level, not by much. You know, we're talking pennies here, but that is what keeps me optimistic that we can get that breakthrough $9 and a reattempt at the high of the day, which currently still is 918. Now showing me low 90s. Let's see if this bad boy wants to move up. But MLGO is breaking below 5. I've got my stop exactly. I'll tell you guys where. MLGO 495 stop with a 5 penny buffer into 490. So, you know, and the reason I do that, guys, I give my stops a bit of a buffer is because these small cap gappers can experience sudden bursts of illiquidity, meaning that a big seller can come in and wipe out all the bid orders from, say, you know, 497 down to 487, and that'll leave my stop unfilled. It will just literally be staring at me on the screen, and I'll be losing more money as it goes down. So then I'll have to use my flatten out key, which is a market order, which I don't typically like to do. So I try to avert all that shenanigans by giving the computer 2 different data points. 1, a price at which to sell, and then a price at which my minimum sell price is. So I'll say trigger a sell order from 495, but it'll give it all the way down to 490. So it'll sell at any level between 95 and 90. You can do that, which is what I do because I want to use limit orders, or you can get around that whole situation by using market orders. And essentially what that tells the computer is whatever the price is at the time that, you know, 495 is, sell at whatever. It could be at 488, it could be at 482. It won't matter. As long as it triggers, then it'll sell at whatever the market price is. So that obviously can cause some slippage, right? It gives you one thing in the sense, it gives you one positive in the sense that, you know, it gets you out of the position, but the bad side is it gives you a lot of slippage. What's going on over there, Andre?
Andre or Joseph?
Andre, because like that, you're covered by the e-signal ad. You're no longer on the show.
I'm no longer on the show.
What's going on?
All right, sure.
Don't play it. I'm sure we'll have that fixed in a hot
What's
second.
going on there, Andre? I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Now we're back. Hey, now we're back. No,
Hey.
one more time. And there we go. Okay, is it my turn here?
Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah. Hold on. I just want to mention one thing quick, Joseph, if you don't mind. People are saying GV is running.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to. Yeah, I was going to hop in it real quick here too, because Sharif, are you looking at this name today?
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, okay.
That right now.
Yeah, it's really, someone in the chat asked you and I to look at it as well too, but it's looking really good here, guys. We're starting to break out. So I don't, I'm going to chase it a little bit because I do like that curl over here in the price action. And we're going to see if we can get in on a pullback. Sharif, like you say, this name is up 102%. They're here for a good time, not necessarily a long time.
Bang.
I'm not really overly like experienced in trading the small caps like you are, but anytime I see price actions really start to consolidate and then slowly curl over, and then you get that volume to pick up on like the 5-minute time frame, etc., and you're looking like you want to break out and the volume on the lower time frames is starting to pick up, then I'm going to look to participate. Let's see what you got going on it.
Yeah, man, that's a great call. Well said there, Joe. So I just removed PRTS and put GV. GV has now earned its way onto the side chart, but I am still a little concerned with that 295 pop. Now, that 295 pop was technically after the bell, so it doesn't breach my rules to get in here above or below, that 297. Look at this move, 269, 270. We're moving on up. Moving on up. And on top of that, get it, Dara. On top of that, we're getting a bit more higher volume. I know that's down your alley, Joseph. We definitely dropped in the volume, and now we're kind of rounding, putting in higher highs on the volume bar. So the volume's starting to pick up. So what I was trying to say earlier was, you know, this pop here at 935 technically is an after the bell high, at 935, but I still am concerned with bag holders or shorts who use this level to keep the price down. So I'm going to say, unless, something shows me, something's a little bit different here, I'm going to steer clear of GV until
good idea.
295 until 295 gets taken. That's just one of my rules. Not everybody has to follow that. I'm sure other people can make money off it in a different way. I'm just talking about how I do it. So 295 will be the level for me, but so much do I like it, I will be looking to alert myself in the high 80s there. So we'll throw an alert to let me know if this bad boy wants to hold up. CDXC continues to range and do nothing. So we're going to continue to hold that and hold out for a $9 pop or we'll get stopped out. Simple as that. MLGO, still waiting for a print, but I think this is the wrong print here. I don't want to get printed there, man. Let's go up a little bit higher here on MLGO. Let's wait for the lofty price of 16s. And I jest when I say that, obviously. I do like the double bottom on the 5 that MLGO just put in. Now, this one has shown its propensity to clear resistance levels and then use said resistance levels as support. Let's talk about this. So look at this over here. We have a whole bunch of resistance at around 490. Lo and behold, we clear 490 with a big boy move and outsized volume candles, taking us to the high of the day. Then look what happens. We dip down. We end up holding 497. So I love when the top end of the range of one area ends up being the bottom end of the range of the subsequent area. And you can kind of see the buying. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to understand what was happening in these candles over here. Every time we dipped into 470, we were being bought aggressively, okay? And that kind of looks like the same thing to me now. Every time we dip into the 4 high 90s, we did it over here, we did it over here, and again twice over here, we're being bought up. So it doesn't mean it's going to happen forever and ever more, and the bottom can drop off at any time. The point is to put the odds on our side, and I think that this helps put the odds on our side. So I'm long right now, MLGO again, for the umpteenth time on the day, and more pleased I could not be because I like how it is trading at the moment. So we're going to put the beak wetter at around 16s, and then hope, because that's all it is, hope. That CDXC, I know, hopium, right? Breaks through that $9 area, Joseph, and doesn't drop all the way down to 63 as well.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. I got out of GV here. This isn't necessarily a space I'm familiar with. I was looking for that momentum to continue. Unfortunately, I was a little late on the trade, and so whoever mentioned it in the chat earlier, I apologize for not going over it slightly earlier, but nice curling over, and this is where you want to get in at the break of this resistance zone and then continue through that move. If we are going to break that pre-market or this high a day here, then we're going to wait for this pullback and then get involved on that there, guys. But we have a good question here from Walter. He says, guys, is there a way to put a stop loss limit and a higher sell limit at the same time? Shreve, I don't know if I can answer that. Other than maybe an OCO, one cancels the other when you can simultaneously do things, but then you might just have to place each order individually, I think, in that opinion.
Can you repeat that, Joseph? Sorry.
An OCO? Oh, the question? Uh-huh. Okay, so is there a way to put a stop loss limit and a higher sell limit at the same time?
A stop loss limit and a higher sell limit.
A stop order.
There would be two sell orders. One's a stop and one's a profit taker.
Correct.
Yes. I can do that on P Pro 8, and I can do that with my platform
simultaneously.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Like Joseph, look, I've got my beak wetters here.
Yeah, but
and I can throw an edge A stop. I can throw a script stop.
Oh,
right?
okay. So do you just have multiple L2s, or do you just do it with all within the same order?
No, multiple different orders.
Oh,
I throw different orders. I don't know how the system processes it, if it makes it one order. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Or it sends out different orders. But we got to weasel up.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Was a good question, but
yeah, man.
We'll talk.
See, guys, it actually is tariff related here, or at least adjacent. So apparently a CNN reporter posting on X that Trump and Trudeau have spoken today already. We had reports they were going to speak. Now, apparently, a CNN reporter has posted on X that they have, in fact, spoken. Of course, we have no evidence of this. This is an X post and only that as of right now. But worth noting, a post from a CNN reporter suggesting that Trump and Trudeau have already spoken today. The meeting likely about tariffs, as we know. Trudeau had mentioned he wanted to speak to Trump during his conference yesterday. If I have any more details, I will let you know. Back to you.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
I'm hoping for the best. Everything's out of our hands at the moment.
Prepare
There's
for
nothing
the
that
worst.
we can do. I'm not talking about you and me personally. I'm talking about Canada
itself.
we've thrown those retaliatory tariffs, whether you agree with them or not. We've engaged in negotiations. We've tried to diversify. I don't think that that's a possibility, realistically speaking, at least in the short to intermediate term. And now everything's really going to be up to, realistically, it's going to be up to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Right? So kind of, wait and see kind of situation.
Yeah.
Not the best position you want to be in, obviously. Not the best negotiating hand, but the cards are the cards.
Yeah, and you got to, exactly. You got to play them eventually. So, a lot of people in the chat are talking about, it's a bracket order. So I'm assuming that's what you
but I don't even have to set up as a bracket order. Joseph.
Okay,
I just enter the orders, and I can do that. I don't want to big them up, but on my platform over here, I can do it on Pro 8. I don't actually have to go and set up a bracket order in isolation. It just kind of does it.
All right, that's interesting. Yeah, I kind of guess I do it the old school way then, but one at a time. And then that's it. But as for the tariffs, you know what's going on here in Ontario too, Sharif. There's no more U.S. liquor going to be on the shelves in the LCBO.
And I don't get that, Joseph. We already bought the liquor, bro. It already has been purchased from the manufacturer. We're just sitting on product that we're not going to recoup. Sell it and then don't buy anymore.
Exactly.
Sorry?
What'd you say?
Pure to spite. Yeah, Andre's chiming in. And he's absolutely accurate.
For sure.
I mean, it's for spite.
It's a spiteful move, right? and that's what it is, right? Why don't you sell what's on the shelf first and then just not order anymore? Right?
Yeah, and there's videos all online about the LCBO employees. LCBO, guys, just to kind of give you context for American viewers, it stands for the Liquor Control Board of Ontario. So up until recently, if you wanted to buy anything other than beer and seltzer and maybe some wine coolers, you had to go to one government-run liquor store. That's being changed a little bit by the current premier, who's like the governor. He's allowed other stores to sell liquor, not hard liquor like your 40% plus, but other types of alcohol. So the LCBO, what they did was they basically told all their employees, remove all the American alcohol off the shelves. So there's all these viral videos online of the LCBO employees taking them off. And that's what we were asking each other. It's like, dude, we already paid for this.
Yeah.
And that's taxpayer money because the LCBO is owned by the government. So your money and my money went and purchased that American liquor, and that's now collecting dust in a back room somewhere.
Yeah. Well, eventually it'll get put back on the shelves,
Hopefully.
I think, right? Yep. But again, that's his first move. And then now he wants to start cutting off the power to some of the northern states there, which I find slightly comical. But I mean, it is what it is, man. And blow for a blow. What did Big Smile say? Blow for a blow.
Big Smile, my man is in the chat. I always get excited when Big Smile is here. No more Fireball for Joe.
Yeah, well, I don't think I haven't drank Fireball in probably 20 years.
I don't even know what that is, bro.
You don't know what Fireball is?
No, man.
Wow.
I don't drink that much.
You don't drink like that,
what's
man.
the base?
It's like Sailor Jerry's type stuff.
Is it vodka?
No, it's a rum or a whiskey or something like that. Yeah, and it's flavorful, right? A little cinnamon.
I like
cinnamon
dark rum. I like it's a red one?
Yeah, it's red. Yeah,
Okay.
it's red. It's
delicious, says Andre. I like that. I like it.
Now
Okay.
we know
I'm
what
drinking
Andre
again.
drinks.
I'm just joking.
Drinking. Yeah, I know you're drinking, man. No, off the drink.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon in it. Yeah.
So doesn't Goldschlager have cinnamon in it? Or
I don't know. I've never drank it.
I'm not allowed to have Goldschlager, Joseph.
Why? What happened?
There's stories behind the prohibition on Sharif drinking Goldschlager. I'm not allowed. If my cousin was around right now, he'd tell you stories. But I'm prohibited from consuming any amounts of Goldschlager.
Oh my days! Here we go.
Oh, there goes GB, Joseph.
Here we go. I gotta. Oh wow! I just hit a bunch of buttons on my thing here. I don't even know what's happening now. Got way too excited. I missed that massive pop there on GV. Hopefully it can be sustained here, guys, because we got right back in it. It held those key levels, so I got right back in. We got extremely antsy and missed some of it. 15 cents, just like that. These names are absolutely insane, my guy. But there we go, breakthrough. We got out nice and early. I said, hey, let me be a little bit more patient on this pullback to see if we get that breakout. The buyer stepped in, and we got it. Whoever shout out GV, I don't trade these small caps, taking a page out of Sharif's book.
Hey, man, you're trading them better than me, man. I'm going to just have to get off the show right now. I'm being made to look real bad
Let's
here. No.
go.
Great trade, Joseph.
Man,
Shout
this
out
stuff
to you,
is
my
crazy,
man.
though. Look at that, right back down to where we started. Again, oh my days. We're gonna get out of this name here. We took the majority of it off there, and then now that's crazy.
I'm loving some of the comments here at our Liquor Talk. Airy Pages, these mutual brothers know that alcohol is catabolic. Absolutely, Airy Pages. I try to stay from alcohol as much as I can. Sometimes a little bit easier said than done.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more with you. Random oddities, like a hot tamale candy. Okay, yeah. I remember Goldschlager being quite spicy like that cinnamon kick. I don't know if the other one is like what you're saying, but New York, or native New York, excuse me, me too. On the blockchain, mine is Hennessy.
Yeah,
So that's his prohibition.
Yeah, same.
You
same.
too, huh?
Yeah. Just like, keep away from the cognac. I can't drink that stuff, man.
Can I tell you, I like bourbon. I like bourbon neat.
Like a nice
like
bourbon?
just with nothing.
Whiskey
nothing.
bourbon?
Yeah. Well, that's what it is. Hey, Scotch and there's bourbon. Yeah, I like bourbon. I like bourbon neat, and I like to sip on it. I don't want to chug it when I do drink, and I don't feel like I get much of a hangover from that, believe it or not.
Yeah, I think the clear stuff doesn't give you a hangover too.
Well
if
said.
you just drink it neat. So yeah. As for that liquor stuff there, man. I don't even want to talk about. People are talking about Jaeger bombs. I don't even want to get into that. Yeah, I don't even know. Is it ever? You're telling me, like, me and my good friend, we used to have this challenge, and I'm not going to speak of it on here.
Yes, sir.
But yeah,
No. Now we have to hear about it.
It was called the 40 and 40, and it was not. We'll just put it. It was called the. I don't know if in the States here, but for all my Canadian friends, a 40 is what is it? A 1.5? Is it a 1.5 here? I believe, or something like that. So a 40 and 40. So yeah, and that's it. You can put 2 and 2 together. A 40 and 40 minutes with Jaeger bombs, a couple of Red Bulls, and yeah, that would get the party.
Joey
started for
40 hands says the OG Darwin. I like that.
40 and 40.
Look at Ozan. He's not even asking us to say China. He's like, yo, where's the e-signal ad read today? Ozan, let us do our job, bro.
All right, I see.
Ozan, man.
Ozan.
What's happening right now with the market says ditto, and we're moving back up, baby. That's exactly what's happening now. The NQ is up 0.63. It's been a weird day, guys. I mean, obviously, this is very much tariff related. Adair did bring us a news headline that Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, did speak with Donald Trump today. We can't confirm that, but it's widely being speculated that there will be some sort of change in the tariff situation, whether it's on the sectors or industries to which they're applied or on the quantum, the percentage themselves. So we're going to have to wait to find out. Hopefully sooner rather than later, but we have a way typically of knowing whether something's good or bad, and that's by looking at price action, baby. Usually speaks volumes there. Mad World, Nvidia popping. Is it ever, baby? Above 117 it goes. Let's talk about it. Let's bring it in. So the monster Nvidia obviously has been shellacked lately as they, believe it or not, they make some stuff in Mexico as well. So they would have been subject to some tariffs there. Obviously, the China picture in focus as well, despite the fact that they're not, selling nearly as much as they used to China as a result of these prohibition exporting bans. So let's put in NVDA on the ticker. Let's have a look at the chart. So it looks as if, we dipped down a little bit. We're still below the pre-market high, guys. That pre-market high is around 119 a quarter, 119 a fifth, but we are above VWAP. We've got a gnarly trend going on essentially since 11:45, possibly the time that, the tariff news hit, not 100% sure. In addition to that, we definitely had resistance at 117. I think we've cleared that nicely there. We're still below the implied balance high. So the implied balance high is still that 118 technically HOD. That's the highest we printed all day on that move up. So Nvidia looking to recover here 1 1/3, and there's only one Mag 7 that's still red on the day. It goes by the ticker AAPL. But Joseph, it's like $4 off the low, bro.
Yeah, man.
So more pleased I could not be, because getting shellacked in the long term is not something I aspire for. So Apple, obviously my biggest, what's it called? Long-term holding. Anyway, Nvidia's on one right now. Joseph, we're about to take out that implied balance high. We are on the way here to 118 as the overall market curls. You got Amazon up 2%. Tesla's up 1 1/3. Goggles up 0.8. Meta up 1.8. Microsoft 2%, the best of the bunch, guys, with Netflix and Uber both in Greensville. They're not Mag 7 names, but I do keep them on the side chart and I do incorporate them. with the watch list there that I have for the mag. Now back to MLGO. So we were kind of singing this one's praise. Oh, look how many times it's bouncing off that $5 area. Look, this could break, right? We've got this kind of a rounding effect. It could be, a bit of a head and shoulders pattern here on the 5, with this being the left shoulder, the head, and then a bit of the right shoulder there, popping into 510. We shall see. I've already placed my stop. I'm positive on it. If we give up, a few shekels over here, I'll be okay with that. But I'm going to continue to hold it here because I saw this song and dance before with 470, where we kept moving into 470 only to be bought back up. We're kind of doing that same thing here with 5, where we clear 5, come back into it, get bought up. We shall see. And Packer patience. You're still. What are you doing over there?
I got a lot going on over here,
all
man.
Right.
Yeah. You continue.
All right. So we're going to continue to watch here with MLGO CDXC continuing to hang out at that 5 mid-80s, a little 90s, a little 80s. We're going to Packer patience on this. But Joseph was involved in this sick trade on GV, and look at this, Joe. Yeah. I mean, it came in like 2 pennies away from triggering my alert. So this didn't quite clear yet, that 295. I'm going to continue to pack my patience. I'm going to wait for 295 to get broken as a level, and that means obviously I won't have a good enough price, or as good of a price, I should say, but that's okay. I know that this one's already up 112% and probably can do more. I don't know if I gave you guys the deets on GV. Here are the deets, Joseph. 2.3 million share float. So needless to say, a very small float. Only about 3.5% of that 2.3 million shares is board for short, so not much of a short float to talk about, but we already have a big, or a little boy, I should say, float to help us with any parabolic moves. Back to MLGO, dipping below 5 again. It's going to have to hold up above 495 for me to stay interested. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, I mean, the mags are ripping, dude. Google is absolutely going through the roof here. So is Softy, as you guys like to call it. But nice breakout volume here on Google. I know someone mentioned it in the chat. That's why I'm bringing it up. And this is my second largest holding. So I want this stock to start performing a little bit better. And it's still trading at like 18 times, Shreve, which is absolutely insanely cheap relative to the street. So let's see if we can get a bounce. It sucks coming all the way off the highs of 207, down about 20% or so off this. Maybe a little bit less now, probably in the late teens. Here, so from where we are right now, yeah, about 16%. So down quite a hefty bit there, guys. Not something you necessarily want to be sitting through, but the market is really moving higher and higher here. So good stuff here, especially when the Mag 7 are trading well. Who's that there?
Just thought I'd get your attention.
Yeah, I like that.
You up. Yeah?
Yeah. You know Fafa Fitness?
No, you're for real though?
Yeah.
That's you're about that life?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm about all life, brother.
Oh man, you're a joker, bro. I love having you on the show, man.
You know what I mean?
You're a joke. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right, it's all good. Here we go. With IBIT, guys, we added to the position 5091. If you want to show the people what you
No, I'm not. I'm not going to show them anything.
Yeah, all right. That's jokes. But anyways, here we go, guys. IBIT, I wanted it to crack through the high a day here. That's why I added to this position. We have a nice doji candle. So if we break that, then I'll get out of the trade because then the thesis is invalid and then I'm essentially at the break even. It wasn't a heavy add here, but I am looking for that break of the high, especially with the market continuing to move higher and higher there. So that's the game plan. So yeah, if you guys know who Fafa Fitness is, then let me know in the chat.
Google it.
Yeah, Google it. But yeah, she's extremely in great shape. But here we go, guys. These big names, Microsoft. Let's pull it up here. Starting to climb off these lows. We were referring to the stock not too long ago because that how much has been hindered, right? For essentially over a year now, it's been just trading within this range with a couple false breaks and then had the inability to hold some of these trends to the top side. Well, some of the other Mag 7, like with the likes of what would I say? Google, Meta, and Apple constructing new all-time highs. This name just chopped around sideways. So a lot has to do with AI spend here and the street not liking it, but we're starting to recover here really, really well in the Mag 7, and that's what we want to see. We were oversold on the RSI and on the put to call ratio as well, too, guys. So it was almost imminent that we were going to get this bounce. It just had to be patient and wait for it because we weren't just going to go completely down to the to zero. That's essentially almost impossible. Wall Street would collapse at that point. But when these big names are down double-digit percentages, that's when you want to start looking for these bounces. And that's what we're starting to get here today, Sharif, in these big names.
Sounds good. Your GV's taking off here, Joseph.
Is it?
There
Wow.
it goes through the top.
Wow.
It's now at 295. Well, hold on. Excuse me. We're very close to that high of day. The high there is 93. Technically, the high of day is 95. So we're right there, man. Great call out by you, Joe. Good trade, man. Into 95s we go. Keep your eye out on GV. It is a big boy name, is Visionary Holdings. They're about an $11 million market cap, 10.8 technically. Visionary Holdings is a Canada-based private education provider which offers education resources to students around the world. The company, through its subsidiaries, is primarily engaged in education-related business, which includes high school education programs, real estate development, and the like. So good look there. Still a little bit into the 80s. We're going to keep an eye out on this one for a nice move up. Definitely interested in getting involved on this monster, but going to back our patience till that 95 break. And still involved in this one, though. Disappointed with myself. I was trying to add over here. I was trying to be thrifty where I added. I tried to get 98s. It didn't let me into 98s. It was a 2-penny spread at the time, and right back into 507 it goes. It's still holding 5, and there is a buyer at 5, give or take. Okay, you can go a little bit lower into 97s, 98s, something like that. But there is a buyer in this area, so I'm quite interested in continuing to reload into 5, especially if we can start making higher highs. Now, that higher high has come above that 510. 510 has been a bit of an elusive level for the moment anyway, since 12:30. So right now, it is 1 o'clock exactly. It's 1 o'clock exactly. So it's time to do the
Let's fire it up here, my guy. I was just looking about it, just about to pull it up as well, too. So.
Yeah, shout out to Jay Lee. He's at a boil. He took $1.25 in profit off 101. Wish you joined me, but it's all good, Jay. You know I'm obsessed with these small cap gappers, my man. But shout out to you, Jay. You know I got the long term now. It's got nat gas.
Dang.
Not the long term, but the swing technically in there. But it could find its way into the long term if it keeps going up. So shout out to you, Jay. Keeping nat gas in focus for me, no doubt about it. Joseph.
No. Sorry, I've been, and you know what? I'm amazed at all the data points here. That's why I'm like just looking at this. It's just like, man, you want to create a trading system, you want to create a trading playbook. This is what you want to see, right? It's like you have the data to back what you're doing. All right.
There you go.
It's either it works or it doesn't, and I'm fascinated by that. But 56. Now I'm ready, my guy.
All right. 580.45.
580.45. We're in and out of a tough spot here.
Holy, it's flying up, dude.
Okay,
I just 45 and it printed 80s. Okay.
Bang.
Yeah, so now we're taking profits, Joseph, at 582.45.
Bang.
And then we're stopping out 570.45.
579.
Excuse me, 579.
$10 stop there, man. It would have been $1,000. 579.
I'm going with Baba.
45 there to the long side there. What a landslide W. We're in right at when we're supposed to be here, guys. 1 o'clock on the dot here. So good luck from everybody. Thank you for participating in the Playmaker poll. We much appreciate that. 100 shares. And we got some data to catch up on. But guys, I just want to emphasize one more time. I know a lot of people in the chat messaged me for this context, or for the platform and everything, or for how we have our layout and the data that we collect. This is as simplistic as it gets. You can make it as complicated as you want to. But in order to be successful in this game, whether it be for a couple of months or a month, you want to start collecting data like this. And it's really going to help you refine your system, and it's going to help you hone out what works for you and then what doesn't work for you, right? That's the whole purpose of this. You're literally writing it. It takes you 30 seconds to do so in the day, right? When I remember when I was a kid, my grandparents used to tell me, just do it. It'll only take you a couple minutes, right? So just do it. It's only going to take you a couple minutes, and then eventually over a couple months, you're going to have a data set like this, and you can be like, hey, look what I've done, and this is what I did, and I promise you at the end of the day, whether it be 1%, 2%, or even a little bit more than that, it's going to improve your day-to-day trading, all right, guys? That's it.
That's yeah, dude, can I tell you?
Yeah.
Well, like towards last year, I wanted to like put new kind of habits into my day. Mm-hmm. So I listened to my ebooks, right? I do my stuff in the morning, my routine in the morning, the session in the morning. Then we got, the session during the day. Then I go to my other work, blah, blah, blah. The point is, I was always putting off a lot of these little things that I wanted to add, or I was doing them inconsistently. Mm-hmm. And so I kept telling myself, I'm like, oh, it's only 15 minutes of your day. It's only 20 minutes of your day. And you do that once, twice, and then you get that habit forming. So
Exactly.
I gotta agree with that 100%.
1,000%. And one thing that I was telling myself too, Sharif, is that I would rather just do it than sit there for the next couple hours being like, oh, should I do it? Should I do it? Or I wish I did it.
And I would
right? And right, exactly. And it's like, oh, I wish I did that. Well, just go and do it, man. Just go and just do it. We're doing it live, man.
Hey, there we go.
That, you remember that Shia LaBeouf one? It was like, just do it.
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember that Shia LaBeouf when he kind of...
He's a unique guy.
Just do it. Yeah, he's very unique. One of my favorite actors, to be honest.
He's great. I like the
Disturbia,
Didn't he get into a
sick
fight with
movie.
people or something like that?
Yeah, he was fighting people. Yeah, in somewhere.
I just remember
in, like,
good guy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Nimrod, my man. Shout out to 3590 shekels. Do you guys have a lesson on leveraging? I personally don't. I don't know if Joseph does. Not too much that I know about that. You know, I don't know if you're talking about margin accounts. Are you talking about margins or taking levered products like levered ETFs? I don't know if that's what you mean, Nimrod. You don't have to super chat again. Just tag Joseph or I. Explain what you meant by that, and I'm sure we'll give you a better answer. Shout out to Nimrod.
A lot of good feedback. A lot of good feedback in the consistency in life, man. And consistency. If it like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, I just botched his name, but he's a Canadian basketball player, and he does an interview, and they're like, "How are you so consistent?" And he's like, "My life is consistency. Everything I do from my day-to-day practice." And if you want to be one of the greats,
absolutely,
that's what you have to do.
Los Polos Hermanos, I like your habit philosophy. Just need to work on it. Get it, my man. There's just start it. It feels annoying at first, like, oh, why do I have to do this? But to me, that feeling was kind of outdone by the feeling of actually accomplishing something. Felt a little bit better. That's kind of how I kept that there. D-Loaf, come on. That one's a classic. I don't know, bro. I told you. I'm out of touch. That's my thing. Sharif, like 10X. But what do you mean, Nimrod? Are you talking about options that are levered? Are you talking about ETFs? Are you talking about borrowing from your broker on margin to buy more stocks? Explain what you mean by leverage, though. Because I think leverage has different meanings in different contexts, at least the way I understand it. Banger Plays, I like that name. Yeah, what SMAs do you use on your 5-minute? I don't use SMAs. They're all exponential. They're all EMAs. And the reason I use EMAs is because when I'm trading in front of you guys, we're intraday trading. So I want to more heavily weight the recent price action. Now, when I chart at home and I'm doing my investing analysis, I got SMAs up on a chart. The simple moving average. I think those are better for the longer term plays, for the longer term holds. At least that's how I see things. So I keep the exponentials on the intraday charts that you guys see, and I have my simples at home. But to answer your question, I keep 4 different moving averages on all my charts. The green will be the 10 exponential moving average. If I'm looking at getting in on a strong stock, it's usually off the 10. Then I have the 20 for the deeper retracements that sometimes pull off the 20. And then I have the 50 and the 200. Now, I don't usually use those intraday, but when I'm looking at something on the 4-hour, the hour, or even the daily, sometimes I'll throw that on there, right? So I'll use the 50, I'll use the 200. So I keep them on there just, as a matter of habit, but I don't typically use them on an intraday basis, nor do I really feel price action bounces off the 50 intraday. I could be wrong. There could be people that use it intraday. I personally am not one of those people. I use the 10 and the 20. That's my look there. Joe's cool uncle. Are you see this, bro?
There, oh, no, go back.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, that's all right. Put back up there.
Shia LaBeouf. Get it, Shia.
Do it.
What do we got over there?
Yeah, he's like, we're doing it. Just do it.
Yeah, you could tell he's
he's
got that look in his eyes, huh? Like that. I mean? You don't want to get this guy on a bad day. Like he could ruin.
When he's been in the pub for a while or something.
Love it. Thanks if you see. Shout out to Joe's cool uncle. I love that name, man.
Hilarious, man.
Sounds good, man. We're loving it. We're loving it. We're doing it live up in this place.
Doing it live.
So that's the look right there. Still involved, guys, in the same names. MLGO, we're 1 penny out of the money, 2 pennies out of the money. As we're printing 99s, I get stopped out through 95s, holding on to a tiny little piece. Essentially, the trade, the better part of the trade is behind me. This one is boring me to death. Come on, CDXC. Either just stop me out or break through 9. It looks like I may get that stop. I think we are basically
cool
as low as we've been recently here, Joseph, breaking through some of these levels. So CDXC on the way, likely to getting stopped out here as some of these small cap gappers are now curling back down and looking to kind of give back the ghost. Now, CDXC, I got in at 63s, but the volume weighted average price is at $0.50. So I will get stopped out if we actually break below the 60 penny area. But I don't mind adding to this at the $0.50 if it shows proof that it's going to hold up at VWAP as a level of resistance. I don't mind doing that. We'll obviously go flat on the little bit that we have here if we break 60. But again, I don't mind punching back in at the $0.50 if it is warranted to do so. I'm keeping an eye on GV, still below that 295, so I'm going to pack my patience and see if we can take something on that. Oh, wow. The market turning back down a little bit over here. Let's talk about this.
Yeah, we got stopped out real quick, Sharif. That might be the quickest stop out of all time.
Is Donald talking again? What's going on over here? Trump Commerce Secretary deal likely to include some tariff exemptions for Canada and Mexico, possibly including autos. Okay, that I think we already knew about that. So we shall see what the situation is. MLGO came back down aggressively. Why didn't it stop me out? Oh, it's at VWAP right now. Interesting. Okay, so we did get stopped out there. It just, it took a little bit of time. Adara, what's up? Oh, you're muted, Adara. Yep.
Sorry about that, guys. Keep an eye on the market. So basically, we have Donald Trump posting here on Truth Social's preferred platform, confirming some things we heard earlier, that Trump did talk to Trudeau today. He said that basically they discussed, Trump said he's still concerned about fentanyl coming through the border and that nothing has convinced him that it's stopped. Trudeau said it's gotten better. Trump said that's not good enough. And he did say, though, the call ended in a, quote, somewhat friendly manner. He also said that he wanted to know when the Canadian election was happening there, and said last but not least, good luck, Justin. So this comment here coming from Donald Trump says a lot less about the overall state of tariffs and just more about kind of recapping their conversation beat by beat. That's what happened here. Donald Trump saying, though, that it did end on, quote, a somewhat friendly manner, though it sounds like they came to zero impasse or agreement when it comes to tariffs themselves. So that is on note. They did speak today. Also, Trump said, I guess Trudeau asked him what could be done about tariffs, but it sounds like Trump did not give him an answer in that. So to recap, Trump, Trudeau talked. It does not sound like we have any solution when it comes to tariffs, guys. Back to you.
As always. So, I mean, it'd be nice if he could just not truth something out for maybe a week or two and just let the markets cool down. But I guess he can't. He doesn't have it in himself to do so. But here we go. We know that they're going to probably ease some tariffs on the car industry here, guys. You know, manufacturing costs can get a little hefty, and we need one another on that front. And then, yeah, so we got stopped out of IBIT, unfortunately, on that heavy downtick in the market. So we'll just keep that in mind as well, too. So volatility is there. Gaurav is right. It's at this time, in this style of market, it's like, okay, get your moves and then just get out, right? And just be thankful for what you've got, because you don't know what's going to come here shortly. But let's see what Adara's up to.
More tariff talk, guys. So we currently have Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick speaking right now. He said that Trump is leaning towards helping out automakers for 1 month. So that's basically confirming the reports we already heard that they are considering, but they've not decided on yet, considering delaying these Mexico and Canada tariffs for 1 month, specifically for automakers. And again, that has not yet been confirmed or decided upon. Also, Howard Lutnick did say with regards to tariffs that will be, quote, a short period of time where there are high prices on certain items. So confirming, much like Trump said, there's going to be a little bit of turbulence in the markets after these tariffs come to pass. Also, apparently, a source from Canada is reporting that U.S. and Canada are going to continue talking about tariffs today. So tariff discussions continuing, reportedly, after we had Trump share his Truth Social post about his talks with Trudeau of Canada. Back to you.
Again there, Adara. So yeah, you guys can see the volatility really kick in this market, especially when he has something to say regarding these tariffs. We know how sensitive it is, right? Whether it be, and the thing is though, I was thinking about this the other day, and I want to hear your guys' opinion as well too, right? Shower thought, and I think a lot of traders can agree with something, right? So when the market is trading really well or really bad, it will either find something to like good news or bad news, whatever, it will find something to kind of reduce that stuff, right? You don't want to have too much euphoria in the market, and you don't want to be too down as well too. So when we were in that phase of when good news is bad news and when bad news is good news, right? Like with the labor market, cooling inflation, et cetera, whatever it may be, and the economy cooling down, it's like, okay, we've been on a 2-year bull run at this standpoint. what is it? What is that next factor that's going to cool the market down and kind of bring everybody back into reality and say, hey, we can't just go up all the time? And sure enough, it will find something in order to do so. And in this case, it is tariffs, right? So in the likes of before, we had COVID. So COVID sold everything off, right? Rightfully so. And then after that, we had monetary policy really start to kick in, another excuse. And then now we have this tariff talk when we were at extreme highs and the market put in just like day after day, it was putting in a new all-time high. So there it is. It's a cyclical effect of the market, and get used to it if you want to be in this game for a long time.
Absolutely, Joseph. Let's talk about some of these Mag 7 names now that we have the market really curling up here. See what's strong and see what's weak. So a fantastic look to the high side here for Meta. I mean, Meta's up 1 2/3. It's really the Meta and Microsoft show. No, that's not fair. Amazon's up as well, big time. 2%, 2.1% for Amazon. That's the biggest name on the day in Mag 7 world. Then you got Microsoft next here, trading near highs. So very similar charts here between comparing Amazon, Meta and Microsoft. They all have up and to the right movements and then this consolidative range that they seem to find themselves in. And now we're trading almost at the high of the day. So great look for these names. Now you see some laggards. Tesla, Apple, these look like they are lagging behind, but also Nvidia as well. So Nvidia is not a bad name or anything like that. It's up 0.75% on the day. But when you compare it to the actual other charts of Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, not nearly as strong, not as good, not as directionally to the high side, and well off the highs. When you compare that to the Microsoft chart where we're printing at the highs, well, we're about $1 below the highs right now on Nvidia. So Nvidia, a bit of a weaker name at the moment. Not bad, obviously, but if you're looking for strength on these here markets in the Mag 7, you're looking probably at Meta, Microsoft, and Amazon. Google shouldn't be disrespected either. 1%, it's not up percentage-wise as much as these others, but it definitely has a fantastic look through 173. I'm being passed the sticky note by the Katina man, and I've been told to read something. And I know which one it's going to be. It's going to be 169 Google long, baby. Let's have a look at where Google bottomed.
How did you get a hold of that?
Today. I was passed to it by the Katina man.
Oh.
So it says Google, 169 long, market pulling back, but with a nice bounce back day. What's the low of the day today, Katina man, on Google?
I'm long currently at 169.25.
He's long 169.25. Katina man, you could have had 169.08. The link is in the chat. Get it, brother. Great trade there. Good look, Katina man. Fantastic look on Google. Fantastic look on the Mag 7 in general as they recover. I know that there is, people like the market to go south. I'm not one of those people. So we will celebrate when the market goes up, and more pleased I could not be. But let me tell you how displeased I am right now with my MLGO trade. I'm displeased because I feel I was the weak hand here. I was forced out. I had a wicked trade, and this trade over here is going to haunt me at night. Why? Because I was waxing poetic about how respectful this one is of previous areas of resistance acting as support. And for the most part, it was. But if you were dumb enough like me to place your stop right a couple of pennies below that support level, previous resistance, you got a specialist breakdown. What does that mean? That means you push the price a couple of shekels below that obvious area of support, stop everybody out, take everybody's money, and then make that new high. That's exactly what happened here on MLGO. So it was defending 5 generally, but if you had your eye on that 490, which is what I did, right, because that was a resistance area, so I was gauging it as support, you got pushed out, because look at what it did. It dipped all the way down into 486. So you got to draw the line somewhere. It's either going to be 490, 489, 488. You got to draw the line somewhere. Sometimes you get lucky, it doesn't trigger you out because your stop is a little bit below it. Sometimes you don't get that lucky because then it stops you out, your stop's a little bit higher. So this one, MLGO, is what I'm talking about right now, on its way back into that 5 1/5, with the ultimate high being that 528. Going to keep my eye on this one. I don't think it's done trading yet, but this one is coming down into my entry price CDXC. We only have a few beak wetters left on this one. If this dips below 60, that is going to be the end of the trade. But again, I don't mind getting in at the $0.50. It's going to have to prove to me, though, that the $0.50, which is also VWAP, is going to be respected as that level of support. So I don't mind waiting till that $0.50 comes in, packing my patience. Let's see if it holds up here, Joseph.
Hey,
Joseph's cool uncle.
Yeah, Joe's
I really
cool
like
uncle.
that
Yeah,
one.
man, Joe's cool uncle. Yeah, my uncle's cool, man.
My uncle's cool. My uncle's
Yeah, he got some cool uncles. Yeah, but here we go, guys. I bid sitting in this. We pulled back a little deeper than what we anticipated, but that's okay. The volatility's in, and we're just tapping on the door of those key resistance zones in Bitcoin. So it's going to take a little bit of momentum. We're all waiting for Friday. There's going to be some news on Friday regarding crypto and what's going to happen with that. All right. So I think this is going to be an extremely huge move in this name if it does decide to want to go to the upside. But what we want to monitor here is this support zone. All right. So in this support zone, you're going to need a lot to break through this, right? We have multiple touches on this in this underlying asset, and then eventually we crack through, but we are now retesting that. So what do? We need new participants to step in and volume really start to appreciate this, right? We need demand at higher levels, and we don't necessarily see that right now. We know Michael Saylor's buying up a storm, but if this reserve comes into play, then what Sharif was mentioning yesterday with the FOMO aspect in countries, it can really just ignite a flame, and this can really lead you into those mid 100s. I don't want to get too ahead of myself because we have to crack through key levels before we even get to there. But I mean, here we got to break 90, then we have to break the previous all-time high of around 110. But then when you get into new price discovery is when like, oh, okay, people really start to get the fear of missing out. Retail is going to be involved in this. Institutions are starting to adapt it more as well too, right? So you're starting to see that 1% allocation into some portfolios. And if that just continues to grow, which I believe it will, because now you have more of a safe aspect here of buying it on the markets, you can hedge against positions, you can buy the futures, you can sell options, you can sell puts, you can buy puts, you can buy calls, etc. There's so many ways to utilize this vehicle now that the adaptation to this is just going to continue to grow and grow and grow. It's unfortunate that we chopped around in these ranges for so long and didn't really just continue and just have a nice steady appreciation. But that's what comes with this name. You're going to get those volatile times. We went up to previously, if we go back in the history of it, it's like, okay, we traded significantly higher. We were up to 70,000 and then we trade all the way down to 16,000. So it comes with the name. Just be prepared for what is to come. And all you can do is look to participate in, whether it be a bullish bias or a bearish bias there.
Yeah, absolutely, Joseph. Keeping my eye on MLGO over here. It's continuing to break out, man. Feeling awfully silly. Let's see if it can get above that 528. It's putting in higher highs and higher lows. It has basically a candle of indecision, the one that printed at a quarter after the hour. I'm talking about this one right here. Basically no direction, but the subsequent candle very green, but still below that area top on the previous candle at 520, so showing 514s right now. I weaseled into a new position here on EOSE. I perceive this to be a possible area hold at a previous area of resistance. Let's see if it's support. This area crest over here at 470 has been defended on occasions. When we dipped above, when we got to 476, we dipped back down into 470, held it. We have a bit of a double bottom here, albeit on the one at 470. So what I've done is I've gotten in at 73. I'm going to give it a really tight stop. If it doesn't hold 70, fine. Then I've basically almost lost nothing on the trade. But we can definitely move a lot higher into that high a day. So it's a good risk to reward ratio on EOSE. It's up 19.8%, almost 20%. My only concern with this one is the volume is it's a little late. So it's a $4 name. It's got about 8.5 million shares, which in of itself is not bad. But when you look at that volume bars when you look at the volume bars on the bottom, we're down into the right. So we're dropping in volume, not increasing in volume. MLGO trying to make an attempt at that 5 and a fifth again at that 20 penny area. It looks like there are buyers stepping in here with aggression. So good look, up 25%, still below that half or that fifth of a dollar though. Going to pack my patience for anything on that one. With respect to CDXC, my best trade of the day, but we got stopped out break even on that drop of 60. I'm still packing my patience to see, does it want to come into that 50 penny area and hold that VWAP? Technically on my chart, VWAP's at 48, but when it's at 48s, 50s, same difference. I don't mind getting in at 50s, with 48 being VWAP. We're going to throw an order out there. Actually, I'm not going to throw an order out. I need proof that this is going to hold up. So I'm going to back my patience to see if that $0.50 level, if VWAP on CDXC is going to be respected or not. It was a rejection of 9. I mean, we tried to break through 9. The last time we were above 9 was 11:30. That is about 2 hours ago. We had multiple attempts on CDXC at 9, all of which failed. And then the sellers took over, pushing this bad boy with that kind of arching look all the way down. It looks like to be here to the $0.5 or VWAP. Also, keeping my eye, no question about GV. Good look there, 295 HOD, still below that level, but holding the 10 exponential moving average quite well with these higher lows, and all the wicks below the 10 have been bought up for now. So that's in play. TNXP, a bit of a lighter trade though today, but it's just broke the highs. So 1037 HOD, did we break? You know, we haven't broken the highs. That's still a 10 a.m. high. 1037, we're there right now. Where do we get up to? 1035. It's got a bit of a wider spread. As you can see that, we were just printing 36s and we dipped down into 24s. So about a 10 penny spread or so on TNXP, but a respectable percentage move up on the day, up 31.25%. So lots to talk about today. Not a lot of bad names. Most of these small cap gappers didn't give up the ghost in the way that we've seen these bad boys trade before. So I'm packing my patience here. It looks like CDXC is going to bounce here off the volume weighted average price. So here's what I'm going to do.
What?
I'm going to weasel in small amounts of shares, or am I? No, I'm not, Joseph. I'm going to stick to my plan here.
Okay.
I'm going to wait for a VWAP bounce. Come hell or high water, we ain't getting in until it proves itself. MLGO, back to MLGO before we send it back to Joe. Showing 20s again. 20s is the area we rejected last time. And in fact, we haven't had any closing prints, whether on the 5 or the 1 or whatever, above 20, despite the fact that we wicked into 28 and we got the print there at 24s, right? The point is, though, we haven't been able to stay for any, discernible period above 20. Seems like there is selling in and around there. Let's see if we can get above there on a closing basis, guys. Let me know when. Yeah, so we're going to go to Adair with news.
30 seconds.
No worries. I didn't mean to catch you off guard there. We're going to continue to watch here. MLGO rejecting 20 again. Not surprised there, Joseph, as that level has been a rinse and repeat resistance level on the day. How's the IBIT? How's Rigetti? My man's killing it.
Yeah, I'm at an IBIT. I got back into it, to be honest with you, to see if we can bounce off the volume weighted average price. So I know you're being patient. So that's what I had to do too. Wait for this little phase out here and then look to get back in. We're going to talk a little bit more about Rigetti because they report after the bell, and some IBIT right after we get back from Madeira.
Sorry for the wait there. We do have Caroline Leavitt here. This is the White House press secretary. She's currently doing a briefing right now. She's just talking about Trump's speech last night. But if there's anything else of note, I will let you guys know. I do think it's worth noting, though, that she is speaking. So some answers could be added here. I'm sure some questions could be added as well about tariffs, potentially the crypto reserve. If any of these things come up, I will let you guys know urgently. Back to you.
What do you got over there?
Yeah, Rigetti here. So guys, you can see that we're starting to form some higher lows on this name. We are reporting after the bell. So is this company finally going to start making some money? Maybe we'll find that out after when they report. But here we go. We're slowly curling up as well too. But we know that we have this kind of ascending wedge starting to form here, and that's what we want to play. So the price is starting to really compress, and then now we're forming those higher lows, and we have that definitive base, our top side, which is acting as resistance. If we can punch through that with volume and momentum, then that's when you start to look for the next target, and that's going to bring you around that 805. So this pivot is going to be key as well too in order for us to punch through this. And I mentioned time and time again, these names were in play. The quantum space was in play for an extended period of time, well, not extended, but for a good solid month or two here, all right, guys? So a month to be exact. So once that volume really started to kick in, the 6th of December, and then we peaked around the 7th of January, all right? So about a solid month that these names are really in play. Can we continue to move in that trajectory? As of right now, we haven't displayed that we can. We need these reports, and we need them to be relatively strong. So that's what we're going to wait for. But as of right now, again, if we get that cult-like type price action in these quantum spaces, then I'm going to look to participate. And that's where I think we're sitting in our GTI. Now I'm back into some IBIT as well too here, guys, around 50.84, okay? So what I'm going to look here on this VWAP hold is now we can draw a trend line because we have multiple touches on this name, and then we're going to look for that to hold. If it breaks it, then there can be potentially more downside. But what we're going to aim for here is that high a day, or this previous pivot high here around 51.40, and that's the target, right? So when you have a setup like this, you want to aim into new price discovery or go to where there was prior resistance or support, because sometimes you get that magnetic effect in the underlying assets. Now let's pull up RGTI and see where I'm sitting at. I'm not positioned the best, but what we can do is we can draw our trend lines. I'm not overly heavy either, so that's something to note. But once it breaks that 75.85, right, and open up below the volume weighted average price, then the thesis is wrong. Price is compressing. We already know that. I mentioned it multiple times because we have the resistance zones and we have those higher lows. So which way is it going to break? Which way is the volume going to step in? Yes, I may be in a little bit early, but that's okay. As we form higher lows, I do believe that the buying pressure is there and it's displayed in the trend line. So once we break 75.95, then I think we can continue to climb higher. Now, everybody in the chat, let me know what you guys are looking at. We'll go over a couple of things. We have MongoDB, I believe, reporting after the bell. MDB, MongoDB reporting after the bell as well. Zscaler was actually one of my bigger trades that I had after the bell. Yeah, after earnings. So Zscaler, I like Zscaler, and Marvell as well too, guys. So those are the names that I'd be keeping an eye on. Marvell, Rigetti Computing, MongoDB, and Zscaler. So while we're at it, we may as well take a look at some of the expected moves here. Because that's what we like to look for. And then when we look at the expected move, what do we do after that, guys? You know, it's essentially a routine. Bang. We go on the options chain and we look for the highest levels of open interest. Now, let's see which ones are going to give me the expected move that I'm looking for. So RGTI, probably not going to get it in that one, but that's okay. Oh, okay, here we go. So beautiful here, guys. So so the options market has about a 15.5 implied move here, 15.5% implied move here on Rigetti Computing. So that's going to put us at a high of around $9.11, and then a low of around $6.67. All right, so that's kind of the range that you're looking for. Now let's take a look at the options chain and see where we have the highest levels of open interest. RGTI. And again, so we want something that's eye-popping, something that really stands out to us. And as of right now, what I'm looking at, we don't have that, okay? So the highest level is at $9. So at that $9 strike price, we have about 9,000 open contracts, okay? So nothing crazy. And then the next level will be at that whole dollar being 10 with about 8.4 thousand open contracts. Now, to the downside, the highest that we have is at that 7, right around that expected move that we talked about just a couple of seconds ago. 6.6 open contracts right now. So the open interest is about 6.61. And then now let's take a look at Marvell, and see what we got for an expected move here. So guys, we're looking at about an 11% expected move on Marvell. That's going to put us at a high of around 98 and then a low of around 78. So what do we do next? It's just rinse and repeat. We're going to pull up Marvell and we're going to look for key zones to find the most open interest. Now, it's not it's not overly liquid or anything along those lines. It's not, I guess, not a popular options contract, but right around that expected move. So what did I say? 97.95 is the high of the expected move, which is exactly 11%. And where do we have the most levels of open interest? Right at that 100. Okay, no, 95. All right, so 95 is that next level with 5.1 open contracts. We'll go over the rest there, MongoDB and the other one, right after we get back from my guy Sharif.
Yeah, NVIDIA back at VWAP, guys, rejecting that 118. That was a nice attempt there by NVIDIA to take out that implied balance high. But as we were talking about earlier, the market taking a bit of a pullback now, rejecting, I believe, 20,000. Well, we got above 20,500 on the NQ. We actually almost got to 20,600, but we are on our way down. So there is a support level here at the 20,450. Let me bring in the side chart so I can speak about it. There it is. Show yourself. There we go. Let's flip to the 1. Kind of show you what I'm talking about there. Look at this buy up there. So we got bought up there at 12:30. We got bought up again at 12:10, and here we are again at that same level, 20,450. It has been an interesting support level on the day, but we'll see. We'll see. I just have my concerns about the market in general today. For obvious reasons, but we are looking like we're going to bounce right here. So this could be an interesting move on the future right now, and by extension of that, obviously the MEG, because they always look at the future. So here we go. We're below the volume weighted average price right now on NVIDIA. But we got a bit of a hammer candle working, and the deal is that the closing print on NVIDIA and VWAP are awfully close. We're talking about 116.01 or 2 or something like that as the closing print, with the volume weighted average price being essentially at 10s or 12s. So I like when these levels overlap because, if it's going to be support, it kind of doubles up as a possible area of support. Kind of a hammer candle forming right now. Boom.
Dang.
Look at that. Take it up right up to the upside. Oh, what's going on over there, Katina, man? You're long in video, aren't you?
That was insane. I didn't know what was going on there.
Yeah, no.
I had to turn over.
You weren't sure.
I'm like, yo. I'm like, hey, yeah, please, man. I know that tight.
Get it, Joe.
Yeah, tight
Joe's
here.
gonna get. Yeah, I'm a little tight in the traps. Yeah, okay. Yeah, NVIDIA's popping up, guys. Okay, not a bad one.
Hey, feel
My
that?
man's on this. Oh, wow. Okay.
Watch out.
115.82. We were at the same 5-minute candle. 115.82. Now we're back up to 116.82. So $1 quick as you like that on NVDA. Good move up here. We got a nice move up on, let's see if we're getting a move up on the future as well. But back above 20,500 we go. So we're already up. We were just down to 50 points. Now we're popping up 75 points just like that. Adara, what the hell is going on?
Honestly, not that much. It was just a confirmation of what we already heard. Caroline Leavitt, who is Donald Trump's press secretary, she's been talking. This is the first thing she's even said that's remotely market moving. She said that Donald Trump still wants these tariffs, but because they did talk to some of these people, specifically within the big three automakers, they're going to be waiting 1 month out of respect for those individuals. So we heard reports they talked to big three automakers. That's been confirmed. 1 month hold there for auto tariffs. It looks like all the other tariffs, though, are going to continue because, quote, Donald Trump will not stop standing for the American people. So if I see anything else of note, I will let you guys know. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that. I'm still keeping my eye on EOS. Took a bit of a print there. Still zigging and zagging right now, holding general support, but not popping off to the high side. EOS is the one I'm talking about. It's the only trade I've got on left. I feel like this might actually lose support, so we'll be looking to extract some profits, maybe a little bit higher than here, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just kicking up here in RGTI. We got some bills to pay here shortly.
Hey.
We know when we're ready to go there, Andre. But here we go, guys. RGTI looking like it wants to break out here. It held the base of this of the trend line really well and now climbing higher.
Andre.
So if we got in a little bit lower, that would have been nice. But again, I think we're positioned half decently. It's only about 10 cents ago that we're going to risk on this trade. So if we can break through this resistance zone that I previously mentioned, then I think we're going to be sitting pretty. But guys, you know what time it is?
What time?
It's e-signal.
Uh-oh.
New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees, folks. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite.
Uh-oh.
Analyze, strategize, and most definitely capitalize, guys. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, folks. Predict with back testing. That's really important. Reliable and real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one. One platform, guys, e-signal. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Neil and Sean use it all the time. Sharif's been absolutely abusing it now at this point, just taking pure advantage of the platform and loving it. So good look there, guys, on that front.
Hey.
So e-signal, scan the QR code. I know who was in the chat was waiting for the e-signal ad read.
Ozan.
Ozan was waiting for the
And
e-signal.
there he is. Look, true to form. Look at this
There you
guy,
go,
bro.
Ozan,
Finally, e-signal. This guy.
Here we go,
He cracks me up,
Ozan.
man.
Yeah,
And
we
the
did it just
Katina
for
man hit
you.
the cash cow for you.
Oh.
You can always go to the description. Ozan, if you're
There you
feeling
go.
midday, you're going through e-signal withdrawals, you got to get your e-signal fix because the
Get the
hand's shaking a
e-signal
little
fix,
bit.
yeah.
Just hit the link in the description
Good stuff.
to get that. We're going to Adara.
There.
So we are having, I just want to recap in case anyone was confused by that move in the market. So we had this pop, Caroline Leavitt, who is the press secretary for the U.S., she said that, basically confirming these reports, Donald Trump has, or the administration has spoken to some of these big three automakers. So auto tariffs are going to have a 1 month delay, but they will still take place. She also confirmed, though, that there will be these reciprocal tariffs on April 2nd. So reciprocal tariffs confirmed, but auto tariffs delayed for a month. That could be why we had some of that mixed reaction in the market there. Just to do a quick recap. Still listening to her. If anything else is said, I'm letting you guys know. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, great news there. Yeah, Carolyn Levitt, we can see her there on CNBC. Will give 1 month tariff exemption on any autos coming through USMCA. That's good news for Ontario, the province where we live, because a lot of our exports that go to the United States are auto related. I mean, we have an entire area, Southern Ontario, we call it the Golden Horseshoe. Essentially, it's littered with factories that either export cars or export material for assembly in the United States. So our premier, which is like the equivalent of the governor, was up in arms about this because he knew how much it would affect that industry. And we've built basically the last half century trying to build that up. So to change that overnight would have been crazy and probably untenable. So he was really worried about that. I know a lot of people here were really worried about that. It's sadly changed sentiment about, Americans in this country. There's a lot of, dissatisfaction with what he's doing. That's the nature of the beast, though. I mean, they're going to look out for themselves, and we'll look out for ours. So we're going to continue to wait and see how that all plays out. And hopefully something better can come from this, something that's equally advantageous for Canada and for the United States. So we'll continue to watch and report on it, obviously. 1 month is peanuts. Come on, Eddie, at least it moves the needle, brother. I know it kicks the can down the road, but it creates a wider window or a bigger window of opportunity to strike a deal. I know we got nothing done. I know it was supposed to be February 1st, and then we kicked the can down to March 3rd. Nothing happened in the intervening period. Not for Canada's lack of trying, guys, because we were calling, but no one was picking up the phone on the other side. Adara.
More tariff things. So Caroline Leavitt was just asked about that Trump comment from last night, saying that there'd be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that when it came to tariffs. So Caroline Leavitt basically said this should be fine because Donald Trump is telling the truth. Things might get difficult, but that tariffs and ending the inflation nightmare are going to help with that. So we also, though, this is the other thing, World Trade Organization announcing that Canada has initiated a World Trade Organization dispute complaint with regards to U.S. tariffs. So Canada's not happy with these tariffs. They've actually filed a complaint against the U.S. with the WTO. So more tariff things on watch, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, the WTO is an interesting institution. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm curious about that complaint there. I don't know if I would have been filing that or anything along those lines. I don't complain too much. But here we go, guys. RGTI.
China did the same thing, right?
Did they do the same thing?
When they filed the 10%, the new 10%.
Okay.
They're trying to get...
So there you go, free trade. Yeah. Okay, guys, here we go in some RGTI, just chopping around in this range. I think at some point the stock is going to pick up some momentum. It's just a matter of when. So you don't compress like this, you don't consolidate like this, and that there's probably going to be a move. We know that from an average true range standpoint that the volatility was really kicking in on from a daily perspective, right? So that expansion of how much the stock moves through a day-to-day basis really picked up when it was in play, and now it has now condensed a little bit and died off. But again, with this price compression from an intraday standpoint, I'm looking to play the break in what direction. If it breaks to the downside and does a liquidity grab on low volume, then I'll just get out. And then if the volume steps into the other side, I'll just hop right back in and see if we can push it to 805 or roughly whatever it may be. Now, as for IBIT, it's not looking pretty on this front because we can start to see that we are forming lower highs here as well too. So that's not good. If we can't break through these zones and we're just slowly on the descent. So here we go. Right, that's not a good look and not something that you necessarily want to be a part of, especially when it's descending. So, and with that base right in front of it, so it's looking like it's going to break. We're going to have to put our stop slightly below where that support zone is, right? So around that 50-40 level. Sharif mentioned it earlier, and we mentioned it from time and time again, that you don't want to put your stops in the middle of a zone, right? Because the chance of the stock hitting it are vastly higher and greatly higher. So you want to put it below support zones and then above resistance zones if you're going to play the short. And that's where the risk to reward really comes into play. And I think it's important to understand it. But we got a 99-cent super chat. You see that one? There's no message behind it by Majid Gold
Shorts be ready.
Yeah. What do you say?
Shorts be ready. Look at that.
Shorts be ready. Okay, yeah. Shorts be ready. All right, I got pants on, so I gotta get those shorts out here, just in case.
I got trolled here in the summer when I started wearing my shorts. I'm like,
why?
It's hot, man. Toronto in the summer, it's insane amounts of humidity. So like wearing shorts.
Come on, man.
You know what I mean?
You got the desert blood in you, my guy.
Yeah, like, there's no humidity in the desert, bro.
Yeah, there's no.
Ever been to the
it's
desert?
dry heat. Yeah, it's dry heat. Dry
yeah,
heat.
it's like Vegas.
Man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No. I'm kidding. Of course. Yeah.
But I mean, hey, I love the heat, man. I'm a summer guy, right? And get the nice fits out. That's when the fashion really starts to kick up for your boys. So I like the summer. But here we go, guys. Continuing to just chop around. Price really compressing in the two names that I'm in. Looking for the break. Which way is it going to break? Only time will tell. We need that volume to kick in, and then I think we'll be all right. But if we break the support systems, then we have to get out of the trade and then just look to reassess what's going on and then find a potential nether entry. And it's the same case here in RGTI. It's almost identical price action with two totally different spaces right now. So you can see that we're forming those higher lows. Again, if it breaks it to the south side, potentially liquidity grab, and then we can get out and get back in. But another
he's like a new big smile. Yeah. He's like wants the world to burn. He's like, wait for it.
Did he say anything
before he said never mind?
Never mind. And then he paid another $2. So there, thank you, Majid. But that's the game plan for me right now, Sharif. We're going to wait to see which way price is going to break on these two names, and then just try to follow the price action.
Respect that, man. The OG Gorev done for the day. Tricky market, but glad I played it well. Going to watch my team, LFC, Liverpool Football Club, take on Paris Saint-Germain. Shortly, yeah, my old man's all up on that. Yesterday, Arsenal decimated PSV Eindhoven 7-1 on their turf. So we go, obviously, the Champions League knockout stage just has the aggregate. So we're up 7-1. We play them again next Wednesday on our turf, hopefully adding to the tally. But I do worry about Arsenal going into the next leg of the Champions League, the quarterfinals, because they will play the winner, Neil, of Real Madrid, who has obviously the most amount of Champions League trophies, and Atletico Madrid. Yesterday, Atleti and Real played, and it was 2-1 on Real soil. We'll see how it ends up being when they play. I forget the name of the stadium that Atleti plays at. Maybe I'll remember it when we get back from Madeira.
Caroline Leavitt, U.S. press secretary, was just asked about the price of eggs and if there's any other tariff exemptions that could take place, like what we saw with the automakers having a 1-month delay for the tariffs to take effect. Caroline Leavitt said that Trump is open and he's willing to do what he thinks is right, but she basically said it's unlikely that's going to happen specifically for eggs. So it looks like other tariff exemptions, not for auto, seem unlikely as of this point based on this answer. Back to you.
Yeah, okay, so you guys are saying Wanda oh man, I can't even say it. Metropolitano. It's not anymore. Can you believe they changed their sponsor? It's Riyadh Air Metropolitano. So it's no longer the Wanda one. Shout out to Eddie R. I know that, I think it was that way, but now Wikipedia is saying it's Riyadh Air. So it looks like they got a new sponsor. We'll have to see. Not that that makes any difference to me whatsoever, but yeah, that's the name of it. We'll just call it the Metropolitano. That's it. We'll just go with that, guys. Go with that. So watching here the future, this is the look at the NQ March contract. We're still up 115, 120 points on the day, Joseph. We did have an attempt at that 20,600. It rejected. We dipped all the way down to 20,450, but here we go again. We're above 500. We're looking at taking out 525. We could see 550 very soon. It has been a zig and zag type day on these here markets. We started the pre-market up, and then all hell broke loose as we rang the bell. It went negative on the day, down all the way to 20,200 almost, and now we've got a 400 point range essentially since the bell into almost 20,600, with the low being in and around 200. So needless to say, it's been a ziggy-zaggy day, up and down, just really depending on what news headline was coming out at any one moment. But we did not expect any differently. These tariffs have a way of you really bamboozling these markets and making traders a little bit worried. So that's a look there. They just changed it. You are right. Yeah, just Atletico Metropolitano. Cool. I think it's Riyadh Air, brother. That's what Wiki's saying, unless Wiki is wrong. Maybe someone got in there. Yaniv. Rigetti earnings. Yes, sir. After the bell, we are expecting Rigetti earnings. Joseph was talking about that earlier. Let's go on to Market Chameleon, one of my websites that I use over here to help me know what to expect in the aftermarket, we talk about the time of the release. We talk about what's it called? The earnings call, the expected move. Let's have a look at what we're getting. Knees are heavy. Okay, so let's go on the next page. So we're gonna have to go to the next one. All right, Adair, what do you got?
I have more tariff talk here. So there was a specific question coming through for Caroline Leavitt, press secretary of the U.S., basically saying, why did Trump choose to give these exemptions to automakers and not necessarily to larger markets? And why was it only 1 month? So Caroline Leavitt said that's because the reciprocal tariffs will come onto April 2nd, 2025. And by that point, Trump wants no exemption. So it's worth noting, it seems like Donald Trump, based on Caroline Leavitt's remarks, wants all of the tariffs to be in effect by April 2nd, 2025. And also the fact that in this month, the goal is so that these automakers will be able to shift their production to the U.S. to avoid tariffs, because that's ultimately the goal. So basically, the reason for this 1 month exception for automakers and the reason it's only 1 month is because April 2nd is going to be a hard cutoff for tariffs to be applied across the board, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Let's talk about what we're expecting today after the bell. Marvell, guys, reports after the bell today. Their conference call will be at 4:45. A big boy expected move, about 12%, give or take. That could be plus or minus. That's what the options market is expecting. But look at that previous move. So this one has shown its propensity to have outsized move. 23.5% to the high side was the move last time on Marvell. The Zscaler, I was going to use a bad word because I lost money on this one back in the day. 10.5% plus or minus, Joseph. Last time we dipped down about 4.7. So Zscaler, the IT or this cybersecurity name after the bell. But here is Rigetti. Knees are heavy. We're expecting, guys, a plus or minus 16.7% move being expected by the options market. We're going to get the call at 5 o'clock. Last time around, we lost 2%, so definitely not a big move from last time over here. That's what we're expecting after the bell there. Victoria's Secret as well reporting subsequent to the bell. So not the biggest names we've ever heard of, but some stuff there we could definitely use as trade ideas for the next day. So we're doing decent here. Not big trade for me on EOSE, but positive, so happy about that. Took what the beak there at 72 multiple times. We're long 70, just took out there at 73s. Let's go ahead and wait at 74s as well. So EOSE up 19 and 4/5, but well off the highs. Let's see if it can work its way back at least maybe into the mid 80s or something like that. We'll extract some more off this bad boy. But yeah, that's quite interesting there. And yeah, what do you think about tomorrow?
About tomorrow.
We tank?
Why? Well,
I don't know. Anything can happen. No.
In the market.
These are your markets, maybe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but the thing is though here, hold on, let me get into this. So the thing is here, Sharif, is that we're oversold to some aspect, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about this here. I just think that when you have these big names down double digits, eventually you're going to get that oversold bounce, right? So if you see a heavy put to call ratio, as we were talking about multiple times before, is that like, hey, there's going to be an opposite side of that trade. And if the market makers are on the opposite side of that trade, they don't want too much capital depreciation, right? So that's when you can get those bounces. They start hedging against their positions, etc. So again, just when it's not every week or every month that you see the Mag 7, the top performing companies on the planet, really be down 20%. And with that, from a contrarian standpoint, is like, okay, we're down 20%, whatever it may be. Is this a buying opportunity? And I think with a lot of names like Google trading around 19 or 20 times forward earnings, then yeah, that's a buying opportunity in my opinion. May take some time to turn around, absolutely. But if you're just patient enough, then I think you'll be sitting pretty, especially in some of these big names, right? Like Amazon down 15, 16%, Google down 16%, 20% at the lows. Meta now getting really banged up and down $100 off of those all-time highs. We'll take a look at that from a percentage metric. It's like, okay, that happened pretty quickly, right? So 15% off of those all-time highs from Meta all the way, now recovering a little bit to those lows. So from peak to trough, I guess, from the high to the current low from the past couple of days. And again, so if you can see these names getting at a discount down $100 and not buying them at the highs, then I think you'll be sitting in a pretty place. So yeah, again, don't allocate all at once, just kind of average into the positions and I think you'll do okay. And here we are in some Rigetti. It's looking like these levels that we're using as support levels and our outs are holding up half decently. Joe's cool uncle in the chat He's in Rigetti as well too, so we like that. If we can pump after the bell, I'm not too sure. I've never personally seen anything happen in this name other than when it was really trending the past month, right? I haven't seen an earnings report. I don't know if it's going to be inside the move, outside the move, or whatever it may be. We just have to be really patient and expect kind of the unexpected, and with that, that's when you become prepared, all right? So there's RGTI slowly crawling towards the resistance zones. We need the volume to kick in. If this was a later hour, like around 3 o'clock or 3:30, I think that if a program kicks in, then yeah, you can start climbing higher. But in order to do so, we just need to be patient. All right. So here's IBIT. Yeah, were you gonna say that?
Yeah. I was gonna mention that.
Yeah.
Nvidia has that. I think it's a week-long conference.
The conference.
I think March 20th. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe Adair can double check. The Nvidia conference, Adair. What's the start date on that bad boy? Their last day, though, Joseph, it's gonna be a quantum day.
Oh yeah.
And remember what Jensen did to the quantum
space.
Remember,
right?
he's like 30 years, and then the next day, literally.
Well, then after he said that, it pretty
March 17th.
March 17th. No, that's it.
17th
to 21st. So that's interesting. So, and just to add to that point, Shrif, you can see how that the quantum space was in play, and then Jensen said, hey, we're still about 10 or so years away, or whatever it may be, and then it cooled off, right? It was just like, boom, like the off switch was just turned off. But one thing I like about the quantum space, and a lot of people were getting into the debate about it, was with how does this quantum space affect Bitcoin, right? Because we know that with mining, you need to solve essentially an algorithm. You need to solve this equation and get the right hash. But if a quantum computer can just do it like that instantly, then what's the meaning with that? That means everybody's exposed.
That's what everybody kept saying.
That means everybody is exposed.
That's what everybody kept saying. They were like, quantum is going to hack Bitcoin. You're going to be able to basically unlock the remaining amount of BTCs left. And then Neil and I were talking about this one day. We're like, okay, well, how about these Pandubs, Zscaler, Crowd? What the hell do they do? Does quantum completely change the nature of...
You got to modify. You got to grow and adapt.
You have to.
You have to grow and adapt.
See, I'm assuming, and that's all that it is. I don't know enough to make these pronouncements, but my assumption is that they'll also use quantum computing or cybersecurity. I don't know if anybody, guys in the chat...
Fire.
Yeah. If you guys are IT guys or what's it called, computer science or anything like that, computer engineering, explain to us, can we kind of get a response to quantum computing by these cybersecurity companies? Are they going to be using quantum computing? How do they kind of get around that whole thing? I guess give it some time, and then we'll get back from Adair.
Just be aware here that the press conference held by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is now over. That press conference has concluded. One of the biggest, I just want to let you guys know that any kind of turmoil from this conference is now done as the conference has ended. But again, just to recap, the biggest thing here was Caroline Leavitt did confirm that automakers, specifically a lot of these big three automakers, are going to be exempt from tariffs from Canada and Mexico until April 2nd. Why April 2nd? Because at that point, April 2nd, 2025, that's when the reciprocal tariffs will come in, and Trump wants zero exemptions at that point. So it sounds like any and all exemptions will end and all tariffs will be coming to effect on April 2nd, 2025. That was the main highlight of this event there, guys. Back to you.
That's insane. The Chilean Nightmare is telling us about this stuff, and it's bending my mind. Let's see what some people in the chat have to say here about the question. The OG Darwin. From what I know, BTC blockchain can be upgraded to resist quantum, not a pro. Bobby Posey. Quantum will be the end of the human race, LOL. Clover. So BTC would be zero one day. Cactus Jacks, love the name, by the way, dude. Love the name. Yeah, all the banking system, gone. BK SFLY. 10 years is actually 2 in quantum years. That's literally what Fabian was just telling us. He's like, dude, it changes the perception of time and that whole shebang there. Yeah, that's a look. Go ahead.
Sorry, did you see what Cactus Jack said here?
Go ahead.
So quantum Bitcoin in the form of a fork is being worked on along with new advancements in quantum. So that's really interesting. So a fork, you're familiar with crypto forks? So that's what Bitcoin Cash is. So Bitcoin Cash and then Ethereum Classic was the original Ethereum, but then the current Ethereum is a fork of Ethereum Classic. So what it is when you have the ability to take over like 90% of a block or a chain or something along those lines, is when you can construct that fork. It gets a little bit more, it gets more complicated. So that's why Bitcoin Cash, and then there's Bitcoin.
That's really
right?
interesting.
Yeah.
Man, there's a whole lot of stuff that I don't
Yeah.
know here that I need to apprise myself of. Time to go back to cash, says DJ Max. Here goes the high of the day right now,
Yeah,
though, on the future.
here we go, man.
We're about to break the high of the day, boys and girls. Here we go. Well, technically not the overnight high. That's at 629, but we are going to take this local high here, and we're on our way to 20,600. Guys, we were down at 20,200 today. What a recovery on the market. We're technically up now on the NQ 0.95. Could go 1% by the time this show is over, which is in 2 minutes. Great recovery on the market today, but it's an inside day technically. So when you look at today's price action from the high and the low, we are ensconced by yesterday's highs and lows. Yesterday we got up to about 20,730 with the low being at around 20,000. Wow, we had a wider swing yesterday than today, and today fell awfully wide as well. So good recovery on the market. I'm sure the big boys will have more to say about the Mag 7 as we come in to the day's highs. Keep your eye out on that 20,629 area. That is the area top there. I got stopped out of the last remaining amount here on my EOS trade. We were able to extract some profits to the high side, but it does end up giving up the ghost at 64. It's kind of a bamboozler there. I got to tell you the truth, because it was putting in higher highs and higher lows. So I wonder what happened. But MLGO is all the rave right now. Right back into that high day, and in fact making a new high day, 532 HOD. It's showing me 33s now on the ask, so that high day is in question, up 27%. Very, very consistent name. With higher highs and higher lows, you were able to pick it up off predictable areas. It was showing you where the buyers were stepping in. It was showing you where the sellers were selling up a storm, and I hope people printed well on this today. Joseph,
Yeah.
leave them with some final thoughts.
Divine Florist, was that sarcasm or was it not? I'm just curious to know. So IBIT, guys, breaking out, looking really well. We got Rigetti after the bell as well, too, guys. So we're going to be keeping an eye out on that one, and we're slowly breaking out on this name. Guys, we know the volatility in the market is here, and it is very clear. So make sure that you guys put in those. What?
You're having a special guest.
Oh, who's that? Oh, okay, all right. Oh, Fabian, yeah. So make sure you guys have those stops in place, right? And downsize until you get comfortable with those wider stops, guys. Let's see what the big boys are up to.
What are you up to, Fabian?
I'm just a substitute trader right now, waiting
Substitute
for Mr. Katina to get back here.
You're going to want to put the screens on if you're going to be a
that might be
substitute
helpful.
trader up in there. But you don't need to look at screens to see the market is bouncing here today. A lot has made it higher. I have a weird echo in my ear, guys.
Turn my mic
I was
off.
just looking at Alibaba and was talking. Randy came by. I was like, Baba's up 8%. Remember we were joking around about Baba getting a 141? Well, Baba's here now. So Baba's a chance to break out today. Amazon just took another fresh, there's Baba up 8%. Amazon just took another fresh high. The market is churning, just took out 208.5. You've got the NASDAQ up 0.8. You've got, the ES, all right, ES, you're only up 0.7, but who cares? There's Randy and Sean. Yo, where's your Tim's? You didn't try to win? Oh, his coffee's over here.
I was going to hold the fort here.
Fabian comes to sit down in the seat, and then he immediately leaves. What was up with that? Are you switching too?
Setting up that shot.
Oh, you were setting the shot up. Oh, okay.
We gotta get it on there.
What do you like today? Everything's up. What do you like?
Right now, I don't like anything. I'm too scared to get into anything right now besides maybe the S&P and sizing in.
I'm coming.
Dollar cost averaging over time.
Okay, so you just heard a young man say he's too scared to get into anything. You're too young to don't care about any of these prices. Market goes down a couple of days. If the market goes down 10% and you're young, you buy.
I need to change my mentality.
Buy.
Just dollar cost average.
Or just buy more Bitcoin too.
That too. That's just been happening for a long time. That's not changing.
You're all in, eh?
Yeah, just buying more and more and more. When I see a big drop, I just buy more.
Only Bitcoin?
Yes. I don't touch Ethereum.
Like never.
No, I don't like it.
Oh.
Because it costs too much to move it around. It's too expensive. You have to pay gas prices and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Bitcoin, on the other hand, it's about $1.
There you go. There's a little bit of a crypto minute there, or a few seconds there from our good friend Fabian. Sean will come to the desk in a quick little second when he takes a fill in there. Got to make sure I am in the chat to see what you guys are up to. Look, the only thing I just got out of Amazon in front of the high, but the only new thing that got put on here, and we'll buy the dip in that, is SMR, which is breaking out at VWAP.
Oh, is it? Oh, man.
It's got like a quintuple top that's trying to break. Actually, let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess that's 6. 6 isn't 5. That's so quintuple top would be 5. It's actually the 6th time it's gotten to 17.10 without actually breaking out. I'm going to jump in it, give it back underneath the prior bar low, which is just under. It's like just above $17. See if this is the time as a charm. For SMR, they reported last. This is morning or
What are we at right now in SMR?
aftermarket last night.
17.12.
Yeah, so SMR, the big earnings name in the aftermarket tonight, well, one of them anyways, is going to be Rigetti. I saw Joe was in Rigetti. I'm also in IBIT from earlier. But yeah, what a great day for the market. You were kind of this is the thing, this morning, you didn't know how you felt about it, but ultimately, we've got day 2 of this little rally coming in full force. We got a little bit of relief, I suppose, with a little month off for the automakers and the tariffs, and we'll see what happens on Friday when we get back and start looking at the crypto announcement, or maybe it's a nothing burger. I don't know.
It's only a couple days away. $1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $6. Hope everyone's doing good. All right, Palantir right now up to $89 right now, $6 winner on this one. $3. It's too bad that we went for our little walk today. Actually, no, we were filming. We didn't get to go to the gym today. We were filming today. But look at that, man. NVIDIA comes right back in it. Okay. We tweeted these plays out earlier, but it's great to see this happens again for us there. We're really cruising, man. And then our play of the day, we showed this to Sharif. Like this Google down there at 169. Like we're putting out educational videos here, and I could have rebought that. Anyways, today, right now, you coming back, we have $6 on Palantir, we have $2.50 on NVIDIA, and we have $3.50 on Google, and the story. That's it. There's nothing else. We also traded SMR earlier today. So what we're going to do now is something called the rundown. We're going to take all the questions that you guys had, all the symbols that you guys had, you wanted us to analyze. We'll look at some of those plays. We'll get involved here. The market's absolutely ripping today, taking out new highs right now. Every idea we had on here. We've been tweeting up a storm right now today, so go over on @ShareTV Sean, go find all these plays. They've been working out so far. Look, Rigetti, I heard Joe was on that one. We'll find out more about Rigetti. BBAI tonight, I think, as well. So we'll find out what that number comes through later on the recap show with Neil. But yeah, man, so far so good here today. We're just in a great mood. We're having our best day in a long time. And yeah, it all sparked off with some early big trades, right? I mean, including this Palantir. Obviously, we always wish we had more shares, but we still got a decent spot here on NVIDIA as well. So yeah, man, so far so good. Could have made a little bit more if we were here, but we weren't. But the levels are there for you anyways. Thank you for joining. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. All right, if we're ready for Sharif, then I'm ready for Sharif. Let's go over and see the rundown.
Oh, apparently it's tomorrow.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joe and I on the How to Trade Midday show, and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you've got to be a subscriber in order to engage with Joe, or the big boys in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Let's look here at the major averages. They're all in Greensville right now, with the NQ leading the way up 1%, not to be outdone by the Dow, which is also up 1%. In third place here is the ES up 0.91, so basically knocking the door of that 1%. And then fourth out of the bunch is the Russell 2000, up about 0.2%. Here's a look at Tesla, the number one name, as decided by you guys. Definitely not the best performing Mag 7 name on the day, but it's up 1 2/3. We got a couple of different data points today. We got good UK sales with 21% growth in registrations in February, guys, but that was like counteracted by the 40% drop that we had in Germany. So a bit of a mixed bag out there in Europe.
Yeah, a bit of an inside day in Tesla as well. Mixed bag in Europe, mixed bag for Tesla. It's actually trying to, with the market trying to break out the highs right now, it looks like it has a chance to go. So you're playing a little catch up here. I know it's up 1.5%. So like to say that a stock that is up more than the market isn't doing that well, it's because of the rally was so insane yesterday on Tesla that you put in like a 284 print up there. So it had a lot of work to do. There's still a bit of a double top at 278. It's not a bad price. Opening range. It was also a bit of an aftermarket top there at the 278 level. The thing about this 278, you're still battling with this 200 period moving average. So you're up, you're down, around. I'd love it for it to close out above. I think we said the same thing yesterday. I was like, yeah, let's see this thing be above there and holding 280, and then it's just a straight shot back into the 300 level. That hasn't materialized, but we've seen Tesla do it before, literally yesterday. So if we take out, 280 for sure looks like an obvious break level, but the 278, it's like 278 and a half ish is that next local top in there. I do prefer Amazon today, so the next available dip, I'm going to get into that. I don't know if that's on the list, but Tesla, it's trying to put a bottom. A lot of stocks like the Amazon, if you look at most stocks, like the bottom got put in, like double top, double bottom on Palantir, which we'll talk about. Amazon, huge bottom off 200 reversal. Tesla's still trying to put that bottom in, which does mean it's going to give you some juice if it starts going again.
We were just talking about Palantir being $5 in the money. It's now $7. Like, this name is so juiced right now to the upside. I don't even... that's crazy. We didn't trade. Like, Google's $4 and breaking through highs. NVIDIA right now, not even, trying to break highs, but still a lot of room to run. This market could run a lot here today. Even, like, we can go up 2%. Right now, we're only up 1.4. We were just up over 1% when we made that comment. Now you just add 0.4 to that like it was nothing. Wow, this market is insane. So Tesla, the same thing. It reminds me of NVIDIA. They're both at these recent highs right now. There's no way in heck I'm shorting anything into this afternoon. So yeah, again, love the opportunity to have gotten long at some of these levels. We talk about all these names every single day. And it's just like today, Tesla wasn't really on the radar, but look what happened. It does bounce off that 268 clean, hits it right there. That's not the mistrade this is. I'm not here, doesn't matter. You want to look at support and resistance levels. Just like right now, if this were to happen to come in and be a short, then that wouldn't surprise me one bit at all. Coming up to the highs, if you're playing short right now, play the range. It's been up here before and fell $10. It could happen again easily. So yeah, Tesla right now, great trade today, up 2%, wasn't on my radar. I wasn't that excited about really any of the headlines that were coming out through Tesla. We did see Elon Musk yesterday, of course, in Congress there for the talk when they had special guests and invitees and whatnot. Yeah, so we'll just wait to see what happens with, again, Tesla's Optimus. Some of the notes that we see, those are excitable points for Tesla moving forward and what robotics can mean to this company. We heard, again, some more tariff talk about automotives. Tesla's going to be sort of vulnerable to all of that. So, if you're nervous about tariff talk and things, then maybe you want to stay away from Tesla for a minute. But, I still like the company. I don't know if it's at a buy zone yet or not. Honestly, it's just been so beat up. The 200 period is going to cut. It's right at the 200 period. So, for me, I prefer a name like a Google. Maybe we won't. But any of the other names almost on that list, I prefer to Tesla at this moment. So right now, great opportunities to trade Tesla today. We're here to do it, and we just, again, wasn't looking at the name. So same with all these mag names, right? If you're going to look at Palantir, sure, this is a monster winner, but look, it dipped back into support again right there. Google was exact same. This is the one that I'm most upset about right here with Google, because that fell right into here. So that came right back to the level that we had as our trade idea of the day. So anyways, Tesla UK sales, again, was it a good thing? Finally, a little bit of an uptick in that number. So we'll
UK matter. I don't know. It's
we'll tip our hat to it. It's a movement in the right way. We had bad sales in Europe, not great in China. I don't know what are the U.S. sales like for. I'm asking Sharif. I don't expect him to necessarily know, but have they reported strong U.S. sales lately, Sharif?
Year over year on the month.
Okay, so down month over month, year over year.
We know about China, so
yeah. So okay, so we'll wait for Tesla. Maybe some more robotics news to come.
Yeah, guys, Palantir, this is definitely a good look over here. Over 6.33%, knocking the door of that $90 area. It was William Blair giving this one the nod today, upgrading it from underperform to market perform. But one most notable thing, guys, they said still that the price, according to them, is still a little frothy, and they refuse to give a price target.
Yeah.
So I have like the worst Palantir trade because I got into it and then got out because I was getting up. And we were, like Sean said, we were shooting some stuff. Yeah, we shot some stuff. Actually, the biggest missed opportunity for me was Amazon when I wasn't even sitting down. This was different because I was in it and then decided I didn't want to be in it while it was shaking out. Felt like it was trending down. It was right at that. It was the same buy zone that I liked, but it was essentially just an in and out flat. Pretty much the most inopportune moment to have done. So I'm glad you held on to this one because I certainly didn't.
I don't even have that second play there, so.
Well, no, but you were shooting.
Right. Well,
You weren't. Yeah. So.
Well, your stop order got run. I mean,
No, it wasn't.
Stop order.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a stop. I literally said, "Oh, this is bad timing. I shouldn't be in already," because it wasn't confirmatory. So I just punched myself out instead of giving it to the local bottom, which I usually would. But anyways, that's a missed trade for me. Palantir, it's double bottomed. It's above the 50. The temporary. Okay, you call it. What do they say that it's still frothy? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the double bottom's in. I think the temporary bottom's in. I think that's technically what's just happened. Any downtrend that I draw, and you could probably draw several of them, they've all broken at this point. So to me, that means the little temporary bottom is gone for this stock. And as far as how far it can go, I don't know, 100 seems reasonable just based on you had a little cluster on the way up last time. You had a little stair step around there for a couple of days on the way down. So 100 seems very, very logical to me as the next stop. That means 94 break tomorrow or whatever that is. 93.67 or whatever that. I think that's set up for tomorrow for sure. I don't want to short. I never want to say I don't want to short anything, but that's kind of parabolic. So, maybe that Baba top I was talking about possibly, but not this.
Yeah, look, I mean, for us, it was pretty simple here on Palantir, man. I mean, it was, again, all the trades of the day could classify here, but we'll just show you one of them. It doesn't matter. Well, I'll just show you the original. So right here, I want to thank all 5,000 of you for having a quick little view at the sticky note today. Palantir upgraded 83.50 by the dip, up early, but seems like it wants to fade out. I mean, we basically, let's just think about, wow, it's just breaking $90. Okay, so yeah, man, up early, fade out possible. I mean, Joe, how's it going? Good, man. Me too. There's the fade possible. We ran it all the way down. It does break $83. We get out. We wait for that bottom wick. Then we run this thing right back there to the high side. So, yeah, man, I really like this Palantir trade. I cannot believe it's at $90. I said it has a chance to be at 100. I said this yesterday. It had a chance to be at 100 by Friday. Now I believe in that even more. So let's wait to see what happens now. Palantir up ominous 6.66%, still going higher. I really like this name. Bitcoin right now is going to break 90,000. I mean, there's lots happening right here, but we're at 4 times our daily goal. It's been a great opportunity. What's up, Neil? They're on the screen with CrowdStrike. It's all good.
It's next. So
it's all good. Ramin's checking TikTok and everything. I mean, it's, we got, what was that? No, she's not. There it is. Rigetti. Okay. All right.
That's the aftermarket show. I already have Rigetti teed up, man, because that's going to be one of the earnings plays aftermarket.
I like that one. $7 in the money here on Palantir. We're in the building. What's up, Sharif?
Chilling, Sean. CrowdStrike next over here. What a bad day for this one. 6.5 negative, well off the bottoms though. It was really the guidance here. They did miss on a couple of different metrics for the current report, but it was really the guidance for Q1 and full year 2026, way below on the EPS estimates, guys. You're going to wonder what's going on with costs at CrowdStrike.
Yeah, we said we had the suspicion that CrowdStrike has a history of when it does this, you're going to get a buy opportunity on Crowd. It was there. Like you can see, I was tracking it this morning. There's your trend down. It's like, why didn't I get in? It was exactly, like this turn of the trend line was exactly when 10 o'clock the number came out. So the chance to get that break right here ended up being somewhat non-existent. Like you couldn't hit the break because the number came out and the offer evaporated, like everything. And you'll see, because the exact same thing happened. There'll be a candle on NVIDIA, which we'll talk about next. And you'll see the exact same thing at 10 o'clock where everything just floated higher if you were long. So I didn't get the execution on Crowd. And I think the opportunity to buy it off that, remember the daily we're showing this level? There was your chance. It was right in the first half an hour of the day. We've seen Crowd do this before. I like the stock, I like the company, like nothing bad to say about it, but I missed my trading opportunity because it was just a timing thing. I missed the punch.
We're talking about crowd. I didn't look at it today. All I said was without looking at it, we'll talk about. I didn't look at anything yet. We'll call it up in a second. I talked about that. I think it was 357, whatever that pre-market bottom was. We were looking for a retest there. Other than that, I didn't really see too much of a trade. So let's just call it up now and have a quick look for the very first time. So yeah, that 357, right there would have just got smoked. So we were thinking that crowd had a good chance today. There it comes in. So right off the open. Obviously you see we were just loaded up on Mag 7 names. That's what I do best. I mean, obviously we sit here and we trade Mag 7 every day and was not really looking at crowd. But what I like to do so again, because it was down, I was looking at this like I wanted to buy CrowdStrike. I thought that it was down a little bit too much. It looks like we'll basically be flat as to where we opened right now. But again, I would have thought the play would have been to try to support this pre-market bottom. So that was 357. So that would have been a great area to, of course, go short. So if you do like those plays, we talk about it when there's earnings. There's only two plays, in my opinion. That is either hold that bottom or you break it, or you hold that top or you break it upside. The top right now has been held 3 times. So it's held just kind of right there. Oh, that's not even the opening, I guess twice. Right there on the open, and then right again right here, right now at 366. So the top side holds, bottom side not. Nice downside move there. So yeah, CrowdStrike just kind of hovering around where it is. Again, pretty textbook play there for CRWD. Breaking through the pre-market bottom, you hit the short, or waiting for that top to get defended again, and it just did there at 366, giving you $4 to the downside. So again, if your thing is to trade names that are a little bit more off the beaten path, then great. Like I said, we used to do a lot of that on the show. There's more of the sort of mid-cap to big runners happening on the midday show, but we're not afraid to get involved. Just CrowdStrike today didn't strike a chord with me.
I like that, Sean. NVIDIA, next up here, 1.25%. Certainly still off the highs that we printed in the pre-market. No real catalyst today on NVIDIA to really pump it up, but we got this. So CEO Jensen basically announcing their new, what's coming next in their product lineup at their GTC 2025. That is slated to run from March 17th to 21st in San Jose. And you bet your bottom dollar, we're going to be covering that for you here on Trader TV Live.
Yeah, I can't wait for that event. Just like say one thing about, you just kind of hope that there's one of the publicly traded ones that gives you a little bit of an opportunity on that kind of. You never really know if Jensen can pump the air out of some of those for a day or two. I think it was maybe a day or two. Then maybe he can give some juice there. NVIDIA's my number. Like Amazon was my best stock today, despite missing a huge opportunity when I wasn't sitting at my desk at the price that I originally wanted. NVIDIA was trending down for most of the morning. Open it up with a bad long, just on timing of it. Like I think the price, like the area was kind of right, but the timing of it was bad. So I opened up like instantly down on the stock and then got long 3 separate times into the lower highs. Got out. I think that's right around when I got up. I ended up putting a trail on this. Like the second it broke out the 101 half, and then did not get the reload because we've been basically reloading every wick down there. It wasn't sitting at the desk when it happened. It's not an excuse. It's just the truth. So not in NVIDIA. Glad Sean's still in it. I think NVIDIA is like we just talked about with Palantir. I think you've got the bottoming tail candle step 1, but as it says right there, 120 incoming, that's the next step.
Right.
Like you've made the hold of the deep seek low, the 113 or whatever it is. And all you got to do tomorrow or today is break out this high. I mean, 120 is not the actual top that needs to be broken out. It's actually 119 change. So you take that out today. You continue 120 maybe this afternoon, and then you've got, oh, my head's in the way. You guys can't even see this. And then you've got next like 125, which was a big zone. So I think you got 125 in sights this week on NVDA. The other chip name I traded was a short. It was Intel, but Intel still stinks. So Intel was a good short, and it remains that way. But NVIDIA, I think that breakout could happen today.
We made more money on NVIDIA than we maybe did all last month. So just in one day today, we had the one, I mean, and it's just like when it works, that's all. We had the 115 long, it held yesterday, should be patient on that. So, I mean, again, when it's on the sticky note, we're going to trade it and we're going to put on some risk into that. So here it comes, starts the day. And again, like it was all the way up here. Here's 115, man. Load it up. Yeah, I mean, And again, I want to big shout out to Obi. He's not even here today. Messaged me and was like, dude, like this end video is just so I hope he's made money on it. But again, like just a monster call, honestly, off that 115. And as Neil was talking about it, we did. So this is just a bid that I had, and then we went. So right after 11 o'clock, we got filled right there. That's fine. We would have put more there, but again, doing other things. I did have orders all the way up because we are in position. So again, we get filled here at the highs again. Like I have no problem taking that fill. That's actually where I want these fills. And then when we came back, again, we were actually in different opportunities this afternoon, but there it goes all the way up again into 118. So yeah, man, I mean, this name keeps on working. Just so you guys know, we have like percentage points left, all under 10% on all of these trades, to the point where we just have 1 unit left of Palantir, basically, Google as well, and then NVIDIA. We have a few more bullets to fire, but we're getting out. We're getting out of all of these plays. Look, the afternoon, we've traded the TQs really well. I think we'll try to line up some futures trading here for the afternoon. So we'll get that going. Let's get through the rundown here. And Baba, like, look, man, I sold at 140. I know you mentioned 130, but this name keeps on going to the upside and honestly surprising me all the time. Like
you and I both.
I wish we could be buying the dips on this one because it just keeps on going up. Let's go.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, let's get the story and then we'll talk about it, but very impressive name.
Yeah, very much a macroeconomic twist in the story today, guys, with the Chinese government coming out yesterday and reaffirming their 5% growth target. They were also talking about more stimulus, more than they had previously mentioned, targeted stimulus at real estate and some other manufacturing sectors, guys. And that had all these Chinese ADRs very strong on the day, almost without exception. But Baba leading the way here, up 8 1/3.
Only because we always talk about Alibaba, and so I feel like we talk about 2 things when we talk about the Chinese ADRs, sometimes 3. It'll be Alibaba, FXI, and then every now and then we'll sprinkle in a little meal.
That's about it.
Right? And we don't mention JD, 44 breakout on the daily. That's an opportunity there. So it's not just them. 6% to the upside on JD. That's a daily chart. You guys can see the break that's sitting there. Pinduoduo as well. PC low, tempting fate here by loading. Bit of a dog. So not looking as good. So I'm glad we're focused on Alibaba. I'm surprised that's actually as low. It's up 5% here today. But the story is Alibaba up that 8.5 points. I'm surprised because we've been buying, actually I should zoom it out because just to give you a better idea of the 70 level and then recently the 80 level. So the first time through, took 0 profit myself. Bought again. This time I was like, it's irresponsible to buy those lows and it goes up here and don't take anything out. So I did trail out a portion of it. Not huge, but I did trail some out and that would have filled, at some point yesterday, I didn't actually bother to check what open, close, or whatever it got, but it was underneath the 130. I probably put like 129.42, knowing me, as a trail, and that certainly would have gotten filled. So I took some out yesterday, and now that, I think it was about 15% or maybe slightly more than that, like 1/6. I have a funny feeling that's probably almost exactly like 10% higher from where I got out of 1/6 yesterday in one day. So that's what happens when you get out of things in the long term. You look back the next day and you regret it. It's at resistance not now, but very, very close to the resistance up here at 141.5, 142. I could see maybe a shot to revert this at the absolute top that it put in up here just a couple of days ago. So this was on like the 27th and then 26th. This little double top in here. You have a shot to get it, but I feel like every single time I sell something that's made a parabolic move up, I can't remember how many times that happened and you look back the next day and it's a good sell. Almost never? I don't know.
No, you can't worry about it. I think it's been a good trade there on Alibaba, so you got to get some out at some points. Look, we talked about, and Neil just mentioned it there with FXI. I should have made this one of the picks of the year. There was so much negativity coming into China. And they're going to figure out a lower cost of everything, it seems like. And it seems like right now Donald Trump doesn't have too much sights set on crippling anything there in China. We've already seen some sort of pushback there, talking about the CHIPS Act. That's going to be affecting China if there's going to be more money going over there now with chips. I don't know. And then some of the tariff talk doesn't seem to be hitting anything there in this market. This is the Chinese top index stocks. I don't know if it's a China 100, but at the end of the day, FXI looking to take out highs again again, right back into October. So we talked about it, and I actually tweeted out today as well, right when we went off air. And it was right at 11:03. I was just looking at the fill in my inbox right there. Right at 11:03. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna. We'll have to go find it. We have too many tweets out here. But anyways, at the end of the day, I bought some index today. So I covered. Not covered, but I put some money to work there on the spiders. So I bought them here on a Canadian CDR. But at the end of the day, we stepped in there just after 11 o'clock and was able to pick up some of the SPY. Again, just talking about the different indexes and the different names and what's been happening, it's kind of just looking at it. You're down here at the 200 period moving average. So to me, that's going to be a buy. The last time I put money to work was a while ago. So we're going to do that now, coming right back into September lows. So we did that. We pushed the button there at 11 o'clock today. So just looking, and the reason why I brought that up is, again, that's going to be more of a long-term play. But when you look at the FXI, because we're just still talking a little bit about China, this is way above. Like that's the one thing I wanted to say. Like, I just don't know if you want to get involved when you're looking at indexes, and this is what it looks like, how highly up we are right now on that. We talked about Starbucks and some of these plays being slightly off of where, current levels were on that stock. And I think this is just another example right now of FXI just probably being overextended. So,
I love Baba, and I wouldn't buy it up here. Too.
No, and that's just FXI, let alone Alibaba. So you're probably right, man. I don't really know
I don't like, what's weird? Like, I don't like buying
what's
tops.
The deal, yo?
I like buying consolidative tops. I don't like buying the actual top.
Right.
When it's made like a 52-week high, I don't think I've ever bought a 52-week high in my life in my long-term account. Like, maybe not a single time. I've stupidly sold some 52-week highs, which I've gotten away from. I feel like
I just think you need to like it. Like, I bought 52.
Let it reject.
Remember, the better strategy. There's some documents out there that if you buy at 52-week highs, your actual return is better than dollar cost averaging and all that.
100%. And I think I self-admit it. And as a matter of fact, that you were just mentioning the SPY. Like, I've decided
not to do it too.
I want to switch. My dollar cost average last year. The last 2 years has been the Qs.
Right.
With, I think, a single exception, there was 1 month when I bought, we talked about it, there was 1 month when I bought the diamonds instead.
Right.
You guys said something about it on the podcast, so I'm like, yeah, why not? Because I always buy the index like once a month. I was like, I'll just buy the diamonds this month. But this year, it's going to be the SPY. But the only difference is, when it comes into the moving average, like, I'll probably end up doing the dollar cost. I don't know, I don't have an excuse. I was going to give a reason why. It's like usually I would put the order in, but I know what happened. You held it, you closed above, and I got busy this afternoon, so I should have, if I'm buying the SPY. Like, if it had been the Qs, it's the same thing. And the only reason where's my 200 on the only reason, it's the exact same bounce, and I've been building a position, I have a bigger position in the Qs than I do the SPY. It's just that I have a lot of tech, and there's some tech that I like dip buying, and I want to diversify a little bit. And I've been asked several times about this for Walmart. I already bought Walmart in that 90s level. I'm waiting another quarter. If a quarter later it's still hanging around here, then that's the price I'll end up buying. But I'm not rushing out to go buy it at this price again. As a matter of fact, I still think it can trade lower, and maybe the next time I dollar cost average into this, it'll be at 82. It's a long-term play for me. Nick Diaz, we don't have the podcast anymore, but if you want to see they have old versions of it out there that you can check.
Is there another one coming?
Sharif just said soon. It is? Cool.
I don't know.
I never heard of it.
I never heard of it.
Just one quick note here. IBIT is starting to run into some resistance at 90,000, pretty much exactly, and it's starting to roll back over. So I was a little more active around this price. It's like 88 something, but it's like 50 and a half. That's basically where we've been going long the entire day. If it breaks this upward trend or gets to the top, I'm going to jump out, look for another opportunity. And the other trade that I'm eyeballing right now is to get back into Amazon. It was a huge miss for me when Amazon broke trend. As I said, I wasn't sitting at my desk. That type of a trend trade, unless you automate it, you got to be sitting at your desk. You're not going to get that trade. I don't know who's calling me, but it doesn't matter. Oh, I know who it is. It'll be Vizio. They always call to confirm my appointment tomorrow. I'm coming. Don't call me. And then 207 level, which we liked for the breakout. So all morning long at a 2.7 break, that's what was in my note. I was also not here for the 207 break, but we sat back down, I bought the dip, took it out at the high. Now I want to play higher lows on Amazon. So we're going to continue to look for longs, maybe Alibaba, maybe Intel under VWAP. That's still weak. Like, what's wrong with Intel, man? The market's up 1.3%. Even Apple was like the weakest stocks. I'm just gonna rail on Intel for a second. Apple was like the weakest of the big cap tech names. It goes all the way almost to green, right to green, and back to red. But Intel, on the other hand, can't seem to do anything. Like, it's right at those lows, underneath yesterday's bottoms, underneath VWAP. Yeah, this is the only stock that deserves to have a shot shorted. And even then, like, I didn't take the reversal yesterday. It probably then breaks out 60 into 21. Let me just get rid of that line. That was for my reference this morning.
Oh, Intel. Yeah, I wanted to short Intel.
So bad.
Where is it at?
So bad.
Oh, yeah.
So bad.
Yeah, VWAP, $20.58. Yeah, that would make sense to me. If you did want to look for something there. Just real quick, I just got out of some more NVIDIA right here. I'm going to try to play... I'm not going to try to do anything, but playing the rhetoric here of the fact that maybe the market does sell in the afternoon like we've been doing. I mean, I don't think that that's completely unheard of. I think there's a good chance that we do, sell off maybe even the rest of the day here. But, like I said, you sort of play the price action that you see. So let's start to talk about some stops, I guess. And then I feel like I'll trade better if I'm flat. We don't need to just to hold on. These are such small pieces right now that it doesn't really affect the decision net here of what I'm trying to do. So, okay, this level looks like it might. It's the 50-period moving average. The last time we broke it, we did get a downside play there. So I am a little nervous that potentially we do break this again. That's 88.88. So why don't we just go right here? That bottom is 88.70. So let's put that order in right now to stop out. My stop on Palantir is 82.50. So 50 cents worth of risk to make $6. Let's cancel that stop right now, put the new one in. 88.79 right there on a stop. We'll get out of 100% of that if that does break. So let's look at that. The other thing, we're going to get out some more 118s if NVIDIA does come to the upside. For this one, we're pretty comfortable. We probably should have reloaded it right there at VWAP, but we didn't. So I'm thinking about doing that again. So if we drop through 117 right there, let's get out of the rest of NVIDIA. Now I do have to cancel all my other orders. This is part of knowing your platform. I think that's very important. Understand the platform that you have. Understand, like, for us, I can't have 2 stop orders of equal value because then it will put me short the stock and I have to declare a short sale, not a sale. So for this order, I'm long, so I have to declare a sale. So let's get out of half of it for sure if we break. So that would be, what am I doing? Yeah, like that. Okay. So what did I say? 117. So 116. Just double check that price. Yeah, that's fine. 116.98. We'll there get out of half of what we have left, which is about 10%. So that will happen. Google's been just a monster today. It's at the high of the day. This was the #1 trade of the day. It was listed on the sticky note. I really like the stock, obviously, and do think that there's a chance for this one to keep on going up through 173. This stop order, I'm not really going to put one in for Google. We'll just continue to monitor it, because if I were, it probably would be the 50 period, and that's a little too early, right? That's 172.80. So if you're riding with this one, we have net over $11 in the money right now. So, there it is. So Palantir just came out. So boom. That's going to now be obviously props up for that one. Anybody that had the Palantir will now end the trade with a big one there, taking 89s. We don't have 90s. We could have obviously got a little bit of a better price. But again, just relaxing because we're not holding very many shares on that. We talked about that. So those are my stop orders now for that. All right, so what are we looking at for the Qs? So if we just drop down here, just a broader market, I want to look at the NASDAQ instead of the TQs when I'm trying to find levels, and then I'll flip over to the Qs and make sure that we're sort of on the same page. So yeah, this looks like a great short, 504.50. I mean, we wicked up there again. We have some shelves there. So 504.50 or so on the NASDAQ looks pretty cool to me. Longs not until like 494. So we're well away from that. I don't think we need to dip by any longs in the NASDAQ, but if you're going to look short, I think we're pretty close. So the TQs, if we sort of zoom that back out, what levels are we looking at? We're not too far away, right? $73, that little top area. I think the stop would be around 74. So why don't we start looking short in and around here? 72.80, 73.50 would be real nice. My hesitancy is that we're well above right now, and the market's up 1%. So getting short right now, very risky. but definitely short in the afternoon has been printing. So you kind of got to pick your poison. Let's be a little more patient and see if we can catch something here on a rip, short the top, and then see if we can get lucky.
Yeah, I should have probably taken whatever you could on Intel there because it's not going to get to, if the market pulls back now, Intel's not going to get to VWAP. It's too weak to do it, so let's just go ahead and cancel. Might be some lower highs in here to be able to pick up. So there's the zoom in. Sometimes like, suck it up, Buttercup. If it's like VWAP's a line in a chart, but if a stock is strongly trending down, then you just take the lower high. So right now you got 60 as VWAP and 50 as a lower high. Let's see if that can work for us. Bitcoin is getting tanky. Yeah, I tend to, oh, there it goes. Okay. So it was, who said that? City Boy 305 just said Bitcoin's getting tanky. Tanky is not the right word, but it did revert the trend just now and lost that 90,000 level. So like right in here around, it's not exact, remember it's not precise, but like just over 51 is going to be 90,000. So like it's been losing the 90,000 level and then trending down. And if you connect it, if it gets down to 50, I don't care about VWAP today on Bitcoin or IBIT. I just care about 50 and a half. Like that's been the spot looking for the reload, and it's the prior day high. So when it shows the prior day high is good, we go long that. What up, Randy? Did you win at Roll Up the Rim? Did you win at Roll Up?
I
you haven't
even
even done it.
I still have like half a coffee.
You got to roll, man.
Win a buzz.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, Joe wants the car if I win.
What's the car?
This guy, the Volkswagen. ID Buzz, the van.
I don't even know that. Oh, that thing.
The electric
Okay, I know. Yeah, I do know it. Never mind.
I'll take that.
I didn't know if I know.
That's what I was gonna say. Let's
That's
take that
better.
MPV over.
Well, I mean, it's not better, but
You could win a Rakuten. You could win a vacation. A 55-inch
to where?
television.
What vacation?
Downgrading 55-inch television. Oh man, what am I gonna do with that?
Put it in another room.
I have a bigger one in my room, and I'm not putting one in the kids. The kids are trying to ask for it.
Yeah.
Our basement, maybe, I guess, could get upgraded. I think we're around, maybe, I think we're in the 50s down there. But anyway, hey, look, man, we'll take a TV. Take a TV.
I looked at the place we're going to complain. I don't know why I care about this, because I'm not going to be watching a lot of TV when I'm in Florida for spring training.
Yeah, just trade TV live.
But like the one downside is the TV in the living room was like a little petite.
Yeah.
It's a little tiny. Whatever. It's not going to matter. We're close to the beach anyway, so I don't care. We'll be good to go.
Want to be doing
all right, get up. I want the market to go up, but I also want Intel to go up for a potential short. IBIT's not really doing anything since we just grabbed out of it. Alibaba, that's really stopped moving. This is sort of thing. It's 240, so a Chinese ADR, like me thinking, look, the level that I like is much closer to 142. You're a full percentage point away from that, so I don't know that I want to just be trying to short this thing at a random area. There's maybe a shot to get one chance that it gives a pop, and then that's the shot to put a little bit of a fade in on Baba. And then I think Amazon might be making a curl here.
Really?
All right, so Amazon not back. Look, if we see 07, I think we got some problems, the prior day high, but I don't see any reason why if 07 held, and then we consolidated 08 and broke out and got to almost 10s, why not go 08 or maybe back through 9s here? So Amazon, bit of a bottoming tail candle. This can resume the trend to the upside. So I like Amazon. I mean, I prefer it at 207 and I prefer it at VWAP, but might not be able to get that. Let us know what else you guys are looking at. Johnny H, time to buy Oxy. Every single day someone has asked about Oxy.
Why do we look at it? Yeah.
And I've said, every single day I've said I don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't like it down here. Yeah, triple bottom. Okay, so let it close above that bottom and break the 50 period back up, and then I like to be long in there with the stop at the low and then let it ride, as opposed to trying to bottom pick it. Because I've never played Oxy for a long-term play. I own XLE and I own Chevron, and those are the only two things that's not. There's only U.S. stocks I own in energy. I own some energy stocks in Canada. Actually, my biggest energy stock would be Enbridge.
All right, yeah, I love Enbridge. I own some XLE. I do have Enbridge. Enbridge I've been buying since a wee one. So I haven't bought anything in Canada.
It looks like a good opportunity right now. I put a stink bid on Enbridge just this, was it yesterday or this morning? Probably whatever. I put a stink bid maybe like 7 or 8% down from where we are in Enbridge right now. I kind of like where it's at.
Stink bid nation. That just means a lower bid, hoping that it gets filled one day. Like he just, runs down there, you get the fill.
I think the definition to me on a stink bid, it's highly improbable that it would fill that day.
Right.
Right. Like if it fills that day, something drastic has happened on the stock and you got picked up. To me, that's a stink bid. If you're sitting there and you could get filled, at 9:45 or like in the afternoon on a reasonable range of the day, then you're not stink bidding the stock. So hopefully that answers your question. Escape Planet. GUR apparently is moving. I was focused on Amazon there. We'll have a look at that GUR stock. I promised I would and then said, don't worry, Sharif will trade it. I don't know if he did.
I don't know if he did either. All right, so we're getting, I'm just looking over here, focusing on this side because it looks like we will start to get, we talked about here comes right now. We talked about 117 breaking in at half of what we have left. Still going to be $2.40, but I did put an offer at 117.40, just thinking that, hey man, if we did sort of drift up there, we are getting very close to stopping out. So I did put another offer right here at the 50 period moving average, hoping again to not suffer too much of a negative fate there. But if it does come back up, we will take another piece out right there. And we still are getting very, very close to that stop level there of 117. Now that I zoom out, I don't know, do I even have the stop order in right there? Yeah, so I don't know why, I guess it didn't trigger yet, 117.02. Okay, so I'm gonna put that back in. I don't know why that didn't, 116.98. Did I put the wrong price before? I thought we did it right. Okay, maybe it just didn't break since I put it in, but I thought I put it in before then. Anyways, okay, we're going to wait for that to break. If it does, we're out of NVIDIA or something up a little bit higher. Maybe it is time to flip over to the short, man. I mean, let me look at XLF. XLF took out the top just not too long ago and then got faded back in over the last couple days. So today it's actually up now, so maybe this is not the short that I thought. We looked at XLF earlier on during the morning show, and it was red. So right now, XLF looks like it's way back up right now.
JP's chilling.
Yeah, starting to get upside. So maybe that's not going to be the short that we had thought it would be. XLE, this is probably my largest energy holding, I would think, at this point, but I'm not sure. I haven't checked in a while.
Drip or no drip?
I just drip on everything, so I would assume that this is going to get dripped in there. And it's just a 3% dividend or so, but this is really dripping down the faucets on a little bit here on XLF as you're right back into some of these levels. Actually, you know what? I mean, I'm buying ETFs these days, so this could be a good little level here for energy. Again, probably a little bit better to stay away from this as tariff talk. I mean, we're threatening to turn off pipelines and energy supply and all that stuff, so we'll see if there's any sort of a pushback on that or if that gets going. And then again, you would think that with the settling of, I don't know if Ukraine's ever going to get settled or whatever, or the Middle East tensions, but you would think that if that does get resolved a little bit, oil could retrace even further. So maybe there is some kind of level down here. When we had JC Peretz on, he was talking about 120 calls, 130 calls and stuff like that on XLE. So a little bit of a danger spot there where we are right now. I think if you wanted to buy a stock, though, I mean, there are green exposure to this as well. XOM, they are working on different sources of energy. XLE, Exxon Mobil has broken through this level again.
That's Randy.
I was looking over there to see if Randy was over there because he's been pumping tires on this stock for a minute, and this is way down right now. So now we just keep on looking lower, right? I mean, you can't just keep on looking lower left. You got to try to find some levels at some point. And right now, Exxon Mobil seems like it's going through. Actually, I don't think it's right to buy energy stocks right now. It doesn't look like it.
I turn off. So I put drip on, which is just dividend reinvestment. Right, so like the dividend you just put right back in the stock,
and you don't pay any fees.
I turn that off if the stock is in like an obvious downtrend. Like I'm talking like disaster downtrend. And I think I turned it off on Pfizer at one point when I was in that stock. I turned it off on Intel when it was, when I was in it, and it basically got cut in half, like 25 to 50. Like once it broke the trend and was going back down, I'm like, no, we're not reinvesting the dividend here. We'll just take it in cash. So anything that's really bad in that regard, to me, that's the time that I'll turn it off because why do I want to keep getting into it if it's not that good? I'm looking at, okay, I just took Intel in front of that 50 level, but AMD looks interesting here. If the market does pull back, AMD, if we come to my chart for a second, AMD is a red stock. I had it right here it was like a low of the day, didn't get the break, but then shorted it. Okay, left it in when it came back to the upside, and it was like right here, like 99.30. Got some out immediately. It bounced off 99 for a higher low. Shouldn't have reloaded. Like it bounces off a higher low on a bottom break, shouldn't reload, but did, and then immediately got out. and then thankfully wasn't short again because you saw what happened. But if we can close underneath this trend since that point, then that looks like a shorting opportunity as well. Still don't want to give up on Amazon yet. Like I said, I don't think we get the 207 level, but if it can resume the uptrend even a little bit here, I'd like to jump back into AMZN. So AMD, we just took Intel. I think if Intel breaks VWAP, maybe today it'll be, like if the market's breaking out the top, then I should be reversing like I didn't do yesterday on that. It'll be one of those 3 stocks, or 2 stocks, we're already in Intel. AMD short if it can close under a trend line, and Amazon long if it'll break trend up.
All right, let's talk right now about Foremost Clean Energy again, and thank you them for sponsoring this segment one more time. Unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy under symbol FMST. Go check it out. I definitely advise that. Leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet right now, as we continue to talk about these stocks all day, it's nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. The future is Foremost Energy. So check it out, FAT there on the CSE or FMST on the NASDAQ. So go check them out, FMST.
We like nuclear power.
You know what, I'm actually going to, I haven't even looked at that stock in just a couple of days. Down here to 79 cents. We'll have to watch out to see what happens near at that dollar mark. They were up into that area. We'll see if we can support, well, not we, but we'll see if the market can support a dollar break. So we always look at stocks breaking through a dollar, only 35,000 shares traded today on FMST. So, yeah, all right. Oh, boy. While we were going, face slapper. That's pretty violent. Like, anyways, okay. So Nvidia goes all the way up. So we do not get stopped out there. Like, what is happening with these triggers that are happening to me right now? I'm going to have to find out because we should have. It looks like it broke. Yeah, I'm going to have to maybe change what stop order I'm doing right now or just figure this out because like it looks like it did break 117 there. We were at 116.98. I mean, I guess it could have been a dark pool that triggered, but maybe this order is just not triggering on dark pools. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's a nice move back up to the upside. We're still there. It just didn't trigger. So I don't know. 116.98 is a stop. But at the end of the day, who cares? We're only going to get out of half anyways. Here's a retracement right back up to the 50-period moving average. So if you're still in this, I mean, again, take your own trades, but I advise getting some out right there. Nice move. And then wait for the highs, man. I mean, we're long down here. So that's why it's very difficult to like judge if you're in right now. I would say a change of pace would be the 200-period moving average, then VWAP. So I'm going to still try to figure out. I don't have that many shares left, so I'm not going to panic and look at this stop order now because we had just got filled right there. So now we have less and less of this position, about 5% left. We had 10%. We got out of half there. We're still waiting to get out of half if it does break on that one. Okay, I do want to look at some Disney here. I see that that's moving around a little bit. Maybe some DraftKings. But let's go. Yeah, I know. I mean, what's up, Marshall, in the chat? I know the trend is higher here on NVIDIA. That's why we're using the 200 period now. And I've actually canceled that stop order. We're going to see if it wants to work a little bit higher. But all right, we'll look at Disney. We'll talk some more stock. But let's go see what Adair's up to.
I just wanted to mention here, just to recap the tariffs. I know you guys were mentioning them over there. So in case you missed it, during lunch, there was a press conference here led by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Prior to that press conference, we had heard some reports that the Trump administration had talked to executives from the big 3 automakers, so Stellantis, Ford, and General Motors, and that after these discussions, the administration had agreed to a 1-month delay for these auto companies when it comes to tariffs for Canada and Mexico. Then during the press conference, Caroline Leavitt, when was asked about this during one of the questions, confirmed that this was the case, that these delays are going to basically end on April 2nd, because by April 2nd, 2025, Trump wants 0 exemptions for any companies. All companies that are not building in the U.S. will be exempt to those tariffs. So worth noting there, these auto companies will have a delay for the tariff taking place until April 2nd. But by April 2nd, every company, or I guess every sector, will have to adhere to these tariffs. So that's just a quick recap for anyone who missed that press conference or this update throughout the day. Back to you.
Yeah, and catching bids, GM up 7.5% today. Ford, I'm going to assume, having a good day. But look, if GM's up 7.5%, I don't need to. Here's a chart of GM. At the highs, 7.5%, strong move. You can make the assumption about Ford or Stellantis as well. I think we actually showed Stellantis with a nice bottoming pattern. So Amazon with a little bit of a trend break after pulling back in. Prior bar lows under the $0.50. So we'll see where it goes from there. And then Intel, still feel like if there is one stock left that you can look short, it's Intel. Not VWAP, but just like $0.50 in here. And maybe if it breaks the 60s, we get a bit of a squeeze action into 21 like it did yesterday. So that's Intel. AMD, obviously the market just did a bit of a right turn to the upside. So AMD did not, in fact, confirm that trend break. If anything, it's still just riding alongside the trend. So no confirmation there to go short. I think if you're going to short something, like it has to be obviously weak or better fit your parameters. Like I'm not, just because it happened to get a little bit underneath there, there's no close under the trend line. So the trend very much intact on advanced micro devices. I'm going to have a look at Tesla as well because I want a 4 stock to be looking at. And remember, Tesla, long way to go to yesterday's high. So it's just more, I think it's more of a potential why I want to keep it on the burner. Because if it starts doing its normal ham things at 3 o'clock, this is always a good one in that realm.
All right, so we have, we just got out some more of NVIDIA. I'm going to put something up there at, now I'm going to go to just ahead of 118. Put out another piece there as we just kind of, dancing around with some of these ideas right now. So, all right, I want to look at Disney. Disney's at a spot now where, again, I was thinking about the short. It wasn't the long. If we just sort of zoom back out right here, just came right back into this level. You can see, obviously today we did have a nice move up into 111. So maybe that's, telling us that where it wants to go now. But at the end of the day, not up as much as, it's not a NASDAQ name, but it's still half of the ES and half of the NASDAQ, a third of the NASDAQ right now, coming into a level here. So I was debating this kind of a short, 109.60, if the market does turn around, obviously it's going to be vulnerable to that. So we'll see if that can fade back into VWAP, gives us, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. Shorting it into 110 maybe is where I was thinking. That gives 40 cents. Is there 40 cents worth of a trade, though, back in for Disney? That VWAP is back down there. It's just our biggest hits have come in the afternoon when we play against the overall market. So that's something right now that when I look at this, I'm not sure that that's going to be the right idea to do right now, would be to go against this market. But again, if there's going to be positive auto tariff talks, maybe that's a good thing, and maybe we get another bit of tariff news coming out later on, which does continue to rally this market. So, I like Disney at this level. I don't think it's a breakout. I'm kind of talking myself out of taking that trade now because, again, the short I'm not sure is going to be right. But again, if you're looking for a short, that could be the name. It just showed up on the scanner for eSignal. We use those scanners all the time. So, and it was just showing me, I guess, that it was at the 50-period moving average on the 5-minute chart. I'm not sure. I'll double check what that scanner was.
You know who's today that we haven't really talked about?
DraftKings showed up as a VWAP trade just right now, which is why I brought it up.
Ooh, DraftKings, which is also related a little 4%. Bit to what we were talking about at lunch or after lunch. Amongst ourselves in a meeting.
Yes.
We didn't talk too much about a pretty big earnings name tonight.
Ooh, which one?
Marvell.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's
what's their
how many times have I said Rigetti's reporting
11%?
I didn't even say we didn't say a word about Marvell, but Marvell can move more than 11%.
Yes,
23 last time.
Crazy.
It did when I was in Paris and you were on the show with
Joe?
It was no, it wasn't Joe. It was Max.
I'm just gonna start throwing out random names.
Max.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure it was Max.
Maximilian.
Go to Intel in a quick second. The stock went 30-something% that day.
Oh, I remember that story. It
That's
broke through
right.
$66. What is the price now?
Oh,
yeah, it was 60. I think it was 66 or something like that.
I like other things. We've talked about them at the 200-period moving average, but if you happen to like Marvell, it's right
and
there.
NVIDIA, we just
I wouldn't necessarily buy it in front of VWAP, though, but there goes. Intel didn't break VWAP, but we weren't waiting for it to get to VWAP short, so I'm not going to let it break out there. We took one shot at it. I think this is a reverse long through this high. This actual high is not, I keep saying 60, but it's not. It's 2061 is that local top. But I think if it breaks out this, let's see how far it can go. So we're still in Amazon. Obviously, AMD's not breaking down at this point. If Intel's going up, the rest of the chips are going up because it's the weakest one. I would expect nothing less. But if we break out this top, didn't reverse this move yesterday because we were short the same thing, short Intel every single day until it breaks the trend. But yesterday did not reverse it. Today, not as strong of an up move because yesterday was actually making higher lows all the way through. So it's not as good of an up move. It's actually beneath yesterday's low as well. So that's more of a scalp trade from there to there. Kind of hard to see. But Intel's clearly having trouble. Unless this closed above 21.5, I think you're still looking short tomorrow. Every day, just stair step lower, stair step lower.
I'm not sure who that was in the chat, but I want to definitely thank you for that. Give props up there. You had mentioned that, hey, like NVIDIA's in this uptrend. You know, we should probably be sticking in this one. So, oh boy, man. I mean, that's so true. We told you we're putting our order at 117.80, so it comes right in. We get filled right there. Pretty easy day right there. Just sit there, get filled right into past support and past resistance. So, yeah, man, we are getting lighter and lighter here as we approach power hour. All right, SMCI. All right, so SMCI again, you know, good name. We've been trading this one for a little bit. We do probably have to pay for shorts. I didn't look at it today. I assume we do. We've been having to pay for shorts every day. So, you know, a name here that we could definitely look at. NVIDIA pulling a little bit off of 118 right now. But again, that's a $3 winner. Google's a $4 winner right now. SMCI underneath VWAP, again, flat on the day. So this fits the bill. We're looking for names that are going to be either against trend or, you know, starting to fade out, you know, with the market. You know what? We said we look at the TQs. What am I even doing right now? I feel like this should be a spot for us. I'm just going to put on a 1 unit without even looking right now. I'm going short on the TQ. So there it is. You see that? We just put it in. Why didn't that?
Oh, AMD's losing the trend.
Oh, I didn't even get filled on the TQs. I tried to punch in there. What? Are TQs not shortable? Wait a second.
No way.
Hold on a second.
Okay, I shouldn't say that. It's not.
No. Okay.
No.
I'm in now. All right. I don't know what happened there.
There's no chance. There's no.
Ooh, it's a good thing I didn't punch short on another name there. So I tried to punch short 72.10s, and we missed it. So I was like, what? But there it is, a 1 unit trade right now, breaking back down below the 50-period moving average. So what we're going to do right now is pretty simple. This is a trade that's a little interesting to me because we've been shorting this, like we've been crushing the TQs over the last couple of days. But the setup's been a little bit different because it hasn't fallen into our lap yet. The market's up today. Generally speaking, we'd love it to be down here where we can take a retracement, then the pop and the follow through. But the last couple days, we've obviously seen the market, you know, kind of fade out there. There's at the end of the day, a huge move down. We actually had that trade as well. And the day before that, there's the fade out. Like we had this short rate here. This was about 400, 500 handles just a couple days ago. So let's see if we can do it again. 72.58. We're going to use that as the top. You know, pretty comfortable doing that. If we're looking at a 5-minute chart here, yeah. So we rate back into there, 72.75. We'll probably use what? That's yesterday. Yeah, yesterday's high, 72.80. So that's going to be our out. So let's just size accordingly, which means we could take pretty much a full position here if we get to 72.50. So let's sit in this for now. We do have a full position potential coming through here. That would be at 72.50-ish or so. So we'll wait for that. Hopefully it comes through.
Yeah, just flat on Amazon there. It broke that local bottom. We got one fill at the top. It came right back through the bottom. So now we're out of it. AMD, I'll get to Intel last. AMD did finally, I swear I hit save. Let's throw it in there again. AMD actually decided to, 3 o'clock, invalid. AMD broke that trend line, closed under a couple times, then started riding the top of the trend line in there. Did Intel already get to 70? I guess it did.
Intel?
Yeah.
The market.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I just accidentally. Well, I was going to take it to here, but so the reason that's purple, I'm not short Intel. I guess.
Position board fine? Yeah.
Yeah, I had a take profit up here. And I think what happened is I went to throw another 70 order, but I already had an order there. So that's going to code as a sell because I already had an offer at 75 to cover everything that I had. So that break's going to work, but I meant to hold it just a little bit further. And we'll buy dips going into VWAP on Intel as now all of a sudden it looks like
here goes the market.
Relatively strong one. Yeah, there goes the market. So we're out. Yeah, see, the shorts didn't work.
Nope.
Forget about the shorts. That was an accident getting out of the long on Intel. I am not short that stock. That was a bad cover. There, I'll try to get back in. Hopefully we get the 60s again. Adara?
Right. Yeah, Adara.
Who's Alan Hamilton on watch here? So from what I'm seeing here on X, it seems like this has to do with Doge, not the coin, but the Department of Government Efficiency. So about 98% of Booz Allen Hamilton's money basically apparently comes from the U.S. government. There was a memo from 5 days ago, as reported by the Wall Street Journal, calling for a review of $65 billion worth of contracts towards the company. Now, apparently, senators are telling Doge that these cuts need congressional approval. And again, I'm just seeing this from Bespoke on X. So basically, rumors that Doge requires congressional approval for its cuts is sending names like Booz Allen Hamilton, which would be very much harmed by those cuts, to the upside. So BAH moving up on some Doge-related news, guys. Back to you.
What is this company?
I mean, I have no idea what this company is. Booz Allen Hamilton Holdings?
It's a cool sounding name.
Is it because it's booze? Yeah. I mean, I
Someone in
don't.
the chat, save me from Googling them and tell me what they do.
I don't know. All right, so we'll check it out. Thanks, Adara, for all of that.
They're an AI company, digital transfer.
Okay, so thanks, Adara, for that one. All right, so there it is, man. Let's go, props it up. We talked about what we're doing, so let's just keep doing it right now. So it's just a small trade. We are now in a 13-handle winner now on the TQQs. We talked about where we wanted this stock, where we would load it up. I mean, we didn't completely load it up. That was a big move northbound there, so it made me a little nervous how quick that got going. So we didn't put on the fullest of positions. That's 72.50. I'm still waiting. Actually, I don't even have any more offers. I think I have to get a little more aggressive on this play, that's for sure. So, all right, so we just take a couple outs actually in the 20s there. Let's see if it wants to fade back out. I don't know. That was a nice move to the upside right there. We are going to play off of 72.80s, which was this level. So I'm getting a little bit, remember what we said, we would rather go long on dips to see if we can catch some return on this play. So we're a little nervous about it. I think we'll take some more, a little bit closer to this though. Like that's 72.75. Let's wait to see if we can get it almost all the way up. Like if we can get something, I'll put something here at 50s and then I'm going to put a much bigger order in and around. Let's go to 60. Let's double our position at 65. All right, so here it comes, 65s. We're not going to get the exact top, obviously, or maybe we will, but that's going to be the level here. Again, risk management, pretty key right now. We'll sit there, we'll double up our position. That will give us an average price of around 50 to give us about a 30-cent hit, which is fine by me. I mean, we don't want to take the hit, but as far as risk is concerned, I think that would be okay. We just took out 10% there for like that 15 handles or so. So we do know there's some potential here for this to come back in. So we'll wait for this now. Again, if we're going to roughly take a 30 handle hit, we should try to take about a 30 handle winner. So even though we don't have a full piece, let's just wait. 50 period moving average is at 10s. So let's put some bids a little bit lower and see if we can get those just in case we do crank a little bit lower. So 72 15s, let's put 25% down there. All right, if we do get a fall down, then we'll take it. Otherwise, we'll just sit in here and wait to see what happens next time. So yeah, so far so good here, but
yeah, that was a stupid.
Here comes the move down.
That was a stupid keystroke on that.
Oh, really?
To get out of it, to get out of all of it there before it kind of got going. I tried to pick it up. It didn't get back to VWAP. Tried to pick it up at that 70 level where we got into it before. Joked people in the chat. Someone in this chat might have worked at that Booz Hamilton. So I guess you must mean yourself, David. Otherwise, it's a weird thing to say unless you didn't work at that company. So federal contractor, an AI company that I had never heard of. Which, you know, one of the best things and one of the reasons why I think this is the best trading community out there, there's many reasons, it's to share knowledge, right? Like, we don't know every single stock in the market. We're going to be unfamiliar with certain things. And, you know, we don't trade Forex. There's lots of stuff that we do or don't do. And so I think that group community effect of being able to share knowledge ideas is fantastic. So thank you guys so much for all of that. The stock, I pulled it up. It kind of went up, came back down. I didn't see a trade in that Booz Hamilton, but I do see one in Intel. Just want to be able to get into this trend, ideally before we get to 21. 21 has been the turnaround spot where I still think it's a bit of a short. I'd like to jump back into this long if I can. There's a couple other names to watch here. We said Tesla has a chance at a breakout. In that move up, the market got to the high. Tesla's still not going. No break at the top yet. I think it's got a real chance if it can take out that high, but starting to accelerate a little bit here. Damn it, there goes Intel. Now it's at like 85. Right, I'm trying. I don't want to chase it at this point. It's kind of annoying.
All right, another win here for NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA goes right back to the highs of the day. We're going to take it out there. It's a $4 winner, $3.50 winner. Google's the $4.50 winner right there. So I actually changed my TQs order to up to 70s. I know it sounds a little crazy to change it 5 cents, but little nervous. I don't want to give back too much of the day on trying to short the futures up here, but we haven't been wrong yet. So let's just wait for it. Hopefully it comes in. I'm not overly convinced about it, but at the same time, we'll have to give it a shot right there. Okay, another name that we looked at was SMR today. That was a great log. We wrote down on the sticky note. I mean, this was only one of 5 plays on here. We wrote down long between 17 and 1650. So we have a 17 fill and a 1650 fill, and then all these were out, and then we lost on, I think it was the last 20% or so as we dripped down into that. So still a positive stock for us, but look where we are. We're out here near the highs of the day on SMR. So if you stuck with this trade, congratulations. It looks like it's going to pay out for you there today, bouncing off the 200 period. Another great look there today for SMR. Now, we got out of Palantir right there for a monster winner, man. I mean, we're long down here at 83. We covered it at 89, but right now it's at 89.50. So it is still still continuing to make an upside move here for PLTR. But again, that 90, I mean, we do like even levels on stock, and Palantir bouncing off 90, 90.50 there. So could be something to look at. It goes all the way back into here. So very similar to what we're trying to look for here on the futures is kind of the same trade here on Palantir. You could take out this level and go long, but then you're just running into too much up here. I don't know. I'm not super excited about any of these longs or shorts right now. We're almost into our full position now on the TQs all the way up here. We told you we're waiting for 69s. We'll take a little bit at 65 if we can. There it is. And wait for one more fill up there. And then we're getting stopped out if this breaks through 80. I have the 90 as a stop. So our average position should be in and around 55s or so once we get full up. And then we'll take a little bit of a hit here, it looks like, on the TQs, especially if we keep running up. But this is like, honestly, for me, it's kind of like lesson learned. We know that we're in a little bit of trouble here shorting the futures into such a strong day when the catalysts have been positive today. It's risky spot, but you know, we'll try it for something to do. It's not a huge trade. This is not something where we're putting in 10 units or anything. I would say this is probably about a 3-unit trade. So we'll take a full position. It'll be about a third of what we've normally been doing, but we'll wait for it. It's the TQs. Adara's got news.
I hear on Riskified, RSKD, a couple of minutes ago, I started seeing these reports here on X. The company, which is a fraud protection software firm, is reportedly working with partners from Catalyst or Catalyst. Catalyst may be pronounced with a Q. Regardless, they're working with these partners to explore a sale. So RSKD and talk with partners for a potential sale. Guys, back to you.
About if it's not
sale, huh?
If it's not like easy to figure out how to say your company name, you're getting a little cute with it.
Yeah, what was that? Risk or something?
No, Catalyst with a Q. Like, obviously I get it, but make it simple, man. Anyways, it's like a pet peeve for me. Intel's already at 21. It's pretty much just tagged the 21 level, so the chase is not going to be, and it has to do some kind of a real, it's not going to chase that move. It has to do some kind of a real dip that gives us a level to work off of if we're going to be able to get it. And then I'm brought back over to, all right, Baba. Baba is absolutely barcoding.
Taking the futures more heavily.
Absolutely barcoding right here. It just cannot break the 41. So I've given it a chance. It's now 310. This is the level that I was looking for on this one. So I'm going to take the shot at this. So 41 is the literal high. 99 is the top. So it's kind of an easy out if it breaks the even dollar on Alibaba.
Like we changed our price there because we were getting a little bit too conservative. We would be in the money now on the futures, and I could sort of wash this trade out. But we just got back to flat, but we put on, I told you, we moved our order to 69. We were at 65. We get a 65 fill. I put it up 3 more cents. It went to 67s. It could still come back, but that little flush right there went to 35s. So, like, we did have an opportunity to get out there. I'm going to put a bid, see if we can get a 36 fill there, just ahead of it. We'll take 10 handles if it does flush one more time. I hate seeing those flushes and then a retracement back up, especially when you're going counter trend. You know, like, that could have found a little bit of a bid support. It doesn't look like it. It's not necessarily ripping north or anything like that. But we'll wait to see if we do get a fill downside right now. It's a 5-handle winner. We're at 36s. You just saw 39 on the bid. Maybe we get a push down. You know, debating taking a little bit off. We have about that. Like I said, we're going to try to get about 3 units. We have about like 1.8 units or so right now. So we're not fully invested. We're not fully like into this trade yet. But too bad. We were just missed that fill down there. So okay, we'll wait for it again to see if it does come through one more time on that one. All right,
super chat.
Yeah, go ahead. What is it?
The super chat's oddly enough about Darcy in the chat. What do you all think of Victoria's Secret going into earnings tonight?
What
Well,
was the implied move?
Can you check the implied move because I don't have the one up right in front of me.
Here,
But yeah, maybe they should keep their weekly chart a secret. Is what I think about Victoria's Secret.
5th.
That's not a great pun. I think Adara would come up with something better. Adara would come up with a great one. Obi would come up with a good one. They're not victorious. This is a weekly on Victoria's Secret. Good. The good part, well, it's got a 9% short float. It's already down 8% today.
It has a 20% expected move.
It's given up, what is that? Given up 50, 60 something percent from the highs. So it's already bleeding going into the earnings. So like it's like, well, how much worse could it possibly get? And then you got the short float. That would be the good news. I don't know anything about the company. I can't really give you any goods there when it comes to that. There is also a support level on the weekly chart, but on a weekly chart, I only care about support when it tests it and closes above a couple times, or at least once. So you take that with a grain of salt down here at about $15. But I think the good news would be it probably doesn't take much out of them when it's this bad, and it's been really, really bad for them on the weekly. Like this is you're talking about since the beginning of the year, 49 to 20. 21 or whatever we're at right now. So it's been pretty nasty, and it's got a good short float. 20 expected move, you just said, right? So that's pretty hefty. I think we can expect some fireworks about it, but I don't like trying to catch bottoms on those. I understand a lot of people like to do it. I like to get it after it's made the bottom and it's on the way back up, so I know where I want to put that lower high stop for myself. You're probably looking to play it with options. We said this, Riley worked out for somebody in a similar situation. This is long, I guess, as long as you have it out. It's not like that's a really nasty looking chart. Sorry.
Yeah, no, they asked for your comments, so that's okay.
I always try to,
gotta give it.
I try to give something, like some positives there when I don't like anything. Like I'm not a huge fan of, I'm very picky about retail. I hate the shoe business. I think you got to watch out for, you got to have very good, even like the good brands have been struggling these days, right? So I think if a retail name's getting punished, why try to fight it? I like two companies in retail right now. And it should almost be like just Amazon. Mm-hmm. But I also like, Walmart's in there.
Yeah, there's Walmart. Yeah, I thought you were going to go with Costco and Walmart, but you went with Amazon and Walmart.
I love Costco. I've just decided Walmart instead of Costco. And that comes from trying to own fewer stocks. That's all.
Okay. All right, so yeah, just again, thanks Neil for that, and thanks for everybody for the questions. Like that kind of stuff, like VSCO, we can definitely have a look over there and sort of analyze some of the stocks. Just bring it to our attention, and we'll do our best at that. All right, just real quickly about Tesla here. We're getting close to the TQs. You sort of know the plan of action there. Our Google and our NVIDIA, we've been taking them out as the market's been going higher here and been pretty fine with it. So we'll just let that settle down and see if there's going to be a trade. Tesla not doing anything, kind of doing the opposite as the market kind of hits the highs right now. Yeah, it is giving me a little bit of a pause for concern, right? Maybe Tesla does want to go lower if the market does turn here. Market just made some nice levels up there, and Tesla's still about $1.50 away. Is that its high today? Let me just check. Now, yes. So it's actually it's higher than its high today. So we just made that high at 279. It's past high in there, 278. Looks like that would have been a good fill there. So I think if you're going to look short, this could be a good name, 278 short, giving it $1. And then if that market does come in, then you will be able to reap a little bit of benefits there from a downside move in Tesla. So I would say that's going to be looking like a short for those of you that have asked. We just took a little piece out there on the TQs as we're starting to fall back in now. Now it's 11 handles. Now it's 12 handles. Neil? We're doing it again right now. Now it's 20 handles. Now it's 30 handles. Now it's 30 handles right there in the money. We got reloaded, and there it is right there. Real traders unite. As we talk about that, we talk about futures trading. You guys wanted more of that. Now it's 40 handles in the money. This is what we're doing, man. We go into the gates of hell with these futures. We'll see how low can they go, but there it is right there, man. We put it again, putting our money where our mouth is, man. Like, we just took that fade. More shares up there. We just got some more right there. Boom, to the downside goes the futures. So there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside here for the market. Wow, Neil, are we doing it or what right now, man? You should follow this trade next time, my guy. Big time movement to the downside. There goes the futures. 71.90s, 71.93s, 70 handles now in the money as we continue to go to that downside. So right there, the TQs lights it up again for us. We've talked about this trading here into the afternoon. Oh my gosh, you know what? It's about that time. Let's do new segment right here. Let's see if the luck can continue. It's roll up the rim. We still got a little bit left, but it's a little cold. Let's see if... Oh my, right now, Neil. 100 handles in the money now on the futures. Those of you that do not believe in that trade... It's fine, you don't have to. All right, rolling up the rim to win, and it is another please play again, but who really cares? Maybe we'll buy a franchise. Nice move to the downside right now. Let's bid something out at 62. Neil, man, we're making them sing today. There's that futures trade once again.
That's what it's all about. Great one over there. I took one short. We got it. And finally, Alibaba did something. We got some 88s in there as well. Simple stops at the even dollar. It never broke 141. Just took some out in front of the lows, and we'll play it into 140. We got 319 here, so we have 20 minutes, 30 minutes till the imbalances come through. Plenty of time for lower high reloads. The other name that broke trend is Intel. I did try to get this one. It was a very sharp curl when Intel got up here to 21. This is the candle, so a reversion entry wasn't all that possible. The candle was like 1% to the downside on Intel on that 3 minutes, so catching it would have been a chase. Now that it's starting to come back up, and we look to the short to the 21 level. That line doesn't mean anything. This morning I loosely drew a line around 21, and it ended up at like 95. So I want to short this one back into that local high, but Alibaba working nicely. Got about $0.50 in the money and is trying to bounce here. I'll reload a lower high if we can, but I want to get into this reversion on Intel into 21 even. Just want to try to be specific with the entry, and then now that I have those orders in, I can show you with BABA. If it tries to put in a lower high, right about 140.60, this resistance level in here. If I'm playing it to the 141 even, I want to confirm that we have a new exit point, and that hasn't happened yet. So when there's a new exit point, then I'll get in. But I want to take your shot right in front of your level, hold it. If it breaks, it breaks. When it makes a new one, or if it makes a new one, then we can reload that trade down here at 140.60. So no entry yet in Intel, but I think that's just a yet. I have a good chance it's going to move back into those highs and give us a fill.
All right. Again, we just literally got out of like 70% of that trade because we were nervous about these futures to begin with. It comes right into past support, so we wind up getting out. Of those levels right there. So, good out for us. I don't know, man. 71.60 is like, maybe we can get it again. I have a bid now at 71.62. That's right at this low, so maybe we can fill that and then come back in. So that would be a trade that I'm looking to do right now. Again, was nervous about the short. We didn't have as much confidence. I mean, if this was a much bigger trade, I would have let you guys know. We talked about it, we had 1.8. We did get another little bit there. So we're in about a 2 unit or so call, which is fine. We never really have a 10, like 10 would be maximum for me. I haven't really experienced that yet on the futures. So I'm not, I'm not trying to push it that hard, but we'll wait on that right now. We only have about like 25% left, maybe a little bit more than that. I'm going to put a bid out right here at 92 and just take that fill, and hopefully we can get that, and then we'll be back into about that 20% or so fill right there. So hold out for 71.50, says Jay Lee. Maybe. I mean, we're already, guys, today is like an infinitely great day. We're at about 4 times our daily goal there. So it's been a good day for us. And this futures trade definitely helps that out. So let's go. We just missed that fill. So let's let it float back up. We'll still take that fill up there at the top if we do get it, but definitely take advantage of those moves down, and that advantage we did.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's an early look imbalance on D-Wave. D-Wave is 1.3 million shares to buy. That's QBTS over there on the New York. For anyone, okay, so this is going to be gigantic. I understand you're going to see a stock with a 28 million sell imbalance, and it's 3 o'clock. So I'm going to do this, and so when everyone's asking about that imbalance when we show it later, this is what ALTM looks like. So this is the bid ask of the company that's being deleted today. So that 29 million imbalance, look at the bid ask. You just suffice to say it's not going to move. So it is a gigantic imbalance, and it hasn't really moved all day today. But the big one I think right now would be QBTS at 1.3. Other ones pop up there. We'll let you guys know. I see AVTR. Something vaguely remember what that stock is. But yeah, the big one to me is going to be that QBTS. I just missed a chance to reload up top on Alibaba. I think it got to like 83 or 84, and I was sitting at 86. Going to leave the order in, see if we can get, it's either refill on a lower high or refill at the high into 141. And if 141 breaks, we just get out. Intel did not come back to 21. I was sitting at 93s. It got to 90, maybe 91 in there, and already starting to roll back over. So I have to look lower high there. I don't want to chase BABA too much, but I will give it a little bit more room. I can take something in the 70s is pretty reasonable as well if we can't get something in the 80s. I have a lot on that offer.
I mean, we just got 62s. Like, now here's 100 handles, still going a little bit lower right now for us. So, I mean, this is good so far. Yeah, so about that. Maybe our next fill is going to be at the 200 period moving average. Yeah, so 71, 7105, 7106. You know, let's put a bid at 7120. Like, we're just getting more and more out. So, like, now we only have 15% left of this trade. We talked about taking 100 handles there. We did that that's just random. It's just, this is the bottom. I don't really care. I don't say when we're $1 in the money, generally I'll take it. We have fun with that stuff. But at the end of the day, you got to trade off levels, right? And if you don't trade off levels, then some of the stuff you're doing could be considered a fluke. So we don't want to do that. This is why we rinse and repeat it every day. We try the similar stuff. We try to tell you about share sizes. And so far, this guy's way too loud in my ear. All right, so I'm going to put a bid there at 71 and change. I haven't heard a single thing all that. Yeah, you must not be connected. Yeah. All right, 71.40s. We'll put a bid down there, and then we said we'll put another bid at 71.20s. Let's go to 25. We'll put out just a couple percentage points at each one of those levels. Thinking about stopping out a little bit more here at 72.13. So let's just put that order in right now. Like, these stops were like 30 handles. And we made 100 handles. So it's doing okay for us so far. All right, let's get out of 50% or so of that. Let's see if this works. 71.15, we'll get out. It didn't work the last time for NVIDIA. So, all right, 71.15, we'll see if we can get out. Oh, during that tank down, we did get out of some NVIDIA. It did break the 50-period moving average, so we have one piece left there now for NVDA. And again, we don't have any red names today, so it's been a good one. And we'll just continue to hope out that we don't have a red name. We can't be red on the TQs. We already have that stop in right there, obviously. And yeah, we may not take any more shorts. We'll assess that when we get up to that upside there on the NASDAQ, and we'll look at that point. So yeah, right now, if there's any other names you guys want us to look at, we've looked at Tesla, we've looked at Rigetti. That BBAI, I'm in this name right around this price. Well, I'm at 496. We did the math for you yesterday.
They report tomorrow night.
Yeah, they report tomorrow night. That was a mistake. We did hear someone mention that in the chat. So I'm not really worried about the report. Even just a couple hundred shares, whatever that I have there, I'm willing to let it fall back in. I just thought, an excited name there. They got that Department of Defense contract. They're an AI play. They're a data play. So we've seen what happened to Palantir. I mean, I was long Palantir at 9. It went up to 40. It came back to 7. There's lots of opportunities in many of these names. So I do like Big Bear, and we sort of stamped that as a possibility there, for some action, and we're in it. So I like that play. Palantir, again, another one of ours that's been, a great opportunity to hold and gain some wealth from that kind of a trade, and it's been working out. All right, here come the futures. Let's see if this stop order triggers or not, because we're about to get stopped out of half at 72.15. If it doesn't trigger, though, I'm going to manually get it out. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Other than that, not much else. Please put your chats in there, and we'll see if we can identify.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of symbols in there. I saw HIMS, I saw Robinhood, Oklo. There's a bunch that I'll get to, but BABA ran 141. Sometimes I don't like putting an even dollar stop, but I put an even dollar stop that time. So I got out exactly at 01s on Alibaba. Not going to hold it through, but there's been a lot of names. Robinhood, great stock. I forget what the story was this morning. It was, oh, I know, now I remember. No, they're doing a contest. It's like a Bitcoin giveaway. They're doing like a trivia contest for $1 million worth of Bitcoin.
Right.
Or sorry, yeah, $1 million.
Something like that, yeah.
$1 million US notional of Bitcoin
445.
at 445. So that was the Robinhood news. I don't think it necessarily is it doesn't matter as a catalyst. It's basically following what the market is doing. It's like a lot of other stocks, double bottom, trying to hold a 50, trying to break a bit of a downward trend. If this catalyst gets it going, why not? Let us know. If you guys enter this thing with Robinhood, let us know how you do. Just kind of curious how it plays. Like, what kind of trivia are they doing? A couple of questions that I have in my mind about that. QBTS is another symbol a lot of people have been asking about. That's the one with a buy imbalance on D-Wave. It's not moving, but there is a 1.3 million early look buy imbalance on D-Wave. If I start to see it go close to 350, it might be a potential breakout on the imbalance coming in at 350. So it's worth watching. And then Okta on earnings. This was a blowout. This was like the only stock that was gapping up because everything was gapped down yesterday on their earnings play. Earnings continuation for Okta. It is now, don't jinx it, it is now at a 52-week high. It just broke, I think, maybe a few seconds ago. That's why you guys are bringing it up. This one really could go. See how everyone's always talking about, like, when's this stock A or X or whatever bottoming? This is the perfect example of why try to pick the bottom, let it make a bottom and a higher low, and then trend off of that, and now you've got yourself a breakout on Okta. I think this could just be in the first inning here. This was almost a $300 stock in 2021. But yeah, Okta, good luck. Congratulations if you happen to have it. I don't think we even looked at it that hard after earnings because everything was so far down yesterday in the morning. There were way too many other names to look at, unfortunately.
Yeah, we had SMR. We had to see some Oklo, so we did get taken out there. Actually, my stop didn't work, and I actually wound up getting 72.10s on that. So I'm gonna have to adjust that and figure out what's going on. All right. So SMR was the long play that we had today. That worked out well for us. That was a positive return. I do see some chat there, so I'm gonna identify it. Some people were asking about Oklo there. What's up, XEUREB? Exurb. All right. So again, another nuclear name. This is one that Sam Altman was, I guess, in. I mean, I don't exactly remember the report there.
Was he in or did he endorse
invest in it? Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
But anyways, so downside move there. Some of these names don't really have any earnings to report or anything like that. So I think you're just playing that hype. Remember, there's going to be the Quantum Expo or something happening pretty soon. So I could see some of that. Oklo's not quantum, but just this is nuclear. As we fall back in here and we talk a little bit about energy, the quantum name, we talked about QBTS, we talked about Rigetti and earnings tonight with that. So down into $30. That looks like a good spot. Where's the 200 period? It's trying to develop itself right there at $18. So a big move to the downside. I mean, that's a great bottom down there. What's it up today? Down 2.5%. I don't know, as some of these nuclear names are looking to catch a little bit of a bid, I guess. I would say 29 looks pretty good. That looks like a great level to me. You get that garbage out of there. I would buy some Oklo, and maybe we'll do this because we are long SMR. Buy some down here around $29. We can figure out when they're reporting. Maybe we can look at this even together. Maybe they have already, so I'll just say I'm a little bit uneducated on that. We'll click on Oklo right there. The PE, like I said, obviously I was going to say there was no earnings, and there isn't. So that's coming through there as well on the PE side of things. We'll look at the calendar, their earnings, their next earnings report, aftermarket. No, that's not going to be right. That's October. 24th of March, it looks like coming through. Aftermarket Q4.
That's just in a week and a half.
Yeah, so that's going to be 2 weeks, almost 24th of March. So we'll wait.
24th.
Yeah, so we'll wait for that coming through. Expected EPS -7 cents. So if you want some advice on all that, man, I know I'm in SMR and all that, but a wise investor might not invest in something until it turns a profit. We saw Palantir get going as soon as that had happened. So you may want to wait to see if they do turn something. And even if it's up 20% that day,
like
at least
Uber was.
Yeah, Uber was an example of that.
Uber is an example of a stock that you could have just waited until they turned things around, and then you didn't need to sit in it like some people did for a while. Because, and don't get me wrong, like when it goes, you're like, look at me. But there's the opportunity cost. Just stick it in the index, and then the second the company turns a profit, then jump into it and get the money riding the upside. Zscaler, another one, aftermarket as well. That's one that could go you get all these cybersecurity names. What I'd be concerned about with them is, remember the punishment that CrowdStrike got? So anytime CrowdStrike does something, I assume the same thing's going to happen. If Zscaler has a solid quarter and dumps almost 10%, then you buy it in the morning. And don't buy it aftermarket because that's the CrowdStrike experience, everybody. And we've seen it. Palo Alto did exactly the same thing or a similar thing too. Like it just punishment and then, wow, Zscaler is actually above the open high. Sorry, CrowdStrike's above the open high and breaking out as we speak. So yeah, I'd look for the same playbook on ZS. That's going to be aftermarket. Join myself and Adara in the aftermarket show. So we're in Intel underneath the 21 level. If it breaks a high, we're out. If it gets to VWAP, I'm already bidding out on that one. What else is there? Can you please chart OPK? Don't know them. And Joe's cool uncle, I sat in over 4 months until it was green again. You know what, though, when you have something in the long term, I tend not to, if it's in my long-term account, I'm not worried about the swings. I'm worried about it trending down. If something is trending down, then I'm worried about it in my long-term account. I'll maybe address it or start thinking about what I should do with it. But if it's just pulling back a little bit, who cares? This OPK doesn't seem like it's doing anything, if you're asking about it. Small capper, that is what we call barcoding. I don't remember who coined it on this show, but that's the definition of barcoding. Nothing to see here unless maybe there's some kind of swing trade for you. So no day trade there. Pulled it up, made me look.
So we just got a hell of a fill there on the futures, man. I mean, we got another piece out there at 12s at the 50-period moving average. And then all of a sudden this happened. We just got 71.81s. So we just got another 80 handles there on, not another 80, but it came in and filled us. So we put a bid there. My next bid now is 71. I mean, we're going to wait lower. We're at 71.40. We're at literally the low, and then we're going to sit here at the 200 period. Maybe the market does bleed there into the close. So that would be a name to look at. Remember we looked at SMCI, so let's have a quick look at that one as well. It did make that move back in, and now it's trying to climb back higher. We're still in Google and NVIDIA, but I'm debating now putting in some stops as it's 330. So some of these imbalances are going to start to hit. SMCI bounced again off VWAP, so that would be another trade that just happened at about what time is it now? About 30 minutes ago, right around 305. It does hit VWAP and then drops $1. So there's another opportunity. I mean, my eyes are kind of glued to what the trades that I have on board right now, but that would have been another one. We have warned many times also about Starbucks. And I talked about this yesterday. I brought this up. We brought this up with Chris Bretcher yesterday. And I was like, dude, what about how far away we are from the 50-period moving average? Starbucks giving back some. I like the short here in SBUX. I just think it's well overdone. Still like the stock, but some negativity in China could also bring this name down. So what's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye on this next navigation here. NN, next nav. I could not find any news on this stock. Popping up here with volume adding into the close. It is worth noting that we have about a 16% short float. So NN on watch here, near today's highs with this nice volume enhanced breakout. Back to you.
NN, it feels like shouldn't, I don't know. My first thought is like NN should be nanonuclear, but whatever, it's obviously not, so it doesn't matter. But Baba's trying to get back. We got out when it broke 141. You can come back to my chart, cool. I'm not going to pull up that NN stock. Adara just had it. 141 broke out. It's trying to get back underneath to take another crack at it with about 15 minutes to go until the imbalances. There might be like one last shot. Like I think we will take one shot if it gets underneath the 141, and that's about it. Amazon's going to the downside. Intel is sort of sitting. NASDAQ stock. Here we go. Here, we'll just do that. Intel is just sitting underneath the 21, but it could break it back out. The miss was when I got out of that long at 60, at 70, I took the entire thing out on a keystroke. Bit of a missed opportunity because once again, there's now 2 days in a row where Intel has spent the entire day under VWAP, broken it late in the day, and then been a runner right at the end of the day. So I think it's got, I'm not calling it a bid on it, but it's certainly finding some afternoon strength. Like it just trends down, and then the buyers start to come back in, and it's not at random levels. On the daily chart, this is effectively, good support down here, 19.20 on Intel. But yeah, it might be trying to find a little bit of bottom. I would venture to say it hasn't distinctly made a bottom. When Intel makes a low, it's made a low. That's been our experience with it down here and that 19 level. Maybe it's not headed to 19 after all, and this 20 is going to hold up. But I'm going to get out at 21 even. I will probably, I got to do the aftermarket show, but there's a half decent chance you'll see me sit until 4 o'clock because that imbalance that you see, this one is like 28 million. I am like all over the offer of it. So if I get anything, it might just be a free shot there. So it's that and QBTS that I'm watching. It's still a 1.3. It hasn't moved to the buy side for QBTS. I don't see anything else popping up there. So we're going to have eyeballs on that. BABA, Intel, that's what I'm watching going into the imbalances whenever they do come. If there's something else working, let me know. CMRX. CMRX. If you're asking about CMRX, guys, that's that buyout. We said that this morning. It being bought at $8.55. I said I would be relatively active in it here today. You can kind of tell when I wasn't sitting at my desk because I didn't trade it for like an hour, but I've been in it pretty much, back and forth on the stock on CMRX. Matter of fact, I don't need bids on this thing anymore because we're almost at the close. So yeah, they're being bought for $8.55 cash. The range on the day is about 8 or 9 cents. So expect that for the next couple of weeks until they close the deal, end of Q2.
Yep, exactly. So good little look there on that name. I don't trade those buyouts, so I don't have too much comment on it, but Neil does, so that's a good thing that we do that like that. So like I'll trade obviously these Mag 7 names quite heavily. Neil will look at different stuff. We all have our own little thing that we do look at. All right, so just again, I don't know why it says TQ's up here, but I want to look at Disney. So let me just, there it is, okay. That was weird. So Disney, we talked about that short, man. It's too bad. It's too bad. But if you did like some of the stuff that I was mentioning there with Disney, it just came in right there. So that was that short. I mean, we were talking about it and kind of like the short up here. Didn't take it, so it's kind of irrelevant, but there's a leather look, just giving me more confidence that sure we did have kind of the right idea there. We indicated that this could have been that short. Was a little bit nervous about the futures and where we were with that. Obviously, we made way more money on the futures than I would have on Disney, but at the end of the day, they both work. So there's a nice little move downside there for DIS. And again, we probably should have taken it. We were talking about it being down against the market today, which obviously it is, relatively weak. Apples to apples, and talk about Apple. We were actually going to look at this again, and Apple just still can't get green despite the Nasdaq being up 1.5%. I don't think it's Apple's turn or anything yet to get really hit, but we did break that 236 level, which it doesn't look good on the 1 minute, but over here it does. There's that shelf right here. It broke early. That was such a great short right there. That's 236. So right when it came in right off the open, it broke that level that we had supported and then whoosh. So this was, someone mentioned it in the chat. I give props to you. It was earlier on in the day. Someone mentioned at 8:30, or maybe they tweeted at me because I put out a tweet every morning asking you guys. And it was just watch out for this Apple drop. And we should have been there. Nice move to the downside, breaking through 236 there. So nice little ledge that was broken, and boom goes Apple. I'm not if there's one Mag 7 name I'm not worried about, it's going to be Apple. I really think this is a great, I don't know why my charts have stopped here, but a great name to look at. And again, Apple, any dips into this 230 area, I think will get bought up. And it looks like I don't have to think that is what's been happening. So we'll wait to see if it does make that move. But the last couple of days, sorry about the chart, but the last couple of days, definite negative downturn there. So to get a sell up here near 240, 250 should be good. Remember, Donald's been talking real positively about this investment from Apple. So, and it's still not really moving in the right direction here. So watch out for maybe some negative stories there.
What? There was one story on Apple. It was Qualcomm. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Qualcomm had come out with a new modem that was, obviously Apple doesn't go with them anymore. So Qualcomm came out with a new modem for phones, which they said, now, this is what they said was going to be a step above what Apple is doing. So therefore, and they're Android phones that have this are going to be better, but there's nothing proven. That was the comment. When Apple was weak today, I hesitated to say it because I didn't think it was that big of a catalyst, but maybe that had something to do with it.
I would mention something to Ramin, but they're busy.
What happened? What?
It's been on me the whole time, which is fine.
Oh, that's
I'll take
yeah.
that.
It's all good. It doesn't
they're
really,
busy doing
really
something,
matter.
so I just-
The other thing is, I saw some people in the chat saying Rigetti's making moves. It's not really. I venture to say Rigetti's going to make some moves after market tonight, right? Like that's the earnings play. Zscaler, Marvell's reporting. There's going to be some movers today when you join Adara and myself at the desk for the aftermarket, for the market recap. But Rigetti very much going sideways. And I saw someone also say, why is BBAI not moving? Well, they don't report till tomorrow. I mean, the market's not doing a heck of a, we've been range bound in the afternoon today. So this has been a range bound stock, and they report after the bell tomorrow, which is probably why it's just sort of hanging out here. So, it doesn't have to be crazy moves every single day. We haven't had a major trend reversal. I think that's fantastic for the market. The fact that you're going to, knock on wood, close holding the highs. We've bounced. NASDAQ and ES both bounced off the 200 period today, and they're going to close, like I said, barring something crazy, adjacent to the highs. A lot of the Mag 7 names have been incredibly strong. I mean, Amazon, there you go. There's your 200 period. If you like it, great. You should have already won there. Google, I could go on the line. Even Microsoft, there's one. Even Microsoft, who has been the worst name in the Mag 7 outside of Tesla, so call it the 6. And it's bouncing nicely today, under the 50, underneath the 200 period. Still don't like them as much as the rest, but up 3% today on Softy. 7 minutes to go. Still QBTS is still there, early look of 1.3. The closer we get to that, that's a significant imbalance on D-Wave. Quantum names can rally, man. If that actually comes out, maybe if it's supposed to be 1.3 and it comes out 1.5 or like 2 million, that could be a nice punch long. Adara?
I looked into this Apple Qualcomm situation. So this happened last night. There was an interview on CNBC with the CEO of Qualcomm, Cristiano Amon. So it's worth noting definitely some bias there because he's, of course, trying to represent his own company. He said that Qualcomm's new modem has, quote, so much AI that it actually increases the range of the performance of the modem. So he said it's going to be setting a delta between Android performance here and iOS devices. So basically just trying to tout their own performance. We know also, of course, Qualcomm and Apple do have a bit of a history, as Neil mentioned earlier. So it's worth noting the kind of, I guess, bias coming there. These comments are coming from Qualcomm CEO saying their new modem is definitely better than Apple's. That was the situation that happened last night. It's worth noting, I never saw this on Benzinga, never populated on Benzinga. I had to search for this story, so I do not know how widely populated it was, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Adara. That's why I hesitate to say it. Like, I read it in one place, and it's like, the analogy I gave John is it's like, the Bills get a new lineman, and they're like, oh man, this guy's absolutely killing it. Our line's going to be way better than Philly's this year. It's like, okay, that's great. You're confident. You should be confident about it. I already have a bold prediction about the Buffalo Bills. I'm happy that I put it in our group chat. I'm completely convinced that the Buffalo Bills are going to sign Tyler Lockett, who just got released by Seattle, because we seem to go for the veteran retread instead of trying to find a dynamic veteran wide receiver that we need. So we tried Samuel, who didn't work out, Curtis Samuel. We tried Amari Cooper, who didn't work out. So I'm boldly predicting probably on a minimum contract they're going to bring in Lockett, which I just don't think that cuts it, man. Go out and get Hollywood. Go make a play, find some money, and go
Hollywood
pay.
always gets hurt. You know,
but at least it's they need a guy or find some.
I don't
find
think
some
they
money
do,
and
man.
get
I
at
think
him. You don't
Josh
think we need a receiver?
Nah, because
no,
he
we
can work
can.
with anybody. Josh Allen just needs to step up and win, man. He gets beat by Mahomes every time.
Yeah, but the problem is we're losing a couple of receivers. So they actually do need a body. They got to get somebody because we're losing a couple of guys again this year.
I just don't know if I think that KC might have.
Peaked?
Had their best days. So we'll see, right? I mean, I think there's a lot of people potentially thinking that. We'll see if they run out of steam there.
Well, you know what I'm thinking.
Kansas City Chiefs.
But I say that every year. So Metcalf requested trade. We can't afford him, Reg.
Pimped out like crazy today.
We
I
can't
feel
Phil.
like
We can't.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that. You let me know when we can do that, Ramin, and we'll get ready to rock and roll. Make sure you do sign right now up for the watch list. That watch list will be coming in hot tomorrow morning.
Super hot fire.
Right there into your inbox. We'll be talking about all the earnings and all of those plays and some of the names that we're looking at. We'll still be spitting out the sticky note today, which has been like, ugh, I should get lighter and light it on fire. That's what it's been doing today. It's been on fire, not the plays lit on fire. All right, here come the TQs, man, right back in. Let's put another bid out, man. Beat switch, 75 handles right there on TQQs as it continues to go to the downside. All right, Ramin, let's roll this right now. This is e-signal. I mean, you know, part of the game is having software that you can trust and that's reliable. We talk about that all the time. You know, switching back and forth between charting platforms can be, you know, tenuous. Like, you don't want to keep on flipping back and forth. You want to use the same software. I believe once you switch over to eSignal, it will be the one that you stick with. Over 50 plus brokers can connect to it. Get into their app store, check it out. Data for over 500 symbols at once. Those are the screeners that we're using every single day. Again, entitlement based. You want to trade futures, you can chart the futures. You want to trade ETFs, get NYSE ARCA entitlements. Everything in Europe. You know, we have over 50 plus markets here at Day Trade the World. Yesterday, someone made $88,000 2 days ago here at Day Trade the World. So with that being said, let's figure out who the top traders are at Day Trade the World, and let's just refresh this and figure out the top 10 traders. This is going to be from yesterday, so I'm just going to refresh this right there. All right, so let's just scroll down. Looks like yesterday there wasn't too much. Woo, we got a blue ocean. So 2 days ago we had $88,000 up here. We had $55,000 as well. Yesterday it looks like our top trader, I don't know, it seems light from yesterday, but only 11,000 there in Canada. So that was a good one. Someone else in the Canada and TSX made over $8,000. Me and Dara talked about this yesterday on the show, man.
Union.
Blue Ocean after hour markets trading, obviously. So that's going to be a good one. Amex and NASDAQ, $7,000. These are all USDs as it goes all the way down. So no European markets in here, but Blue Ocean sort of the unique one. So that's the top traders here.
Was it like a holiday in Europe or something?
At Real Trading. I don't know, but we did have some bigger numbers the other day. So I'm not sure what's up with today, but a little bit light on that. So there's the Real Trading numbers. And again, this goes to show you, like, you know, whoever made $88,000 or whatever the day before, whether or not they lost yesterday or not, we don't have the losing numbers. But if you're going to make that much money, you're going to have to take some extreme risk. So it is possible that that trader didn't make money yesterday. I don't know. But those are the top traders there at Real Trading. So the prop firm that we've been at our whole lives. So
Well,
again,
trading lives.
oh, I saw.
Didn't come out of the womb here.
No, I did. But there was still that from news. So back in, I went on CP24, which is the local, 24-hour news service here. I went on there advertising our office when we had it and talked all about that. And so I have that clip. So I should bring that in to show everybody that. We had a lot of fun back then. CP24.
That was like 2005?
Man, that was a long time ago.
05.
So we could definitely check that out. I'll see if I can... If I can get that for you.
20 seconds till the imbalances come out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I just flatted some intel because it's not moving. I'm expecting, so QBTS is still a 1.3 buy. Remember, I showed you that stock that had like millions and millions on the bid and millions on the offer. That's this thing. So it'll probably not do anything crazy. You can basically make the spread if you're lucky. So that 30 million one, it might be big. It came out as 30. NVIDIA, 2.4 million sell.
Right, well,
is that the only thing over a mil? Okay. Merck, 1 million to the buy side. NU, that's nothing. Okay, kind of a nothing burger. Intel, very, very small sell. So NVIDIA, 2.4 million to the sell side. Remember I said this stock, 23 million, now 22 million. It's got like a 1 cent spread with, I can almost count 20-something million shares probably on this bid right now of that stock. So it might print the bid, and that's about it. But yeah, NVIDIA is the big one for the sell side. All
right, yeah, so we take advantage of this move because we have the TQs, right? So this is our biggest position, and here it comes right back in again. So I'm going to bid some 75s. I mean, this is 100. This is, again, another 100 handles. Same trade, but just looking here to see what's going on. We can get out of our NVIDIA. It just wicked down. It's back up to 117.50. Seems like it might be a little early to get out of it, to be honest with you, but we can. I don't know. And just watch out to see where this trade is going right now. But that's NVIDIA. Google, I did put an order at the high of the day. It did flip up, so that might be also a sell. We have like 1% left of these trades. The biggest trade that we have on board is this one. And there it goes, man. The TQs is really making us like a pretty happy camper here into the close. So Yeah, man, I don't want to show too much emotion, but it's a big trade there. So here we go, right back in. That's the TQs. We just got that. That's 130 handles or so off that top. So that was a good one there. We'll end the day pretty high up and just continue to, enjoy the fruits of our labor. NVIDIA, 117.50. Let's put an offer right there. I'm going to maybe just watch out for NASDAQ to get back up. At 355, it's all going to flip up again. So we're going to have that beat switch. And, Intel right now, also a sell, NVIDIA a sell. At 355, this will turn around and be buys. So I'm thinking even going long even maybe right now. But here it goes. Nice upside move there. We do have our target for Google at the high of the day. So if that comes back up into there, then we will get out of Google 173.70. So that's about it for me. Just enjoying it. We've got a big game tonight. And see if we can qualify for the provincial. So we're really happy for that. And my daughter came home. She had a little nap throughout the day. She was on the ice today at 6 o'clock. So that should be a lot of fun tonight. We'll see my parents and everything.
6 o'clock? She's slacking? What's going on?
Yeah, it starts at 6.
I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm obviously joking.
Yeah, that's okay. 6 to 7:30 or so twice a week. So
that's what it's all about. Because it's going to pair off. It's not, there's nothing. I just got out of Intel when it just got down to local support. It's not like rocket science to say that a small Intel imbalance is going to pair off. It's because it does it 99% of the time by 355. So when we say things like that, what did it just get bigger? Okay, whatever. It just got bigger to 1.6, but it's not really moving anyways. But it's just that usually at 355, you see a major pairing event. And that's an opportunity, I think, for a bit of a reversal. So I did jump out of that. That QBTS for sure. I mean, it didn't really, D-Wave didn't really move in there. So the buy and balance didn't really come out as a buy and balance. It's just NVIDIA to the sell, kind of a disappointment. And again, if you're just sort of tuning in, that ALTM, I'm not gonna lie, I'm trying to get short this stock. It's not gonna move. So I'm trying to short the mid. I'm trying to short the 85 for a boat, and then just see if I can get the bid at 84. But it's not filling anybody. So I think it'd be free money if I can
huge
get the
lineup.
It's free if I can get the offer, and I made it this morning, but it's not seeming to want to fill me. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It gets 30 million to the sell side, but I'm not going to get the fill.
Yeah, I'm also just cancel everything. We're getting close to flat on absolutely everything. We did get that NVIDIA fill up there at 118. So yeah, man. I mean, that was a good one. So we're out right there. That was off the long down here at 114. So that was a big one to end the day. And here comes Google right back up into our levels. The futures we just covered, again, we covered a bunch right there. We still do have a small piece. Almost, we talked about, having 2 units. We have maybe 0.2 of a unit now, so 10%. I'm just going to get out, 10% left. Might as well just cover this. Here, we'll bid some 34s. Hopefully it comes in and we'll get that. If not, we may have to pay the piper just a little bit north of that. One more fill. There it is. Okay. Wind that up as we're cooking up a little bit of profit there on that. And there goes Google again to end the day on that one. This is going to be your trade of the day. I don't know if there's going to be a better one, man. Honestly, for me anyways, getting long at 169, that's the low of the day. And we just got the high of the day. So for me, that's going to be a good one. Top off our day again. But yeah, that's it. So there it goes. A nice out there. We got out of NVIDIA as well. We talked about some tipsy-turvy stuff happening right there at 355. So out there again, good out, and a good out on the good out everywhere, actually, to end the day. So a pretty successful close. Let's just check in on see what Palantir is doing. 89 and change. Palantir will go out near the highs. That's going to be good. We will definitely be looking at this tomorrow. PLTR starting to go, guys.
Palantir. There's so many continuation plays tomorrow. So remember at 355, we're it's going to flip. And you're going to get a bit of a bounce. So you don't see 1.6 sell on Intel. It just went right back. It's almost at that 21 again. So that's what happens. You saw NVIDIA as well, which was selling bounce at 3.9. Didn't really move that far down, but I guess it tried to bounce. It got back up to 118. But with only 4 minutes to go, there is now nothing on the locator except for that the stock that I was talking about there. AT&T, I guess, stay, but who cares? It's only 1 million to the buy side. That doesn't really do much of anything. I think the big story, regardless of I know we pull back a little bit at the end of the day here, but closing on the highs, there's your NASDAQ, there's your ES. For sure, both these ones are going to look, hopefully, to take the next step tomorrow. which would be, yeah, we got to the top. We didn't actually break the top today. And I think that goes, we showed you the NVIDIA chart just now. There's an NASDAQ chart. There's the ES chart. We got another leg to go. And that's what I want to see happen tomorrow. That would be our continuation if we can take out that top. So I'm going to give it like another minute or two to see if I actually catch a fill on this thing and then head on up to the desk. But I might not get it.
Yeah, no. We'll wait for it, of course. Palantir, I mean, everything is starting to rip now. So everything, basically. We can check out Tesla. That's a name that we haven't looked at here yet today as much. Right back into that level again. So again, great hold if you did that. Right back at the highs. There's only 3 minutes to go. Might not be that much time left. So just be careful with whatever you're doing here on Tesla. Right back up to day's high, up that 2 and a bit percentage points. Great call on that one for sure. Anybody long Tesla today looks like it's going to go out at the top. Everything should go out near the tops as well. NASDAQ, nice rebound day. We talked about it for the triple Qs there today. Just looking at, whoa, where did that go? Where did that go? Give me a hug right there. 504. So that little level right there coming through for the Qs. We'll look to see if it can get above that tomorrow. I'd like to see us open above that. That's only $2 from here. So we'll see if the NASDAQ can get going nicely to that upside and maybe just a race. We'll see what it is on the week. Obviously, it's going to be down still. You're only up right now 1.27%. Actually, it's only Wednesday, right? So if we actually look here, where were we at the beginning of the week? So there it is, Monday 20 down into here. So yeah, we could actually, we're going to be close to positive. We've got to get above this 508 area for that. It's only Wednesday right now, so 2 more days coming. Not sure. We do have jobs on Friday, so that's definitely going to be something for sure to look at. So, all right, that's about it. We are getting a little bit of a move up. We do have a Rigetti after hours. That's today, right? Yeah. After hours tonight, so $8. Again, I only went long at $6 on Rigetti when we fell into the 50-period moving average right there. We were able to get out at 9 the very next day. That was a mistake as we ripped up to 14. So I would say just watch out. An implied move, I think it was 20-something% for RGTI. That recent bottom gave you a look there at 667. So for me, 550, 560 would be a level to look at for RGTI coming back in 570 or so. So I guess you're giving up on that?
I'm giving up. I got nothing.
Yeah, okay. So no fills over there. All right, good luck for the closing show there.
All right, good one today.
Yeah, good one.
Rigetti's going to be big. Z-scaler, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Robinhood, yeah, good little look there. We did talk a little bit about Robinhood earlier on today, and I like that name. I like Robinhood. I mean, I just saw someone in the chat mention it there. JP Swede. Yeah, good. Yeah, again. So I think if there's any finance name right now, this would be the one that I think has like the greatest opportunity to give you the best return. I do like JP Morgan where we are right there. We're over 30 seconds now until the market closes. So get ready to support that here. I actually have 30 seconds right now. I wonder if let me see, I have time on here. Yeah, 37. Okay, we're fine. 20 seconds left right now. What do we want to look at? Let's just see where NVIDIA is going to close out at. 117 and change. That looks like a good out for us. Man, NVIDIA, my number one stock today. There we go. We'll hit the countdown right now with 10 seconds left. So thanks to Dara. She's over there on the ones and twos all day over at the desk. Thank you so much. Foremost Clean Energy sponsoring today's bell. 2 and 1. Thank you so much, Adara. We want to thank FMST for once again sponsoring the closing bell. Go check out Foremost Energy for your nuclear plays. All right. We say it every day. We can't have a show without the viewers. So I want to thank all of you for joining us today. We have over 500,000 subscribers. If you're not one of them, hit like, hit subscribe right now. You'll get notified. We have many shows going through. We have videos being dropped all the time as well. Check us out on Instagram, on X, everywhere. I think we're even doing some TikTok stuff these days as well. So check us out all over the place. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls, Ramin today, Fabian today, Andre, everybody, Brendo, Sharif, Joe, and for everybody that we've missed, thank you so much. But a big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls and to all of you for watching us live here on YouTube. All right, we're a minute in. Let's go find out if any of these earnings plays have hit. Thank you from me. We're back tomorrow at 8:30. Stay tuned for our recap show now.
Hello, guys. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's all good. You take it away. We got Marvell is going to be the first one.
Yes, it is. And I do not see it yet, nor do I see it on X. But it is worth noting, near the end of the day here, Canada's foreign minister did comment on the Trump talk situation, saying that quote, the communications with the United States are happening. Things are very fluid. So not a lot of detail provided, but they are still in conversation. Trump alluded to that as well here. Marvell is still not out, but just to recap here, or I guess to provide a little bit of a window, Marvell 4, MongoDB and Zscaler 405. Rigetti is going to be coming in, we don't know, but after the bell. They didn't give me a time. And Victoria's Secret, which I know someone asked about in the chat, that's going to be coming in at 4:15. So that's a little quick window at what we're going to be looking for.
Yeah, and Marvell expected move 12%. It moved 23% last quarter on their earnings. Zscaler implied move 11%, Mongo 13%, Rigetti 17%. So the names that we're tracking, these are definitely movers. Look, if Marvell comes first, you're going to be able to see it happen, really quickly. There's going to be a lot of movement in the stock. This has been bleeding like everything else in the semi sector, so it's right at that 200 period with a little bit of a bounce play. You kind of hope that you've had enough of a fall that you don't have to have a complete blowout here, but it's been pressure for the chips because of all of this tariff talk, and that's been weighing on the stock for sure. What a rebound day. Before we get any earnings out here, because I haven't seen anything yet throwing out there, and I also want to double check. Rigetti still not moving. Okay, before we get into it, it was a very good rebound day today. So Tariff Tuesday came and went. It was a drop and then a pop. And today we had some continuation. The Chinese names had a good rebound. Energy, some of energy, the uranium names had a pretty good day. You had materials do well. So it was a strong day across the board. And I said some energy names did well because the XLE stunk, down 1.5%. But I think what everyone is happy about, at least most people are happy about, is to see the nice rebound on the Qs, holding the high of the day. The 50-period bounce happened on the Qs. It happened on the SPY. And I think that's sort of that obvious. If you're DCAing, you expect a bounce to happen there. It has been respecting this. The Qs have been holding this trend for quite some time. Like, look how far you can go back on the triple Qs. You're talking about March of 2023. And every single time we've come into the 200-period moving average, it's been a good buy zone on that index. And the SPY is the same thing. So Marvell, still waiting. I mean, we expected to have some fireworks from Marvell. Obviously, the numbers aren't out. It'll be moving if it were. So first one, Marvell. Ideally, we'll have Zscaler and Mongo as well. And then Rigetti, not sure when they're supposed to report. Rigetti.
We don't have a time.
But you'll know when the stock moves. I promise you that, Adair.
Yeah, I'm still, every time an article pops up here on Benzinga, I hope that it is not Marvell, then other earnings, because we're coming time on MongoDB and Zscaler as well. Alas, we have no earnings. I'm not seeing anything. We just got some Compo Secure. We have some small caps, but nothing with regards to any of these names that we're really waiting for here. So again, to recap, Marvell was expected by now. MongoDB, Zscaler at 405, Rigetti, and Victoria's Secret 415. Those are our timings. That's what we're expecting. I know some people were asking if bbai is today or tomorrow morning. It's actually tomorrow night. So you've got about 24 hours for bbai earnings. Tomorrow night, we also have Broadcom and I believe Costco as well. So tomorrow night, great earnings. Should be a good day for spready tickers. Come Friday with that Costco move and with Marvell, or not Marvell, Broadcom. But speaking of Marvell, I am still not seeing earnings, guys. I'm not seeing earnings for any of these names, and I'm hoping that as I keep talking, they'll populate. Because
Zscaler moved a little bit to the downside. It's almost like someone got some happy feet on. Okay, never mind. Somebody might have known something because Zscaler came out. It was just down $5, and now it's down 20 or 15. So clearly Zscaler, yeah, this is what CrowdStrike did initially. Remember, Crowd dumped as well, and then was able to pop yesterday. Zscaler down to 181, right back to 93. Crazy spread here, and then back into the downside. So you're down on Zscaler. Let's just double check to see if Marvell has moved as well. Marvell to the down 10% as well. Marvell now down at $82. So it looks like 042. Marvell breaking major support, and Mongo, I'm guessing, is also to the downside.
I am not sure. Let me check here at Mongo. But we'll start. Yeah, Mongo. So it's
Mongo too.
They all dropped. But Marvell here, I actually have the numbers for. So they did report an adjusted earnings per share beat 60 cents versus 59 expected. Sales, $1.817 billion. That beat estimates of $1.795 billion. Sorry, $1.817, $1.795. That would be a beat. Rigetti, also we just got earnings though. But before we get to Rigetti, I want to go in order. So let's go with MongoDB next and then Zscaler. MDB here coming in. They reported Q4 results. $548.4 million. We were looking for estimates of 517, so it looks like they beat. That's also up like 40% year over year. No, sorry, 20% year over year. What are their earnings per share? I'm trying to find this here. Not seeing the earnings per share, but it does look, non-GAAP net income, $1.28 per share, also looks like a beat. So MDB seemingly beat. Marvell did beat. We're still waiting on the rest of these numbers. Neil, if you don't mind.
Rigetti is out, but I can tell you, Mongo, it doesn't seem to matter. They just dropped almost 10% to the bottom here. You just saw Marvell as well, looking relatively weak. Just to go out on Mongo, 230 is the higher low support that it put in just back at the end of last year. So 230 would be an interesting level there on Mongo. Rigetti has moved down here. Maybe not. I mean, for Rigetti, this doesn't seem like that big of a move, but Rigetti just pressed back in underneath $8 into $7.80. It's at least holding today's lows. So today's bottom on Rigetti was like $7.64. It's managing to hold on to that. So it's not a complete dumpster fire here like you're seeing with Marvell, like you just saw with Mongo. Marvell's still dropping. Now it's $78. I mean, this is now, it's underneath the 200 period. You got to go all the way back to September for the $70 level here on Marvell. So a little bit of a bleed. It just seems like some of these chip names can't seem to get away from themselves or get out of their own way here. The only good news so far would be that Zscaler completely reversed this bottom. It has completely redeemed itself. So CrowdStrike decided to wait a day before they would bounce off the lows. Zscaler did not. Now green on Zscaler, only 4 points. But when you consider that they were down almost 10%, I'd say that's a pretty hefty win for ZS. So far, not great for the earnings names that have come through, but a big-time reversal, still trying to go higher here on Zscaler.
You want to go through the numbers here on ZS and Rigetti. I want to clarify, what heard CrowdStrike was not their earnings, it was their guidance. I have not seen Zscaler's guidance yet, so I want to put that out there. They are in the same sector of cybersecurity. So for Q2, they did beat here, adjusted earnings of 78 cents per share versus 69 cents expected. Sales also a beat, 647.9 million versus 635.56 million expected. Revenue up 23% year over year, calculated billings up 18%, deferred revenue 25%, et cetera, et cetera. If I see guidance, though, I will let you know. But let's get quickly first to Rigetti. So Rigetti here, we were looking for, well, let me look at my notes again, losses of 8 cents per share, revenue of 2.4 million. I am seeing revenue of 2.3 million, but I always like to wait and be cautious because sometimes, as I always say, the estimates that we see are not always the estimates the market's going to go with. It takes a while for us to kind of come to that consensus estimate that we're going to go with. That being said, it looks to, based on my notes, they did miss here on revenue. I am not seeing their losses per share, and I've scrolled through here, so I can't give you guys a number on that yet, but again, we're looking for 8 cent loss per share. Also, I saw a note on Micron, but just due to all of the sauce of all the earnings, I didn't get to talk about it. Micron appointing some new members to its board of directors. Mark Liu is one of these individuals. He worked with Taiwan Semi for 30 years. The other individual is Christy Simons. So, Christy, let me find Christy Simons' background. Oh, assurance, senior audit insurance partner of Deloitte. So, Deloitte and TSM, former employees coming to join Micron's board of directors.
And then we have another earnings name here. Lending Tree's up 11% right now, as they had a beat on top and bottom, actually turning a surprise profit. They were supposed to lose 5 cents a share on Lending Tree, and they made $1.16. Revenues, big beat on revenues, 10% beat on revenues, 261 versus 235. So big name there, big beat for Lending Tree. Not a huge move in the daily chart, but 11%. Seems like in this earnings cycle, you'll take every double-digit winner that you can get. So we already showed you that Zscaler and that Rigetti. Remember, the fact that they're, look, whether losing money, making money, this is a company that was moving not because of necessarily fundamentals, but because of hype. So as long as it doesn't blow out the bottom on earnings, hold the low. I feel like this is the kind of name that if it holds the low, there's just so much room for it to still go upside. So, regardless, I think when we look at Rigetti tomorrow, you're more concerned with the tape than you are with the numbers that came out. Because let's be real, who was buying Rigetti on fundamentals from $3 to $20? I'm going to suggest nobody. So all it has to do is not flop here on earnings, and it gives it a chance. So, but a little bit of a disappointment here, I'd say, for Rigetti. Always happier if it could have squeezed. Jumping back up to what is the bell of the ball right now, and that's going to be Zscaler. Now 8% up. It just tagged 210 with a little bit of a pullback, so it's catching a bid. This is just another example this particular name is an example of why you don't want to get trapped trading in the aftermarket on earnings. Very dangerous game, because if you put that short trade in, hey, maybe you're super fast. I don't know. I'm 45 years old. Maybe you're fast enough to have gotten that short and very quickly made your money. But if you didn't, you could have been absolutely blasted. The slippage would be huge. Maybe you lose $5, maybe you lose $10, maybe you lose $15, who knows. But big time reversal here on Zscaler. I kind of feel like the cat was out of the bag with the reversal on CrowdStrike. And because there's no guidance to be faded.
We just got guidance, I was going to say.
Oh, we did get the guidance?
Yep,
Tell me
just
it's
came
good.
out.
Tell me it's good.
So, as you know, CrowdStrike missed their earnings per share guidance by like $1 for the year. Zscaler's is not as bad. So adjusted earnings per share for Q3 2025, 75 cents to 76 cents per share they're seeing. That is above estimates of 74 cents. Revenue gets a little tricky. They got a Q3 revenue between 665 and 667 million. That does miss estimates of 667.37 million, but it's worth noting none of these numbers are even close to as, I don't want to say bad, but as weak as the CrowdStrike guidance that we got yesterday. So Zscaler revenue guidance, tepid, not great. Same with EPS, but again, if you were compared to CrowdStrike, you would have expected a lot worse.
Which is what I think matters. CrowdStrike's guidance was 25% underneath, something along those lines. It was over 20% underneath the expectations. So even flat guidance by Zscaler is slightly lower is going to be seen as an improvement. So I think that's why you're able to hold up some of those bids. I do believe we have Victoria's
Not yet.
No?
No.
Why is it? Okay. Yeah, Victoria's Secret. Okay, it did move down. So I was reacting to Victoria's Secret moving down. Maybe they're not out.
It's been moving down since like the close, to be fair.
It's been weak the whole
this
time.
This move doesn't look like an earnings move. I didn't see it on Benzinga, and I haven't seen it on X as of yet. Of course, we will let you guys know if we see anything. I'm just going to keep reading through these Marvell earnings. So their guidance for Marvell, I should read out, because this is much like what we saw with Zscaler, kind of tepid. So Q1 2026 guidance for Marvell, adjusted earnings between 56 and 66 cents per share. The midpoint of that, which would be 61 cents, is slightly above estimates of 60 cents. Revenue for the quarter, they're seeing 1.875 billion. That is just barely above estimates of 1.87 billion. So they basically met guidance and nothing more for Marvell. Their GAAP gross margin, 50.5% for Q4. La-di-da. But anyways, I really wanted to talk about that guidance because it was pretty tepid. Like a lot of the guidance, quite honestly, that we've seen for this fiscal quarter in terms of reports. I'm still not seeing Victoria's Secret.
Yeah, and when you consider the environment for chips right now, this is one where you need to have a big number. You saw NVIDIA immediately after earnings get punished when they had a great quarter. Marvell, you're not going to be able to get away with this one. So 70 hasn't been hit yet. It's still holding around the mid-70 level. $70 on the daily, as we said earlier. I think that's a big level. 66 as well for Marvell. Down 15%. So the worry is you're past the expected move here. So you did have an implied move of 12%. Last time it moved 23. This is a stock fully capable of seeing that 66 to 70 area here on the daily chart. So the bleed continues, now 16% on Marvell. You can see from the graph, like 36% in the last 2 months to the downside, highlighted now by another 15 points down here on Marvell. One more here. Adara, what else do we have?
We have Grindr. Thank you to Darwin for pointing this out in the chat here. Grindr announced a $500 million buyback. They also announced their sales for fiscal 2024. So 344.636 million above estimates of 340.79 million. They delivered 33% full year revenue growth. I'm not seeing the quarterly numbers, but that's just their full year numbers. And that $500 million buyback program. Apparently Victoria's Secret is out, so I'm going to be taking a look there to see if I have these numbers. Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to parse through this report here, Neil, if you don't mind.
Yeah, there is definitely a volume spike.
It's out.
But yeah, I actually don't trust my short interest that I just saw on Grindr, because it just told me 92% short float. So I'm going to check another source on that. They cannot possibly be true. But VSCO, you just saw, they just rinsed it in both directions here on Victoria's Secret. It was at 22, tag 23, tag 21, right back to 22. So each of the even dollars have been run, and you're back to where we were at the beginning here on Victoria's Secret. And this is something we were talking about, that maybe it's just been so bad that it can't go any lower, or it's going to struggle to go any lower. Victoria's Secret has been just trending down since $48. I mean, it's been bleeding. Now it's sitting more than cut in half since the end of last year, and a little bit of a bid. At least it's trying to catch a bid here on Victoria's Secret. As I said, we got a super chat about this one. Sometimes I couldn't even force my way to say something good about the situation. But again, maybe it's just been falling so far that it's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here.
Yeah, so here's the numbers. Again, I don't always like to compare to the estimates I have till I see the consensus, but I will tell you guys they reported net sales of $2.106 billion. I was seeing estimates of $2.1 billion, so it looks like a beat by like a hair, more or less in line. It's only up 1% year over year, but it is up 5% on a sequential or quarter over quarter basis. So some revenue growth there for Victoria's Secret. Now, what about their earnings per share? $2.33 per share. That is above estimates of $2.30 per share. So yeah, we were correct. They did, where's my little thing? There you go. So they did beat here for EPS and sales, even though the sales beat was pretty slight. Again, year over year and quarter over quarter increases for Victoria's Secret for sales. Those increases were very, very small.
So I get a good question here. Look, I think we've got all the earnings names that we're expecting to come out at this point. And Stevenson ETN asked a really, really good question. Let's just go over this one. How do you switch your bias from going short to going long? Today, I just couldn't switch from shorting to going long. I ended up losing close to 3K punching short. Here's what I'll tell you. It's not always easy. By the way, Victoria's Secret now through 23 and continues to go higher. So it looks like it is trying to catch a bid. That 21's holding, 22 just held. Maybe this is a temporary bottom. Good for them beating top in the bottom. It's not an easy thing. I think what generally has worked for me is I need to have some I need to have preset rules that over time I develop that say, I can like a short or a long in whatever direction it might be. And if I see this, this, and this happen, I got to at least look for, it doesn't have to be the stock that I want to short. It doesn't mean I have to go long on Intel when I was shorting it this morning. But there needs to be something that I'm looking for that would give me a change of direction. Now, ultimately, I liked some stocks long this morning. I liked Amazon long, so it wasn't like I was flipping. But here's one of the things that has helped me. And it might not give you an early, you might not get the bottom. You could trend trade a bottom reversal here. But once I see this type of a pattern on, say, the Qs or whatever index you favor, like you break the trend, you have a broken trend that would have trapped some shorts. This is a 3-minute chart, as you can tell. You then break out the opening range high, but it's not even that. It's here. You make a new fresh top, you trend back in, here's a wedge, it then breaks that little downward trend to the upside. By this point, like if I haven't already found myself looking for longs, that's it. I'm not hunting shorts when the Qs are breaking out like this. So it's not always about like reversing at the bottom, reversing at VWAP. I can't give you a different example for today because I was long stuff. The only thing I liked short this morning was AMD and Intel, so I was kind of more long than I was short today. But at the end of the day, you just have to find what works for you. Whether it's trend reversals, it's specific setups that might happen on one of the indices or the stock that you're trading that indicate it's a bit of a reversal. Like let's say you liked NVIDIA to the short side. This is a tricky one to have flipped long because it went into resistance and trended down. It then held resistance all day. So I get it. You might not have been able, if you were short today on NVIDIA and you were shorting it off the pre-market highs, I don't know that you ever got away from it, but that one would have been fine because I think it would have worked out for you. It's if you were bearish on something that broke it out. Again, like if you liked Amazon in front of pre-market highs, I happen to like it long, you could have shorted it. But after this happens, it tries to test the highs, it breaks it out, it trends down, it breaks the trend. At that point, like somewhere in here is where you just got to be giving it up. So find what works for you. I think that consolidative, make a fresh high, trend back down, break that trend and start going. You got to be able to give shorts up in that particular moment. But everyone's going to be a little bit different there. I hope that helps. But it's not a one solution fits all. I'm just going to tell you what works for me, and every trader goes through this. If there's a trader that tells you they have trouble flipping, or their bias gets the best of, or doesn't get the best of them, or they never lose, it's like that trader is lying to you, or selling you something, like something along those lines. We all deal with it, and we just have to find out what works for us. Nothing seems to be working to get Marvell off the bid right now. So it's still right at the lows. You're not even getting a relief bounce. It's literally hanging out at $75. You don't see this happen very often. The stock goes down 15% on earnings, Adara. Oftentimes, if it makes a bottom, on a 3-minute chart, there is some kind of a bounce 5% to 80. Maybe it comes back down. It is not even bouncing right now on Marvell. It's just sitting here at those lows and consolidating. To me, that's a really bad sign. I'm used to seeing buying come in. I'll like a level tomorrow on Marvell, usually, or on any earnings name, if I see the buyers come in and take it up from there. And we saw that with CrowdStrike, and you got a good continuation. You're not seeing that here with Marvell. I think that's a bad sign.
Yeah, and certainly not a great look there for MRVL. And so D Downs in the chat was asking, what's happening with Broadcom? My guess, and I said this in the chat, and I'll stand by it, I think it's probably Marvell sympathy. Marvell guidance was not great, and Broadcom reports tomorrow. So if Marvell guidance is not great, some traders could be wondering, will fellow semiconductor Broadcom also struggle? I mean, we have yet to find out, but to me, that is the clearest thing. I'm not seeing any news on this name. Also, with regards to, I think that question, I really like that question there from Stevenson Etienne. Of course, we're always very sorry to hear people losing money. I think one thing for myself that I found is just like, have levels you like, but do not attach any kind of emotion to them. And so then when those levels flip on you, and one thing Opie says too, like sometimes your reason, like look for reasons to buy or reasons to sell, and that could occur if you're in the trade or if you want to enter the trade. So if you're in a short and you see a reason to buy, wait for your stop to hit, that's fine, whatever. But consider, do I actually want to get in? And you don't always have to. I like that you'll say this a lot, Neil. You don't have to get in, but you can always be willing to switch. And if your stop loss is set on something concrete like that, where you will get a sense like, oh, I'm right, I'm wrong, whatever, then you're golden. I think one example today was MSTR off that 300. It really did make lower highs, lower lows. I was involved in the downtrend. And then when it started to flip, got stopped out, took the uptrend, right? So it's like I find for myself, I'm lucky in that I love following rules and I don't really have directional bias. So I think if you just come up with some kind of rules that make sense for you and be willing to experiment, tweak them, figure it out, I think that's a good place to start. Also, someone was asking too about setting take profits without being greedy. One thing that Brian Shannon said once in this after show, or I think in one of his videos as well, that I think is hugely important is focus not on taking profits, but on managing your risks. That goes back to the last question too, right? So if you're setting trailing stops, if you're setting stops in areas that make sense based on rules and not based on greed or emotion, then you are more likely to take profit than setting arbitrary profit takers. So that way you're not just trying to take profit at every level unless there are levels that make sense. And you're also maybe going to have more of the move because you're waiting until it's natural to leave the trade, if that makes sense.
That makes a ton of sense. I want to give a shout out to Nimrod for gifting 10 memberships in here. Thank you so much, Nimrod. You have to enable gifts when you log in. And in order to get that, I'm pretty sure you have to be in the chat. So if you want to be able to get the gifted memberships when this happens, and again, thank you, Nimrod, make sure you hit the like and subscribe specifically because it's a subs-only chat. I'm going to get to your question, Borno, but there's one thing I also wanted to add. There was a senior trader when I was a trainee, and I remember I was discussing an add to a position at the time that it happened. It was just the market was slow in the middle of the day, and I was ho-humming about it. And one thing and I'll never forget what he asked me. He said, well, if you weren't in this position and you were looking at this stock, what would you do? If you had to make a decision right here, right now, at that price on this stock, would you be buying it? And I go, well, probably not. It's not the level I like. He goes, then why are you adding to your long? Because if you were flat and you wouldn't buy here if you were flat, then why are you adding to a long position just because the long happens to be in the money? And I kind of took that with me. If I was flat, what would I do? And if I'm in a long, and my answer is, if I didn't have a position, I'd be going short right now. At a bare minimum, I'm taking profit or I'm getting out. Because I think that's an important thing to consider. And the question, I did miss it. It's not on here anymore, but the question that just happened was, in heightened volatility, which we have in this market, I mean, look at Marvell right now, your stops are getting run a little bit more frequently, and you seem to be getting stopped out and wicked out more often. That's going to happen in the type of market that we're in this year. It's been a little bit different from the trendy markets we've had the last couple of years, especially when it comes to tech. And all I would say is the standard for that type of situation, when you have that going on, is smaller size, wider stop. If you have a stop area that you like around an even dollar, have a good understanding of what the spread usually is on the stock and how it usually behaves around that stop area, and try to give it a little bit more room. And when you can always just size down so that you're risking the same amount if it runs lower, right? Like give it a 10% wider stop and then just take a little bit less on your position to adjust for that, and that can keep you into the position. Because it's one thing to like a level and be in a trade, it's another to be able to make and hold the trade. Like make it mean execute in, and then hold it mean not get stopped out or hold to your profit target. So that's one thing that I know a lot of traders around here will do. Just subtle, slight adjustments. You can go from taking 500 to 400 with a wider stop. That is perfectly reasonable. Traders do that all the time when things are a little bit more volatile. I mean, the other thing some traders will do is they'll just be like, they'll take the same thing, tighten their stops even more, but then just be more active getting in and out. I don't like doing that myself, but I've known some traders that just like, whatever, they'll just take more shots at it. And that's not, I don't like doing it that way. I think giving it a wider stop with a little bit less size and then adjusting so you're losing the same amount that you expected to is the way to go. I hope that helps you there. And again, thank you very much, Nimrod. Marvell's ridiculous, so it's depressing me. If you want to look, you want to feel better about earnings, go look at Zscaler. They're holding 7% up after rinsing to the downside. So I think a good story here for Zscaler, even though the guide wasn't great, it just didn't, as long as it wasn't as bad as you said as CrowdStrike's, it looks like they're getting the win for it.
That is my logic there because they were in the same sector. CrowdStrike's guidance was yuck. And so Zscaler has guidance that's not great, but not even near the realm as bad. And their revenue guidance was, or sorry, their EPS guidance was actually a slight beat. Like it wasn't a great beat, but it was a slight beat. With that in mind, Neil, I'm actually really curious about Broadcom tomorrow. Yes. Because Marvell here came in with weaker than expected, pretty tepid guidance. And not like a huge miss, but certainly exactly in line. So if Broadcom pulls a Zscaler and gives better guidance than the other name in its sector, are we going to get a big pop? But then on the other hand, if it gives worse guidance than Marvell, what do we get? Because I honestly think that Broadcom's got a lot of pressure on its shoulders.
Well, the bigger problem that you look, Marvell being down 15%, it's not going to hurt the market. It's not a major part of the indexes. Yeah, it contributes to the sentiment, which was already weak in the chip space to a certain degree. But Broadcom is different. Broadcom is a big member of the indexes. It is one of the 10 biggest names in the NASDAQ. And if we lose the 200 period in Broadcom tomorrow night, I'm not saying we will, but to the point that you were just sort of making, if that does happen, I think we're in a little bit of trouble again. And that's why I don't think you're not celebrating this bounce that we had in the Qs yet. Great for the day trader. I think for the long term, you got to have, this is the kind of year for the long term, you have to have a different kind of scope and a longer time frame if you've been doing dip buying. You can't worry about if we lose the 50 period or the 200 period, whichever one you're buying off of. It's been the 200 lately because we've had a big pullback. But if Broadcom loses this, I think we have more downside incoming. And it's true for the Qs, it's true of the chips, it's going to be true potentially with NVIDIA. But there is one trap that I remember Broadcom has done this. I've seen Qualcomm when they have their earnings. And that is, I've seen the situation where Qualcomm or Broadcom, and AVGO did this too, Broadcom and Qualcomm, both of them did this recently, or at least in the last year. They both dropped after earnings. And then in the morning, the next day, all the sympathy chip names, and they were all gapped up or had recovered some, and they hadn't. Mm-hmm. And I remember that being an indicator that it was kind of like a fake out, the names that had recovered, because the name that reported didn't come back. So I'm going to keep that in mind when I look at Broadcom regardless tomorrow. But yeah, I think there's a lot at stake with Broadcom earnings for sure. It's 4:30. Well, before we go into the, what am I losing my mind here? Roll call. Yeah. Any other earnings updates?
I really want to talk about MongoDB here. We did cover MongoDB earnings. Someone here in the chat was asking about it, MH, so we can go over it again for sure. So MongoDB reported here Q4 2025 adjusted earnings of $1.28 per share. Hearty beat versus 66 cents expected. They also had sales here, 548.398 mil, above estimates of 519.6 mil. Now let's talk about their guidance. So their Q1 guidance here came in 63 to 67 cents for earnings per share versus 62 expected. That would be a beat. The revenue guidance kind of mixed here, 524 to 529 mil. Midpoint of that is like basically right in line with estimates of 527.126 million. Now let's talk about their fiscal 2026 guidance, because their EPS guidance pulled a Broadcom CrowdStrike, and by that I mean it's well below estimates. $2.44 to $2.62 expected versus estimates of $3.34. So that is not great guidance here for fiscal 2026 earnings per share. Revenue 2.24 to 2.28 billion, also missing estimates of 2.325 billion. So to recap, they beat on earnings, they beat on revenue. Their guidance was kind of meh, for the quarter, and it was very bad for the fiscal year.
Ooh,
And
I like
that's
that, Adara. And the good news is that it didn't make a fresh 52-week low yet. So it's not quite through the bottom, but I think that could get tested tomorrow in Mongo at 213. Well, you know what time it is past 4:30, which means we got to get into some roll call around here. And if you know the drill, then you know what to do. If you don't know the drill, you got to get yourself in the chat. So hit that subscribe button so that you can join our community. A, because it's a fantastic one. And then B, so you can get your name in the chat. And what I want everybody to do here is give a big shout out to a member of our team in thanks, whether it's Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2, Andre doing fantastic job on our social, Adara with the spready trader magic, and on the news desk all day long. I don't know how she does it. She keeps the news and she's trading while she does it. I've tried being on this desk back in the day. I traded like an idiot when I was trying to do that in the news. Give a big shout out to my man Sean. Give a big shout out to the Bash brothers as well, Joey Options and Shreve. Give a shout out to Obi, who'll be filling in for me next week. Our entire team's a great one. Brendan as well. Thank you. And make sure you give a double thanks to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business, and his twin brother as well, because why not? So with that, let's get a little roll call here, Adara.
Shout out to BVB, Sean, Neil, thank you for being here with me. Shout out to Andre, Fabian, Ramin, Brendan, Sharif, Joe, and again, Bears vs. Bulls. I want to thank you again for everything you do. We got Jay Lee, Ron Miller Music, Michael, Bear Slayer, Vish. We've got Joseph Birch Music, Pepper Potts, Cold King, Chad, Viral 86, Robert Liu, The Perpetual Moment, Bulls SX7, Quinton, Hans, Silverado, Blue Column, Mitchell Miller. We have Marie, I think I saw Marie, Stevenson, Etienne, Christopher, John F, TS Booger, Sean Neal, Sister Girl from Another World. We've got Gianni Leon. We have 100 miles per hour, Bolt Trapper. Maybe that's what happened today. We'll find out. And last but not least, I'll stop with Day Trader Cut. And also, thanks again to Nimrod for gifting those memberships. Thank you to everybody in our community. And guess what? There'll be more news tomorrow.
Absolutely. And you know what? If the market goes down tomorrow, just blame Mongo and Marvell. It's not our fault. But it's going to be a fun one. Regardless, after the bell tomorrow, you're going to have Broadcom. That's a big day for the markets tomorrow when they report major member of the index. The chips are going to move tomorrow. You know it's going to be a big one. Palantir is probably going to move tomorrow. You'll probably see that. But you know what happens? You got to get some rest, because at 8:30 tomorrow morning, we'll be back right here at Trader TV Live giving you the goods. Bye, everybody.